Prologue. August 14, 1349. London, England. John Allerton sucked in another painful breath and struggled not to cough it out. He sat on the edge of his bed, his dead wife, Alice, next to him. Her previously hot and moist body was now cold and dry. She'd expired in her sleep as he whispered to her, prayed for her, promised her she would be okay. They both knew he was lying. He would not be okay either. The black spots she'd found under her arms weeks earlier were now under his. He'd suffered his first seizure. He couldn't keep anything down, not even the sugar and vinegar intended to heal him. His body aching, his lungs protesting, he pushed himself to his feet and wobbled. John balanced himself against the bed until he was steady. Then he shuffled across the room toward the lone window where gray morning light filtered through the warped glass. Sweat soaked his gown, sticking it to his chest and back. It was heavy and felt like chain mail as he shuffled the short distance to the window, almost tripping over the chamber pot not emptied in days. He did notice the stench. John looked out onto the muddy street that ran between his home and the row of houses opposite him. His eyes shifted painfully, sweeping across his neighbors' front doors. Little white crosses were painted on them. All were homes to the sick. The crosses warned visitors not to enter and those inside not to come out. He knew the people behind every marked door. They were his friends, his neighbors. They were men and women, boys and girls, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters. Generations of families were gone. The Black Death had seen to that. Nearly everyone John knew was dead. He craned his neck and found the edge of a pit. Lines of brick rose from the edge of an otherwise vacant lot. He couldn't see beyond the brick, but he knew what was inside it. It was one of the many burial pits in and around his part of London. There weren't enough proper places to put the dead. They were dumped into the pits, a mass of black death buried together. His eyes were fixed on the brick until two men drew his attention. They held their hands to their mouths, holding their masks in place over their faces. John chuckled at their stupidity. Then the laugh turned into a racking cough that doubled him over. He braced himself against the sharp pain that stabbed his chest. The now familiar taste of blood filled his mouth, and he swallowed it before licking his lips. His knees trembled and he leaned hard against the window. His watery eyes again found the blurry images of the men trudging along the edge of the muddy street. He shook his head at them. The masks wouldn't do any good. He'd used a mask, so had Alice. It didn't matter. If the Black Death wanted you, it would find you. It would rip apart your insides and make it impossible to breathe. It would give you fits. It would boil you. No mask could prevent that. His mind drifted and he thought of his life before the death. He and Alice Pembroke had met at a market. Her father worked the land near a village outside London. He'd courted her, riding his horse the long distance to call on her. Her smile was intoxicating. She was tall and thin, and John knew Alice was more beautiful than any woman he could hope to find. It amazed him every day that she was interested in him. He had a job as a blacksmith's apprentice and earned a good keep. He could provide for her. John told Mr. Pembroke he'd saved his money and rented a nice, if small, house halfway between his work and their farm. They'd married at her village church. He was 17, she was 15. Miss Alice Pembroke became Mrs. John Allerton. While John worked long hours smithing tools and pots, Alice taught sewing to younger girls. They lived a modest life within their means. The days were long. The nights were short. Every Sunday morning, they traveled on horseback to her village and attended her family's church. They'd eat supper in the village. It was always a meal replete with the vegetables, pork, and poultry grown and raised there. He loved Sundays. Then the sickness came. First it was Alice's mother and grandmother. Then her father and brother fell ill. The trips to the village stopped. The blacksmith died and the business closed. Children stopped coming for sewing lessons. The black spots appeared. Alice's smile vanished. John lowered his head and moved from the window. He shuffled again, this time toward the kitchen. He used a chair and then a table to keep himself upright as he reached a rough-hewn shelf in the kitchen. The shelf was more of a mantelpiece, bolted to the wall above the wide fireplace. There was no fire today, there was no need, and there was no food. He wondered if he might starve to death before the plague took him. John tried to remember the last time he'd eaten. His mind was too foggy to remember. 2 days, 4. He slumped against the mantel and looked back at his wife in their bed. She didn't look like herself anymore. Her pretty face, cheeks always rosy, was gray. Her open eyes were milky and distant. Her lips were purple. Had she died last night? Was it last night or was it last week? John couldn't be sure. The seconds and hours and days blended together. From the shelf, John pulled a large wooden cross. He held it against his chest and closed his eyes. He prayed for the soul of his dead wife, thanked his God for the end of her suffering, and prayed for the end of his. Living without Alice was pointless. Something brushed against his bare feet, and John opened his eyes. He looked down in time to see a large black rat scurry through a crack in the wall next to the fireplace. He imagined the rat winding from house to house through gaps in the repurposed Kent ragstone and interleaved gravel that framed the walls of the tightly plotted medieval homes. He saw it searching for crumbs of food, for droplets of water, for anything stuck to the bottoms of boots or tracked across wood and dirt floors. Despite its hardships, the rat had freedom to move. It had hope. John had neither. He'd lost them both when Alice became sick. They denied her illness at first, both content to chalk it up to a passing chest cold she could overcome with horehound mint and confections made of barley water, sugar, and egg whites. It didn't work. She got worse. Now alone, the house had a fetid smell replete with the noxious odors of sweat, blood, and excrement. John couldn't smell it anymore. He'd become accustomed to it. His eyes scanned the room and fell on the fireplace. In it, he saw flames licking at the suspended black cast-iron pot. The imaginary fire, the throbbing heat it cast onto his face, mesmerized John. It was hot, too hot. When had he stoked the fire? Had he done it? Had Alice? Did the rat sneak into the house and spark the flames itself? Was the rat responsible for this? It was true. The rat was responsible. The fleas that bit the rat and then the humans were responsible. The cramped conditions of 14th century London were responsible. An anaerobic bacteria called Yersinia pestis was responsible. John prayed no others would experience the loss and the pain he'd endured. He prayed this plague might cleanse the earth. He couldn't know, as he collapsed on the floor, that 25 million worldwide were dead from the same disease. He was unaware, as he took his final breaths, that the rat and flea-borne disease killed 30% of Europe. As his body convulsed for the last time, John Allerton slipped into history as a nameless, faceless victim of the plague. It wasn't the first time an invisible disease ended lives and changed the courses of civilizations. 1,200 years before the Black Death, the Antonine Plague had lasted 15 years and at its peak killed 2,000 Romans a day. In 541, the plague of Justinian killed 5,000 people a day. Even the Roman emperor, for whom the plague was named, contracted the disease. 300 years after John stopped breathing, his body motionless on the floor of his home, the Great Plague of London rekindled the fear and in a short 18 months killed 100,000 people. 400 years after that, in 2032, it would begin again. It would not contain itself to a single city, country, or continent. It would be the mother of the plagues and earn a new name. The Scourge. July 18, 2032. Kiev, Ukraine. Gwendolyn Sharp gagged with the back of her hand against her nose and held her breath. The strong odor of death was nearly overwhelming. It reeked and hung in the hallway. She steeled her resolve and stepped into the room. She didn't want to be here. She wanted to be in charge of the operation, calling the shots over video chat from a cushy office in Atlanta. She was ambitious, playing the game. This was too far from Atlanta. And to her it meant she hadn't done enough to convey to her superiors that she was above the grunt work of toiling in a lab. Inside the room, to her right, was a man in a white biohazard safety suit, the hood cinched around the edges of his pink face. Tendrils of blonde hair peeked from underneath and across his forehead. She flashed her badge at him. He squinted at it. "Okay," he said. A badge on his suit read BABYAK. A Babyak nodded at her, puckered his lips, and eyed her from toe to head. Then he clucked his tongue on the roof of his mouth. "I think a medium." Sharp wasn't sure whether he was telling her or asking her. She glanced around the room, taking stock. It was sparsely decorated. There were cabinets along the windowless walls, running floor to ceiling with chrome handles and accompanying circular locks. There were two large tables at the room's center. On one table there were identical cardboard boxes of gloves. Sharp noticed the sizes marked in permanent marker on the sides of the boxes. Larger containers held full-face respirators. Stacks of plastic-encased biohazard suits filled much of the second table. It reminded Sharp of the tables she'd find at Red Cross shelters with hurriedly collected supplies for those in sudden need. They were in sudden need, and this was hurried. "I think I'm a small," she said. "I'm a size 2. "If you want to leave clothing on underneath," he said. "You want medium." Babyak's English was thick with his native tongue. She shrugged. His English was better than her Ukrainian. "Medium, then." Babyak spun and ran his ungloved fingers along the plastic-covered suits. The packaging crinkled as he moved from one to the next. "Medium," he said, plucking one of the suits from the stacks and handing it to her. "Try it." Sharp glanced past him, then over her shoulder. She furrowed her brow. "Where do I change?" Babyak looked at her expressionlessly. She noticed his nose was redder than pink, thin capillaries webbed across the bridge, nostrils, and onto his cheeks. "You change here," he said. "I gave you medium. It fits with clothes." 5 minutes later, Babyak was wearing gloves and the respirator. So was she. They moved from the glorified storage closet toward a solid door with a large yellow and black biohazard symbol on it. The sticker appeared recently applied. Bubbles of air warped the letters at the bottom of it that cautioned all who entered. Babyak worked his gloved fingers to enter a code into an electronic keypad. A red light changed to green, and an electronic hum indicated that the door was unlocked. "You have 1 hour with the respirator cartridge," said Babyak. "You have asthma." "No. You smoke." "No." "Okay, you have hour, then change cartridge." He pushed open the door. Sharp sucked in a deep breath. The strong odor of off-gassing rubber from the mask filled her nostrils. She could taste it. Moisture fogged her visor, then cleared. Inside the room, a man glanced over at her, taking his attention away from one of the bodies lying atop a row of long examination tables. Only his eyes were visible from behind the biohazard mask that covered his face. "Dr. Charles Morel?" she asked and took a confident step deeper into the room. Her boots made a peeling sound on the concrete floor, which she noticed sloped toward a metal drain at the center. The man nodded. Then he waved at her with a gloved hand, motioning her toward him and the two other men in matching biohazard suits. Sharp reached up with a hand to run her fingers along her black hair, which was pulled into a tight bun at the top of her head, a nervous habit. Her hand grazed the helmet and she flushed with embarrassment. Without acknowledging his invitation, she moved to him, the shoes announcing her approach. She enjoyed owning a room when she entered. The rookie mistake made her feel like she was renting it. "We should get started," said Morel. "You've got an hour with your respirator, but we're at about 45 minutes. Sharp took a shallow breath, maneuvered past 3 other body-adorned tables, and joined the men. She did everything she could to avoid looking at the dead. It was a macabre tableau bathed in the bright, unforgiving light found in operating rooms. Morel's eyes found hers and softened into what she imagined was part of his smile. He introduced the other 2 men with juts of his chin from behind the mask. "This is Kevin Pierce," said Morel. "He's from WHO, and this is Hristo Kovatlev. He's with the Ministry of Health." Sharp eyed each of them. "Hello, I'm Gwendolyn Sharp. I'm new with the CDC. This is my first field assignment." Morel chuckled. The first hints of crow's feet flashed at the corners of his eyes. "Quite an initiation," he said. "I am sorry about the odor. It's pungent. Even with these regulators, there's a hint, but there's nothing we can do. Power is spotty, so it's not good to run the air conditioning or fans. They could pop the circuits during surges or restarts." "It's fine," said Sharp. Her eyes still hadn't drifted to the body at the center of their foursome. The odor was barely noticeable to her, and she didn't like the idea of anyone thinking she was weak. "In any way, ever, there's nothing you can put under your nose that'll help," he said with a smile. "When you see that on television or movies, it's fake." Sharp felt her face flush again. She wasn't sure why she was embarrassed. It was tough being the new person. Add to it she was a woman, and it wasn't any easier. She navigated a man's world for all of her life. As a young girl interested in STEM, she was an outlier. While her peers were cheerleading or playing volleyball, she'd spent high school doing research and learning computer code. Summer camps were academic rather than recreational. College was 4-to-1 men to women. So was graduate school, yet she excelled. She learned to fake confidence even when her considerable store of it waned. But new situations were always difficult. First impressions were lasting impressions. Gwendolyn Sharp was confident she would be the boss of these men soon enough, though today wasn't that day. She'd have to chisel that pedestal one day, one moment at a time. "I didn't know," she admitted. "The only bodies I've seen were—" "In class," interrupted Morel. She nodded. Beneath her mask, she bit her lip, the taste of the rubber and plastic coating her tongue. A thin wave of nausea rolled through her body. Gwendolyn Sharp didn't like not being in control. "It's fine," he said. "Nothing about which to be embarrassed. I didn't see my first real body for 3 years. I was knee-deep in mosquito larvae and Petri dishes." The other men chuckled. Pierce glanced at her and shrugged. "It was 5 years for me. I was on a case in Fort Myers. Bad measles outbreak in 2019. All of their eyes fell on Kovatlev. It was his turn to share. "I was 6 years old," he said in a thick Slavic accent, but didn't add any context. He cleared his throat. "Call me Charlie," said Dr. Morel. "Can I call you?" "Gwendolyn," she said. "Not Gwen, not Wendy, Gwendolyn." "Okay," said Morel. "Gwendolyn it is." "Thank you." Sharp was rail thin and as tall as the men. She liked being on their level. It imbued her with a sense of confidence. Finally, she looked down at the body. Her stomach tightened and bile crept up her throat. She swallowed it and lifted her chin. The man was nude. His skin was gray except where it was purplish from the settling of blood. There was mild bloating in his gut, at his calves, and in his forearms. His eyes were closed. His white hair was disheveled and matched the wiry unkemptness of his thick beard, which hid his jawline, chin, and much of his neck. His limbs were rigid, his fingers curled into claws at his sides and the toes on one foot arched backward. "You're just in time," said Morel. "We haven't gotten down to business yet. There are blood and tissue samples we're taking from Yuri here." Morel motioned to the other half-dozen bodies in the room. All of them appeared to be in a similar state of decomposition. "We'll do it with all of them," he said. "We're just waiting on the man with the scalpel. He'll do the cutting. We'll merely watch and benefit from his handiwork." Sharp took another shallow breath. All died from the same disease. The men exchanged knowing glances. "Yes and no," Kovatliev said. "All of them died from a form of the disease. It's changing, getting more powerful. The incubation is getting longer, the mortality higher, its resistance greater." "It's bacterial, right?" asked Sharp. "I studied the file on the flight from Ramstein. It indicated this was bacterial, which is in part why I'm surprised you asked me here, Dr. Morel." "Charlie," he said. "Charlie," she repeated. "I'm a virologist." Morel's brow furrowed behind the mask. "I know what you are." "I didn't ask you here, you were assigned to me, and it's not just a bacterium." "What?" "It is a bacterium," Pierce said, "but some of our research in Geneva indicates there's a viral component." Sharp understood now. This was why they wanted her burgeoning expertise. "I'm the one who asked for you," said Pierce. "I read your paper on multi-resistant bacteria. Your work with myoviridae was outstanding for someone so young. I discussed it with my superiors. They believed you could be of use here." I agreed. She blushed again. "Thank you," she said, despite the compliment being somewhat backhanded. Gwendolyn Sharp's doctoral thesis was focused on the interactions between bacteria and viruses. Her work detailed the expansion of indirect interactions that increased bacterial pathogenesis. It was especially true with respiratory viruses. Her work was published in a prestigious journal. She had her pick of offers before deciding to work for the Centers for Disease Control. Sharp, at a relatively young age, was a leader among the emerging voices in the field. Her expression flattened as she considered what her presence meant. It was not good. Perspiration bloomed under her arms, and at the small of her back, the rivulets rolling along her skin. She should have gotten out of her clothes and taken the small suit. She wouldn't have felt constricted. "So you think there's an indirect interaction here?" she asked. "The bacterial infection is amplified by its viral partner. The virus weakens healthy host cells, making them susceptible to the bacteria." "Yes," said Morel. "Have you identified which of the four mechanisms is at play? Is it receptor concentrations, epithelial displacement, immune suppression?" "We have our suspicions," said Kovatliev. "That's where you come in, Dr. Sharp." Sharp glanced at the body on the table. She focused on the claw-like hand, the dirt under the man's long fingernails. "Suspicions?" She looked up at Kovatliev. "You don't already know." Now it was the men whose faces flushed. They averted their eyes, apparently ashamed of having to defer to someone with much less experience. She'd never even seen a freshly dead body until minutes ago. "We know," said Pierce. "We think we know," Kovatliev corrected, sensing an upper hand in the conversation and empowered with a new sense of confidence in light of her colleague's indecision. Sharp put her hands on the table. She took her time, using her laser stare to hold the reluctant gaze of each man before she spoke. She'd been around men like this. They appeared to think themselves superior to everyone else. They behaved as if they were never wrong. They spoke like they had all the answers. In reality, they were small. They only behaved the way they did because of their insecurities, because deep down they questioned their intelligence and their worth. "What is it you think you know?" she asked, a sly grin snaking across her face beneath the mask. Sharp doubted that Pierce's superior had ordered her assistance. She was sure that Pierce wanted it, had likely asked for it. These men were the bacteria, she was the virus. It was her job to make theirs easier. Morel exhaled. The paper fabric of his mask puffed with his breath and relaxed. Sweat glistened on his forehead. "It's all of the above," he said. "We've found examples of the bacteria indirectly strengthening the virus via all four of the possibilities." Sharp wasn't sure she heard him correctly. "What?" Pierce rephrased the admission. "We think the partnership is evolving. The virus is interacting with the bacteria in whatever way is most beneficial in the given host." She took a step back from the table, nearly tripping on her heels. Kovatliev steadied her with a hand on her elbow. She accepted the help before shrugging it off. "I don't understand," she said. "That doesn't make sense. Is there more than one virus?" "No," said Morel. "It's the same virus and the same bacteria." She raised one eyebrow and narrowed her eyes. You're sure? Morel stiffened. Yes, he said without equivocation. Of that we are certain. The beginnings of a headache pulsed at her temples and beneath her eyes. She pinched the bridge of her nose, tightening the conforming stay of the mask. What does that mean? She asked. She needed to hear someone say it to make it real, even though she didn't want it to be real. It means we have a crisis on our hands, said Morel. Pierce folded his arms across his chest. It's like something mankind hasn't seen since Lowe's Angels in 1924. The last urban plague, Covetleave said. It's been more than 100 years. Only 30 people died in that outbreak, said Morel. It took 2 weeks. I know about it, said Sharp. Jessus Lujan. He picked up a decaying rat he found under his house. His daughter got sick, pneumonic plague. He had bubonic plague, which caused pneumonia. He died. His daughter died. A caregiver, a priest, and the people at her funeral all contracted the illness and died. Jessus was considered patient zero. I didn't know that much about it, admitted Morel, but yes, that's the one. Back then it was easier to contain, Pierce said. Commercial air travel was in its infancy, as was the automotive industry. People stayed close to home. The spread was easier to contain, as was the panic. That's why we're keeping this quiet as much as we can, said Morel. We're not acknowledging it publicly yet. We don't want to sound unnecessary alarms. There are private channels working this to contain it and mitigate the spread. If it gets to the point that we go public with this, and that's a big if, we will not disclose that viral component. Why not? Asked Sharp. There would be mass hysteria, said Pierce. That would only serve to compound an already untenable situation. If it gets so bad we have to publicly acknowledge it, telling people that 2/3 of the population will die serves no purpose. There's nothing we can do at that point. That's why we're working to contain it. That's why you're here. How many deaths do we have so far? Since the 1st of the month, said Pierce. When we first identified it in one of the refugee camps, we've positively identified 400 cases. In Kiryat Shimona we found another 275, added Morel. But that was 5 days ago. Kiryat Shimona, Sharp echoed. A city in Israel not far from the Lebanese and Syrian borders, said Covetleave. It's the site of the largest Syrian refugee camp. 675 cases at least in 18 days, said Sharp. And that's in 2 refugee camps. How many camps are there? 4 in Ukraine and 6 in Syria, said Covetleave. We haven't been able to get access to the others yet. What's the problem? She asked. Military, said Pierce. They've shut down access to those camps. They did it as soon as we confirmed the outbreak in the other 2 camps. Who's military? Russian, Ukrainian, Israeli, Syrian, American, Lebanese, Belarusian, said Morel. They're panicking. As they should, Sharp said. If this is what you think it is, it's apocalyptic, said Morel. It could change the face of the civilized world as we know it. Sharp nodded. I guess it already has, and we just don't know it yet. Chapter 1. October 1, 2032. Scourge -1 day. Lake Mary, Florida. Mike Crenshaw stared at his phone in disbelief. Ashley canceled again. He should have known. She was too good-looking. He was a 7, she was a 10, no doubt a 10. And she wasn't interested. Sorry, I don't feel well. Rain check. This was a rain check for a rain check. Why couldn't she just straight up tell him she was blowing him off? Why couldn't she let him move on without giving him false hope? Why couldn't she tell him she didn't feel good? Good was grammatically correct. Well meant her sense of touch was failing. He tapped out a reply with his thumbs. No problem, next week. He hit send and waited for the message bubble on the bottom left to appear. She had to reply, right? Even if she wasn't interested, even if she was washing her hair, she'd reply. She didn't. 1 minute turned into 5. No bubble. A thumbs up popped at the corner of his message. A thumbs up, the kiss of death. He wanted to type some pithy response, something passive-aggressive, but that wasn't his style. That would be confrontational. Mike wasn't confrontational. He shouldered his way from his Jeep. It was a Friday. Now he had no plans. He stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and trudged across the parking lot toward the grocery store. He'd driven in circles for 30 minutes to find a spot. He might as well make use of it. 2 cars motored past him. The driver, with his window down, asked if he was coming or going, then squealed the tires in frustration when Mike motioned toward the store with his chin. Instead of flowers and a bottle of Ferrari Carano Merlot, he'd head straight for the beer cooler and the sub-counter. The doors slid open as he approached the threshold. The cool, dry air in his neighborhood Publix supermarket greeted him. He considered grabbing a grocery cart. There weren't any. He scanned the vestibule for green plastic handbaskets. None. Mike turned in a complete circle on the indoor-outdoor carpet that muted the parade of shoppers into and out of the store. There were no carts or baskets. Even the germ-laden ones made to look like children's train engines or cartoonish sports cars were taken. Undaunted, he worked his way past the crowded registers. The beeps and clicks of cashiers scanning merchandise was louder than the dim instrumental jazz echoing from the overhead speakers. Men and women complained about not finding what they needed. Kids whined and asked for candy. Baggers asked about paper or plastic. Mike wound his way toward the sub-counter. There was nothing like a Publix sub. It was the bread that made it, that and the combination of oil and vinegar, oregano, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, pickles, black olives, provolone, and turkey. He got the same sub every time. No point in fixing what wasn't broken. He got to the counter and saw an exasperated deli worker with plastic gloves that didn't fit her fingers, and took his spot at the end of the queue. Somebody tapped his shoulder. "Hey," said a stubby man with a wiry beard and a topknot, "the end's back there." The man thumbed over his tank top-clad shoulder to a line that stretched another 20 people. Mike looked at the end of the line and back at the man. His tank top was stained with ketchup or blood. This was Florida. Mike couldn't be sure. His basketball shorts were tan or dingy white. His flip-flops were the cheap kind Mike had seen for sale in large baskets in front of dollar stores. The man raised his eyebrows. He frowned. "Sorry," said Mike. "Didn't realize that." He stepped out of the line. The man muttered something under his breath, and Mike eyed him as he walked past the people pushing carts, thumbing the screens on their phones, swinging baskets on their hips. The music overhead faded from jazz to something that sounded like reggae but different. A woman was crooning Bob Marley. She shot the sheriff. It wasn't good. He reached the end of the line and considered going to get the six-pack first. But then he'd have to hold it while he stood in a theoretically longer line. So he flashed a quick smile at the woman with an oversized Louis Vuitton purse and took his place behind her. He was about to pull out his phone again when a friendly voice called his name. Mike looked up to see Bryce Booker holding 2 bags of flavored kettle chips in his arms. A carton of ranch dip was nestled between them at his chest. He referenced Mike with his holdings as he spoke. "Hey dude," he said. "S up." Bryce was a nice guy, a little douche, but harmless. He worked with Mike at a hit music radio station. They were both in sales. Bryce's list was better than Mike's. He repped 2 car dealerships. That was a gold mine. Mike's best client was a pizza delivery chain. Mike liked Bryce. Despite his affinity for hard cider in a bottle, Bryce was fun and had a good sense of humor. They hung out a few times when neither of them had plans with other people. Topgolf, karaoke, Universal Citywalk, a couple of Magic games. Despite their different, almost polar opposite personalities, they clicked. "Not much," said Mike, picking up a sub and some beer. Bryce's face narrowed with confusion. "Dude," said Bryce, "I don't think Ashley Pomerantz is the subs and beer type. Aren't you going out with her tonight?" Mike frowned. "She canceled." "Again?" The woman with the big purse on her shoulder half turned. She was snooping. "What's it this time?" asked Bryce. "She's sick." Bryce snorted. "That's better than when she said she forgot she was going to Prague a couple of weeks back. Or the last one, I forget, what was her excuse?" Mike looked at his feet, then at the uneven stitching on the purse in front of him. He sighed. She was helping a friend in crisis. The woman with the purse chuckled. "Your purse is fake," said Bryce. The woman spun, her face sour. "Excuse me." "You heard me," said Bryce. "It's fake. Louis Vuitton never has uneven seams. Plus the logo's cut in weird places. That never happens. The stitching on the strap should be yellow, not white. It's fake." The woman seethed but didn't respond. She left the line and marched toward the register in a huff. Mike appreciated Bryce's willingness to have his back. He was a better friend than Mike thought. His love of darts and dollar wings wasn't as douche as Mike had previously decided. And unlike Mike, who would apologize for someone stepping on his foot, Bryce wasn't afraid to mix it up. Bryce motioned toward the thin, older man in front of Mike. "I bet if you insult him, he'll leave too. Before you know it, you'll be at the front of the line." "Thanks for doing that," said Mike. He took a step forward to close the gap. Bryce moved with him and shifted the bags in his arms. "That was cool of you." "I didn't mean to make fun of you about Ashley," he said. "But you said she's out of your league. I mean, she's out of everybody's league, I think." The line moved, Mike moved with it, and Bryce kept pace. "Yeah," Mike shrugged, "I guess. Why say yes to begin with? I mean, just tell me no." "You're a backup," Bryce suggested. "She keeps you on the line in case nothing better comes along. When it does, she kicks you to the curb. You should be a shrink, said Mike. You're so comforting. Bryce laughed. I don't think shrinks are there for comfort. I think they tell you what's wrong with you and then help you fix it. Or they don't fix it. They keep you just broken enough to keep coming back. You think Mike didn't want to tell Bryce he'd been seeing a shrink. There was a lot Mike didn't want people to know. The line inched forward. Mike craned his neck to look at the counter. The deli worker slathered mayonnaise onto half a sub roll. She took the excess and spread it on the other half. I look at shrinks like consultants, said Bryce. They give you just enough to change what you're doing, but they never solve the issues. If they did, you wouldn't need them anymore. Not all consultants do that, said Mike. I knew this one woman who worked in education consulting and she. Bryce shook his head. I'm sure you can find a good shrink too. I'm making a generalization, like how everybody sings Margaritaville at karaoke. Only you do that. My point exactly, said Bryce. I'm generalizing. Mike jutted out his chin at the chips in Bryce's arms. What's with the bags? Bryce looked down. Oh, no carts, no baskets, I had to carry it. No, I mean, what are you doing? Any plans? Bryce looked around the store, then back at Mike. Nope, Netflix. There's some new movie about an astronaut who gets stuck on the space station when the power goes out. He's gotta get home, looks good. Wanna come over? You sound like a 12-year-old, Bryce snickered. I didn't want to ask you to chill. I dunno, Bryce said. Kinda lame, two dudes hanging on a Friday night. I'll pay for the beer, said Mike. Domestic or imported? Imported. Can or bottle? Mike stepped forward in line, bottle. Bryce joined him, regular or light? Regular. Bryce smiled, buy my sub 2 and I'm in. Mike raised an eyebrow. Seriously, your list nets twice what mine does. My car payment's twice as much, and I don't buy my clothes at the outlet mall. Mike looked down at his loosely knotted navy blue tie and the white cotton shirt underneath it. He glanced at Bryce's trim-fit shirt that was designed to show off the results of his more expensive gym membership. If he wasn't such a nice guy, Mike would hate him, he sighed. Okay, as long as you don't cancel at the last second. This is the last second, said Bryce, and I. Shouts behind them caught their attention. Across from them in the aisle, two men held a case of bottled spring water, both tugging at it. One of them tried to hold onto a package of toilet paper but dropped it. The larger man on the left had a better grip. The smaller man, closer to the empty shelf behind him, was red-faced and angry. I had it first, said the shorter man. Let go of it. You cut me off, said the larger man. You saw me coming for it and you cut me off. Mike scanned the shelves. They were empty, all of them, on both of the aisles. He looked up and saw the sign above it. Bottled water, flavored water, juice drinks, all of it was gone. I'm calling a manager, said the shorter man, tightening his grip. I had this first, it's the last one. The larger man tugged. That's why I'm taking it. A crowd was gathering at the edges of the aisle. Men and women with overfull carts or loaded arms watched in rapt silence. A man in a green vest scurried past them, almost slipping on the floor in his loafers, and reached the tug-of-war with his arms flailing above his head. A wave of unease washed across Mike. He swallowed hard. His heart thumped in his chest. He wasn't involved in the argument, but it made him nervous, as if he were in the middle of it. This was what Mike avoided at all costs. Stop, Green Vest said. No fighting in the store, I've called security. Neither man let go of the water, neither budged except to try to wrench the case from the other. Mike scanned the store. He noticed how empty many shelves were, how congested the aisles were with scurrying people checking off lists. Their faces were clenched with worry or concern that told Mike there was something he'd missed. There's no hurricane, he muttered. The season's almost over. Yeah, Bryce said, so. Why is there a run on everything? Why are two guys fighting over the last case of water on a Friday night? Bryce shrugged, I dunno. There's a flu going around, said the man in front of Mike. He had a thick New York accent that only amplified his condescension. Don't you watch the news? A flu? It's pneumonia, actually, said a woman 2 people ahead of Mike. She had a basket hanging at the crook of her arm and a blue surgical mask over her mouth and nose. It's not here yet, but it's coming. People are getting it everywhere. What does that have to do with groceries? Asked Bryce. The man ahead of Mike smirked. People are panicking, they always do, you know, like when a storm's coming and the news blows it out of proportion. "So you watch the news," said Mike, "but you don't believe it." The man's smirk devolved into a frown. "You asked, I'm just telling you what's going on." "It's not blown out of proportion," said the masked woman. "People are dying from it." "Says the woman wearing a mask," said the man. "This isn't bird flu." "You're right," the woman said. "It's not flu, it's pneumonia, and it spreads fast." "Let's skip the subs," said Mike. "Just get the beer and go, I think." A loud bang snapped everyone's attention back to the tug-of-war in the aisle across from the deli line. The case of water was on the floor. The shorter man had the larger one by the throat and pinned against a shelving unit. The manager danced around them like a boxing referee. The larger man shoved back and punched the smaller one in the chest as two uniform-clad security guards appeared at the opposite end of the aisle. The men grappled, grabbing at clothes and reaching blindly for each other's faces. They grunted and cursed. People watched, recording it with their cell phones, streaming it live on social media. One bystander, a basket in one hand and a phone in the other, was narrating it like the play-by-play announcer for an MMA fight. The guards rushed the two men and separated them. The larger one backhanded one of the guards and lunged at his tug-of-war opponent. The crowd gasped with a collective ooh at the sound of the slap. The guard stumbled but regained his balance and helped his partner separate the two men for good. Outside, the muted whoop of a police siren warbled. "You believe this?" asked Bryce. "It's like the octagon in the middle of aisle 3. "I don't believe it." Two police officers joined the guards and led the men from the aisle in cuffs. A smattering of applause erupted from the onlookers. The live streams ended, people checked what they'd recorded and worked to share it. The play-by-play announcer slid into the aisle and picked up the case of water. He struggled with it in his basket, heaving both toward the registers. Mike checked the line for the subs. 15 people stood ahead of him. "They're out of turkey," said the man ahead of him. "And prosciutto." "Seriously?" asked Mike. "How do you know?" "The deli lady just announced it," he said. "They're low on tomatoes, too." Mike sighed and stepped out of the line. He started toward the chilled aisle with the beer cooler. "Where are you going?" asked Bryce. "What about the sub?" "They're running out of stuff," he said. "I've got plenty for sandwiches at home." "Let's just get the beer." He swiped a plastic bag full of Publix bread rolls from a table display and swung them around like a tassel. Over his shoulder, he motioned to Bryce, who still hadn't stepped from the line. "Come on, Bryce, it's the bread that makes it anyway. I got the last package of rolls." Bryce shrugged and hustled to catch up to Mike. He nudged him on the shoulder as they turned the corner toward the cooler. "Hey, I got an alert about the pneumonia thing." Mike eased to a stop in front of the imported beer section of the cooler. He scanned the selection. It was sparse. "On your phone?" he asked Bryce. "I didn't think you watched the news." "I don't, but I get alerts on my phone. Sports, news, weather." Mike was looking for Guinness Draft. There wasn't any. Pacifico was gone too, as well as Newcastle Brown Ale. So what's it say? Bryce held his phone up to his face in one hand, swiping his thumb back and forth. "It's a link to a British article," he said. "It says the disease started in refugee camps in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. More specifically, it says it came from Syria and Ukraine. They think aid workers might have spread it from one camp to the next. They don't know where exactly it started." Mike found a six-pack of Beck's and another of Negra Modelo. He grabbed the Modelo first. Bryce grabbed some hard cider. "They're saying that it's already spread to Western Europe," said Bryce. "And there's no doubt it's coming to the United States and Mexico. Brazil is likely next." Mike set the Modelo on the edge of the cooler, then he stretched for the Beck's. "It's not here yet." "I don't like Beck S," said Bryce, looking up from the phone. He jutted his chin toward the cooler. "What about the Dos Equis Ambar?" Mike took 2 steps to his left to pick up the Dos Equis. Another man approached and pointed at the Becks. "That yours?" the stranger asked. "Take it." The stranger smiled. "Thanks, wouldn't have wanted to fight you for it." Mike chuckled. "Me neither." "It's probably here," said Bryce, his eyes on the screen. Mike grabbed both six-packs and put the bread under his arm. "What is?" "The pneumonia," said Bryce. "Scientists think it's here, it's incubating, some have it but they don't know they have it. Others might be sick but think it's a cold or the flu." "But it's not the flu," said Mike, moving past Bryce and walking the length of the aisle toward the registers. Bryce followed. "It's definitely not the flu, they've already got a name for it." Mike found the end of the line to the closest register. There were easily 10 people ahead of him. He stopped, handed a six-pack to Bryce, and raised an eyebrow. What are they calling it? A harried woman with a sour look on her face and a full cart in front of her bulldozed her way between Mike and the person in front of him. She said nothing and shoved past. He noticed the air was different. There was a palpable tension. He couldn't be sure if it was from the fight earlier, the crowded aisles, the long lines, or the sense that something was irrevocably wrong. The hair on his neck stood and a chill snaked down his back. Bryce held up his phone, showing Mike the article. A color photograph was at the screen's center. Bodies were piled on top of one another, resembling something from a war zone or one of the pandemic movies he caught on Netflix or Amazon Prime. The caption read that it was from the Czech city of Kladno, a city 25 kilometers northwest of the nation's capital. His eyes flitted between the image and Bryce's worried expression. Bryce lowered the phone. "Dude," he said, "they're calling it the Scourge." Chapter 2. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. The hangover was thick in Mike's head, the aftertaste of hard cider pasty on his tongue. He was on one sofa. Bryce was on the other. They'd fallen asleep after watching the Spaceman movie on Netflix and binging a few episodes of a new Western series on Hulu. He couldn't remember where they'd left off on television, but he could tell from the dozen empty bottles on the coffee table and the floor where they'd managed to end the night with regard to the beer. He rubbed his eyes and raked his tongue across his teeth. His breath was horrible. Bryce was faced on one leg hanging off his sofa. His mouth was open and he was half snoring. Mike sat up and reached for his phone. The blood rushed to his head and his temples throbbed with pain. He groaned and sank back onto the sofa with his phone. It told him it was almost noon and he'd missed 3 calls and a text from someone. Mike had a feature on his phone that hid the caller's identity on the lock screen. He didn't like other people knowing his business unless he wanted them to know it. He held the phone up to his face to unlock it, and the screen repopulated with a new screen and the name of the person who'd been trying to reach him. Ashley Pomerantz. Mike closed his eyes and reopened them. He rubbed them and moved the screen. Ashley Pomerantz. He thumbed open the text screen and scrolled to the newest message. Was there a chance? He didn't have plans tonight. Hi Mike, sorry about canceling. I feel horrible, but I am sick. I've got a fever, my head hurts. Do you think you could help me out? Mike's thumbs hovered over the digital keyboard on the screen. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. She'd reached out to him, but she wanted his help. Why him? Bryce rustled on the sofa across from him. He pulled his leg up onto the sofa and rolled onto his side. "Morning, dude," he said, his voice groggy sounding like he had something caught in his throat. "Sorry I passed out." Mike rubbed his temples. "No problem," he said absently. "Hey, guess who texted me? She called me too, 3 times. Bryce pushed himself into a sitting position and snatched his phone from the coffee table, knocking over an empty bottle which fell onto the table and spun in a circle. Beer trickled from its mouth onto the glass. "Sorry," he said. "And who?" "Ashley Pomerantz." Bryce pinched the bridge of his nose and winced. Apparently he was hungover too. How had 6 beers apiece hammered them? "Why?" asked Bryce. "Hey, you got any aspirin?" Mike shrugged. "I don't know, I mean about Ashley, I don't know. I've got some aspirin, hang on." Mike got to his feet, steadied himself, and walked gingerly toward the kitchen. He talked over his shoulder as he moved. "She said she's sick and needs me to do something for her. She apologized for ditching me." He stepped onto the cool tile of the kitchen floor, squinting against the bright light filling the room from the large window above the stainless steel sink. Reaching into the upper cabinet next to the sink, he spun the collection of over-the-counter medications he kept there, finding 3 different kinds of pain medication. Then he noticed the empty vodka bottle and twin shot glasses in the sink. Nemiroff honey pepper. The stuff was incredible. No doubt Bryce had agreed. Now he understood the hangover. "Aspirin, acetaminophen, or naproxen sodium?" he asked, placing his hands on the counter and locking his elbows. He lowered his chin to his chest and squinted his eyes closed, awaiting the answer. Said Bryce, "What's what? Give me brand names. I can't ever get them straight. And she's playing you. She knew you didn't have plans last night." "Tylenol is acetaminophen. The other one is Alev, and I agree with you." "Alev," chided Bryce. "What are you, 60? Isn't that arthritis medicine? Did you respond to her yet?" "Alev is good after workouts. I'll get you Tylenol." "No, I just saw the messages. I don't know if I'm responding." "Water, please." Mike picked up the Tylenol bottle and plucked 2 bottles of water from his refrigerator. He was running low. It crossed his mind he should have taken the last case from the grocery store. When he stepped back into the living room, Bryce had the remote control aimed at the television. The wall-mounted screen was tuned to a cable news channel. "Dude," said Bryce, "you still have cable." "No, it's Sling. I don't pay for cable." "I don't know anybody who does." Bryce took the bottled water and held out his hand as Mike shook 2 pills into his palm. "I just figured since you still shop at the outlet mall." "You're a funny guy," said Mike, "so I've been told." Mike sank onto his sofa and propped his feet on the coffee table, avoiding a pair of bottles. He tossed back 2 Tylenol and took a swig of cold water to chase it. Bryce turned up the volume. It was too loud. They both winced, and he lowered the sound 2 clicks. The news anchor had a dour expression. Behind her was a superimposed image emblazoned with the words "A New Plague." There was another, smaller graphic in the upper left corner of the screen that showed the news was a replay of a newscast that had originally aired at 2 in the morning. "Appears to have begun in Iranian refugee camps. The pneumonia is believed to come from a deadly bacterial strain scientists have isolated to Yersinia pestis. It's airborne, spreads rapidly, and can kill its host within 48 hours in extreme conditions." Reporter John Mubarak brings us the latest from a camp north of the Iran-Turkmenistan border, near the city of Ashgabat. "I thought it started in Syria," said Mike. Bryce took a pull on the bottle and shrugged. He swallowed the mouthful of water. "Who knows, man? But this sounds serious, right?" The reporter looked wizened, as if he'd worked for days with no breaks other than a few minutes for smokes and coffee. A black and white beard that resembled the unkempt mange of a homeless man hid much of his face. Through the mountains of northeastern Iran to reach this camp was a challenge enough for the thousands who braved it, he said. Now that they're here, they're facing a graver danger in this tent city with close quarters. A deadly disease international doctors have nicknamed the scourge is ravaging those at their most vulnerable. Bryce thumbed the remote and changed the channel. It switched to another news channel. "Sure," said Mike. "Change the channel, make yourself at home." Bryce smirked and turned up the volume. He took another swig of his water. The screen was split between a news anchor and some communicable disease expert from Houston, Texas. The expert was in a white lab coat with the city's skyline behind him. "What I'm saying is that this is something about which everyone should be concerned. The speed of transmission, the latency, and the mortality rate all contribute to a perfect storm. This strain is powerful. It's a superbug, and we don't have an effective way of combating it." "Given all of that," asked the news anchor, "what do you suggest our viewers do? Should they go to their doctors if they exhibit the earliest symptoms? Should they stay home?" The expert paused and looked off camera, then his eyes found the camera again. "I don't know what to say," he said, his brow furrowed. Already Eastern Europe is coping with its worst outbreak of disease in decades. There are cases reported in London and Glasgow. Montreal had its first confirmed case this morning. Mexico City reported 7 cases within the last hour. Hospitals are already at capacity in some locations. Ventilators are at a premium. The news anchor held up a hand. Concern spread across his face. "Wait, you're telling me the disease is already in North America, which confirms reports we've heard, and that there's nothing we can do to stop it. Do people even go to work, to school, to the grocery store, or should they barricade themselves inside safe rooms and turn off the air conditioning to their homes?" Mike uncapped his bottled water and sipped from it. He thumbed condensation from the vinyl label on the outside of the bottle. He'd forgotten about Ashley for the moment. "I'm not trying to be alarmist," said the expert. The news anchor stared directly into the camera. His face was reddened beneath his makeup. "You are being alarmist. You're telling us this is an apocalyptic pandemic. What you're saying is bound to induce panic." Words scrolled along the bottom of the screen. They were more concerning than the expert. 20,000 dead in Iran. Syrian state media reports widespread violence and panic. Hundreds dead in Czech Republic. UK on lockdown. France, Germany, Italy declare martial law. International air traffic under review. "Then I'm alarmist," said the expert. "I'm only telling you that for my family I have to interrupt you," said the news anchor. "We've got breaking news. The Federal Aviation Administration has ceased all international travel. There are no incoming or outgoing flights. I understand there's a press conference in Washington. Let's take you there live." The screen swirled with a new breaking news graphic, which spun off the screen to reveal a grim man at a lectern. The graphic underneath him read Jason Lee, FAA Administrator. Abundance of caution, we've come to that conclusion. We understand the inconvenience and the impact of this decision. We did not reach it lightly, I assure you. But given the intelligence provided to our agency by the Centers for Disease Control, the World Health Agency, the International Red Cross, the United Nations Security Council, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, we are taking what we know to be the best course of action. Mike and Bryce exchanged glances, and Mike wondered if his expression appeared as worried as his friend S. His head pounded, and he regretted the Nemiroff and the hard cider. He pinched the bridge of his nose and turned back to the television. A reporter was asking a question of the FAA administrator. Current air traffic. That's an excellent question, said the administrator. He gripped both sides of the lectern. On any given day, we would have 87,000 flights over the United States. A good third of them are commercial flights. Then there are general aviation aircraft, otherwise known as private aircraft. Additionally, there are air taxis and cargo planes, and this doesn't include military aircraft. Administrator Lee put on a pair of round, wireframe glasses that rested on the end of his nose. He looked down at something on the lectern and ran his fingers along it. He looked up and took off the glasses, gesticulating with them as he spoke. We've got 4,700 commercial flights in the air right now. Once they've landed, we'll initiate the ground stop. There are also more than 600 airborne general aviation aircraft, additional taxis, and cargo. They've all been asked to complete the current leg of their flight plans and then hangar their respective aircraft. We expect within 4 hours all air traffic in the United States will cease for the time being. That includes the package service and cargo flights I mentioned. The only planes you'll see in the sky, the only aircraft, will be military. If you have questions about that, I'd refer you to the duty. Lee pointed with the glasses at another reporter. He folded the frames and stuck them into the breast pocket of his dark blue suit jacket. The bright red necktie was loose at his unbuttoned collar but still knotted. What about travelers who are stranded? Asked the reporter. How do they reach their final destinations? Lee nodded his understanding of the questions. His expression tightened with genuine empathy. It's a difficult situation, to be sure. We're talking about thousands, possibly tens of thousands of air travelers who either can't get home because they're stuck somewhere, or those who are mid-trip on what was to be a layover. Bryce muted the television with the remote. Dude, imagine how much that would suck, like you're on a trip to LA and you can't get back. Even worse, if you're at an airport like Houston or Atlanta and you can't get a rental car or anything. I don't know what I'd do. Bryce aimed the remote at the television. This is unreal. We'll not have an answer. The best I can tell you is that this will create an uncomfortable situation for those who cannot find alternate forms of transportation. We did not make this decision lightly. We are doing this because it's what we believe is the most prudent course of action given the lethality and unpredictability of the illness. Mike's phone chimed, another text message. He held the device up to his face and it unlocked. As he thumbed the screen to read the text, Bryce's phone chirped and vibrated on the glass coffee table. Bryce muted the television again and reached for his phone. He grunted, leaning as far as he could without getting up. Are you kidding me? Mike said after reading the text. He sighed and motioned to Bryce's phone, still a half-inch from Bryce's fingers. Don't bother reading it. Bryce sat back, his eyebrows wrinkled with concern. What? I bet you got the same text I did, said Mike. That's Hank, he wants us at work, ASAP. It's Saturday, said Bryce. What's it say? Mike cleared his throat. Sales team, he read, I need you at the station today. We have to clear our third quarter books. Given the circumstances, not a good idea to wait until Monday to make this happen. This is not optional. It's not a drill. Be there. I'll buy dinner and breakfast. Bryce cursed under his breath. Then he cursed again, louder. The world is ending, said Mike, and our boss is worried about accounting. Chapter 3. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. The airport was a zoo. Orlando's airport was always chaotic. It overflowed with families unaccustomed to the ritual of efficient travel and clueless vacation-fogged tourists who didn't know their left from their right. It always made moving through the airport as unenjoyable as Merriam-Webber experienced at any of the many places she traveled. She was a social media brand consultant who pulled in mid-six figures and who was on the road 2/3 of the year. Orlando was one place she visited often, working with both a water park and a hospital chain. She spent a week working her magic and was ready to be home in North Carolina. It was fall in the Triangle, her favorite time of year. The cool air was scented with firewood and charcoal, and the sun shone enough to burn off the chill of early morning. She had a date that night. He worked at a software company, and his online profile was promising. She scoured his social media profiles. There were a lot of pictures of the guy at sporting events, hockey, college basketball, on the golf course. There were few photographs or mentions of women. She could tell he hadn't scrubbed his accounts in a while, so he wasn't hiding anything. Too many men tried to hide things, not this one, and that was what made the delay unpalatable. She checked her watch and glanced at the crowd of people ahead of her in line for security. Making it back in time for the planned rendezvous at a downtown Raleigh oyster bar was not likely. People who were not supposed to be in the line for pre-check, and who didn't hold platinum premium status, clogged the artery that might have otherwise led to a smooth, effortless trip to the twin monorails, leading to her terminal and an hour in the frequent flyers Platinum Premium Club. She was twirling her packed carry-on suitcase on its spinner wheels when the announcement through the overhead speakers drew her attention, and she froze. Was she hearing this right? All air traffic was stopped. "If you have cleared security, please proceed to the monorail for egress to the main terminal," said the monotone, disaffected voice. "If you have not yet cleared security, please move to your airline's ticketing counter for further instructions. Again, all flights are indefinitely delayed." Miriam didn't wait for the message to repeat. She slid underneath the vinyl barrier, extending it up over her as she stepped out of line. Suitcase in tow, its wheels rolling effortlessly across the floor, she moved toward the big board that gave the latest flight information. Her jaw slackened as she stood there, watching the word "canceled" populate next to flight after flight after flight. Every one of the dozens of departing flights had the notation next to it. That included her nonstop to RDU, originally scheduled to depart in 2 hours. A crowd was gathering around her, fingers pointing and frustration rising in voices. Children cried, men cursed. Women soothed. Miriam checked over her shoulder toward the escalators that led down toward the baggage claim and the rental car counters. They were packed. Already people merged in a haphazard, panicked way. She pulled her phone from the outside pocket of her crossbody purse and tapped to the ride-sharing app she used to get from her hotel to the airport less than an hour earlier. 2 more taps and a high-end SUV was on its way to get her. She made a note to have it pick her up from departing flights. It was always easier to get out of an airport from the departing flights level. People were in a hurry. At arriving flights, too many people waited for their passengers. It made getting out of the airport taxing. Miriam didn't enjoy taxing. She liked Instagram-quality moments 24 hours a day. There were 2 people she could call. One was an older cousin who lived in New Smyrna Beach. Another was a like-minded friend of hers from college, whom she hadn't seen in months, who lived in an Orlando suburb. Miriam had a standing invitation to stay with her. She'd do that. The cousin would be her backup. He was a good guy who'd help her in a pinch. But he had a wife and 2 kids, and from his social media appeared boring. Her friend from college was anything but boring. If Miriam Weber was going to be stuck in Central Florida lamenting the loss of a hot date, it would be far better to whine and whine than to feign interest in her cousin's basic existence. Still, she pulled up his contact info, tapped the address to pop up the directions in a mapping application, and took a screenshot. It was easier to pull up a pic than to go searching again, especially if she was in a spot that had bad reception. Typing with both thumbs, she sent a quick DM to her friend through a social media app. She told her she was on her way, would see her soon, and the drinks were on her. She closed the app and refocused on getting out of the airport. Wafts of cheap cologne and body odor drifted past her. She drew up her nose and held her breath. Miriam turned sideways to squeeze between the 2 people next to her and moved deliberately through the deepening crowd, transfixed by the big board. She gave quick smiles and thank yous to the people who moved out of her way. Those who didn't were asked politely at first, and then less politely when she shouldered her way past them without regret. After it taking longer than it should have, Miriam rolled her bag and the leather briefcase atop it, through the glass exit doors and back into the surprisingly humid Central Florida air. The traffic at the curb was heavier than when she'd arrived. Horns and shouts were drowned out by accelerating bus engines and police whistles. Miriam checked her phone. Amir, her driver, was 2 minutes away. He was in a black Land Rover with Florida plates. She fingered away the perspiration from her temples and dabbed it from under her eyes. Amir had better have the AC on blast. Chapter 4. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. The radio station was south of Lake Mary Boulevard and fronted the eastbound lanes of I-4. On a normal day in rush hour traffic, it would take Mike 15 minutes to drive from the parking spot outside his apartment to the one in front of the station. Today, he and Bryce had been in his Jeep 45 minutes and still had a couple of blocks to go. They'd taken his Jeep because Bryce didn't want to put mileage on his. The lease was low mileage. Plus, Bryce contended his headache was worse than Mike's. Mike wasn't sure how that was possible. He felt every pulse in his temples and across his forehead. "This is ridiculous," said Bryce. Mike tapped the accelerator and the brakes simultaneously. The Jeep edged forward and jerked to a stop. "That's the 5th time you've said that." "It's that ridiculous," said Bryce. The lines at the gas stations spilling into traffic. The stuffed shopping center parking lots. It's like 10 times what happens when a hurricane is on the way. Mike couldn't disagree. He'd lived through countless hurricane seasons along the Atlantic coast. June to December always carried the possibility of a threat. Storms bloomed in the Caribbean at first, then they crossed the ocean from the western African coast. Central Florida was on constant alert. At least it felt that way. For days at a time, Channels 9, 6, and 2 would post reporters along the coast in Brevard or Volusia counties. They'd stand in front of the calm surf and talk about what was coming. They're meteorologists, or whether people would stand in front of maps that showed the swirling low-pressure systems, talking about different models, all of which pointed to a different landfall location. Mike received alerts from the stations to both his phone and his tablet. There would be frightening headlines. Half the time the storms didn't materialize into anything damaging. Everything was breaking or developing or urgent. Everything. Yet Bryce was right. Even when a Category 4 or 5 might churn offshore, people didn't act like this. Sure, they cleared the grocery stores of water and canned goods and gas stations ran dry. Never were people this panicked, though. "Should we be shopping instead of going to work?" asked Bryce. "I mean, if the world is coming to an end, we won't have jobs to get fired from." "From which," Mike corrected. Bryce arched an eyebrow. "From which what?" "Jobs from which to get fired," said Mike. "You ended the sentence in a preposition." Bryce rolled his eyes. "That's annoying. You should stop doing that." "Stop doing what?" "Correcting people's grammar. That might be why you have trouble finding a woman to go out with." "With whom to?" Mike stopped himself and smirked. "That was on purpose, wasn't it?" Bryce flashed a broad grin. "Yeah, besides, I think we have bigger fish to fry than whether or not I end a sentence in a preposition." Mike shrugged. "Sorry, it's a bad habit. I was an English major." The Jeep inched forward. The SUV in front of them tapped its brakes, its lights strobing red. Bryce laughed. "What's funny?" asked Mike. "English major," said Bryce. "I never knew that about you. I thought my degree was useless." "What did you major in?" Bryce raised an eyebrow again. "In what did I major?" "Funny. Health management. And you're in sales." "Dude," said Bryce, "you go where the job is. I couldn't get a job managing anything, let alone people's health, so I got into sales. I'm good at it. People like me." Mike pressed his turn signal. He needed to turn left across 2 lanes of solid bumper-to-bumper traffic. The signal flashed quickly in the dash. He needed a new bulb he hadn't bought or installed. He was pretty sure the rear signal worked, he thought. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, and from the corner this vision saw Bryce flip down the visor, flip open the mirror, and rake his fingers through his hair. People did like Bryce. There was something endearing about his douchiness. As much as Mike privately condescended to Bryce's affinity for all things shiny and expensive, he secretly wished he were a little more like him. Then Ashley might have been interested. He might have a better list, make more money, drive a car that didn't need a new turn signal. A woman in a brown station wagon motioned for Mike to cut across her lane of traffic. He waved thank you to the rare show of kindness amidst the controlled chaos of Lake Mary Boulevard, let his foot off the brake, and idled in front of her. He waved at the car in the second lane and forced a smile to cut in front of it too. Then he pushed on the gas and darted into the drive that wound to the parking lot for the complex of buildings that housed the radio station. They passed a gas station that shared the driveway with the complex. A large piece of cardboard was affixed with silver duct tape to the pole underneath its sign. The uneven lettering was drawn in green marker, "Out of gas and bottled H2O." The parking lot was as congested as the street. Mike circled it twice, no spots. Bryce pointed toward the edge of the lot. "Park on the grass, nobody's going to care today." Mike jumped the low curb and parked on the grass. The Jeep rattled like an old man clearing his throat. "You need a new Jeep," said Bryce. "This one's on its last leg." Mike climbed from his seat and shut the door behind him. He met Bryce at the back of the Jeep and they walked together toward the building closest to them. "I can't afford it," said Mike. "Plus, I'm attached to it. It's been good to me. It's got new tires." "It smells like mildew on the inside," said Bryce. "And it vibrates like a bed in a cheap hotel room." "I doubt you've ever been in a cheap hotel room." Bryce swiped his key card at a magnetic lock to the side of the building's front door. Its red light flashed green and the door clicked. He held it open and gestured to Mike like a doorman paid to do the job. "You'd be surprised where I've stayed. You ever been to Mardi Gras? Stayed in Slidell because you couldn't get a room in New Orleans. Paid for 24 hours up front because the hotel charges by the hour. No refunds after 10 minutes. Mike led Bryce through the plain tile lobby of the building and pressed the key at the bank of twin elevators at its center. He tapped the button a couple of times even after it was lit. He sighed. "Can't say I have, but I'm guessing you have." Bryce grinned. "Do you'd?" He drew the word out like a surfer in Cocoa Beach. "I'll have to tell you about it sometime, at least the parts of it I can remember." The elevator chimed and the stainless doors swooshed open. They stepped in and Mike pressed the button for the second floor. The doors closed. "Lots of hard cider at Mardi Gras?" asked Mike. Now he was the one smiling. Bryce pinched the bridge of his nose. "Too soon, I'm still feeling it." "It was the vodka," said Mike. Bryce nodded. "Definitely the vodka." The elevator doors opened to a wide space that served as the lobby for the radio station. The receptionist, Donna, sat behind a waist-high desk emblazoned with the station's call letters and frequency. She was engrossed in whatever was on her computer screen and didn't notice her coworkers when they stepped past her. Her hands were over her mouth, elbows planted on the desk. Her eyes were wide, pupils large, soaking in whatever was on the display. Mike waved at her. "Hey, Donna, you okay?" She blinked as if brought back to the moment and turned. She tried out a weak smile that flattened as quickly as it appeared. She looked as if she'd seen a ghost or 1,000 of them. "Hi guys, sorry, I'm just have you seen this?" She pivoted the monitor on its stand. The images playing out on the screen resembled scenes from low-budget disaster movies. Mike half expected to see a radioactive dinosaur emerge and swat its way through the smoke and carnage. "Where is that?" asked Bryce. "Athens," said Donna, "and it's the same in Istanbul." Mike tried to make sense of what he was seeing. "Are those people?" Donna nodded blankly, her eyes glossed with tears. She covered her mouth, muffling a gasp. "Is it the plague?" asked Bryce. Donna nodded again. Tears rolled from her eyes and her chin quivered. She pulled her trembling hands from her face. "They say it's coming here," she said in a quavering voice. "That it's already here." Bryce studied the unreal images glowing on the screen. He swallowed. His face went ashen. "That can't be, it can't be." Mike studied the video. He took in the center of the screen first. Then he tried to make sense of the bottom left, then the top right. It was a live feed from Athens. It was already Saturday night in the Greek capital. The flames glowed orange against the black, distorting the video at the edges of the large fires. The smoke pouring from them made the night appear even blacker. In the distance, through the drifts of smoke, the illuminated ruins of the Acropolis stood atop the Parthenon at the city's center. "They're burning bodies in the streets," said Donna. "They're piling them up and burning them in the streets." She was right. People in bright yellow protective suits, their faces obscured by the dim light and their air filter-equipped hoods, carried limp bodies from the backs of trucks, heaving them onto growing piles of other presumably dead bodies. Then they lit them. The glow strobed at first, throbbing against the base of the piles. Then the flames spread into large towering pyres. Mike clenched his jaw. His chest felt heavy and a wave of nausea swelled in his gut. It was half a world away, but it felt closer. Donna said it was coming here, that it was already here. Planes stopped. Stores were stripped clean, gas stations went dry. The door next to the reception desk clicked open and swung into the lobby. A tall, broad-chested man with heavily gelled salt and pepper hair stood in the opening. He held one hand on the frame and the other on the door, like he was trying to push them apart with his strength. The effect was amplified by the way-too-tight trim-fit knit shirt the man wore tucked into his pleated khakis. "Gentlemen," he said, "glad you're here. Let's get to work." Donna turned back to her screen and planted her elbows on the desk. Mike and Bryce thanked her and followed Hank Swami into the office. Hank led with the confident stride of an alpha male. His broad shoulders were back, his arms swung away from his sides, his steps long and purposeful. He gave the impression when he walked that he always knew where he was going. He was a tough but fair boss. As the general sales manager for the station, he was in charge of everything income-related. Hank shook his wrist, a habit that powered the perpetual motion of his Omega stainless steel watch. He half-turned as they walked past one of 3 studios and back toward the sales offices. They called it the bullpen. "Hey," he said to both of them, though he only looked at Bryce, "we get enough done today and I may give you guys Monday off. We can let this whole virus thing blow over and hit the ground running on Tuesday. Get off to a good fourth quarter start. I've got a lead on 2 new accounts. Might toss them your way." "Me or Mike?" asked Bryce. "Both of you," he said. "There's enough to go around, am I right?" Mike wasn't sure they'd be at work on Monday or Tuesday or the following week or month. If they were burning bodies in Athens and Istanbul, how long before it happened in Paris, London, New York, Washington, D.C., or Orlando? They wove their way through the bullpen, a maze of high-walled cubicles, to the conference room. The room, which had floor-to-ceiling seamless glass panels that shone into the bullpen, was decorated with a long black lucite table with matching black ergonomic chairs around it. There were large flat-panel televisions mounted to the walls at opposite ends of the table. They were off. Mike took out his phone and navigated through his notifications. He had turned them off for 2 hours, not wanting the distraction while he worked. Hank pushed open the glass door with his forearm and motioned for Bryce and Mike to enter the room. Others already worked on laptops. One of them was Ashley Pomerantz. What was she doing here? She was sick. There was a plague. Mike stopped at the door and used his thumb to point toward the bullpen. He tried not to look at Ashley. "Do we have to be in here?" he asked. "Can't I just work at my desk?" Hank smirked. "It'll go faster if we're in here together. We'll stay on task that way. Anyone has questions, they've got resources right there to help." "My laptop is at my desk," said Mike. Hank shrugged. "Go grab it." Mike hesitated. He gestured toward Ashley and lowered his voice. "Should she be here? She's sick." "It's a cold. If you're thinking it's this plague thing, it's not. Go get your computer, get to work, finish up, go home." Although Mike wanted to question why they were being forced to work with someone who was sick in the middle of an impending crisis fueled by sick people, he didn't. Bryce took a seat across from Ashley. He spoke to Mike. "Hey, could you grab mine too, please?" Mike sighed. "All right." He backed away from the door and spun around to get the computers. He did not want to deal with Ashley, and it wasn't even because she was sick and shouldn't be there or because she'd canceled on him again. It was because he'd ignored her calls for help. Sure, she was using him, but he didn't like feeling as though he'd given her a reason not to like him, or better yet, a reason to like him even less than she apparently did already. Mike cursed himself for caring what she thought. Then he cursed himself for always caring what others thought of him. He needed approval from places he'd never find it. That was an issue. He was working on it. He grabbed Bryce's laptop first and took the charger too. Then he unplugged his laptop and tucked it under his arm. He didn't take the plug. A dying laptop was a good excuse to leave the collective and work alone. Ashley ignored him when he sat down next to Bryce. Her nose was running. Her face was flushed, her glassy eyes puffy and framed with dark circles. She coughed twice into the crook of her arm. Mike thought she looked horrible. She looked horrible for Ashley Pomerantz. Even with an apparent fever, she was a 10, he was still a 7. Bryce flipped open his laptop and logged into the bookkeeping software the sales department used to keep track of sales, payments, and debts yet to be collected. Mike did the same. He tried not glancing at Ashley, but the more he thought about not doing it, the more he was compelled to look at her. Why was she here? Every time she shifted in her seat or moved to blow her nose, Mike quickly averted his eyes. Finally, he decided to tackle the elephant in the room. He waved at her. "Hey, Ashley," he said. "How are you feeling? I'm sorry about not getting back to you. I didn't see your texts until this morning." She stared through him, expressionless. Then her nose twitched and she sniffed. "I called you too," she said. "You didn't answer." Mike shrugged. He could feel Bryce watching him. Everyone was watching him. "I'm sorry, I didn't." She coughed loudly in her hands. The hack was wet, laced with whatever was infecting her lungs. The color drained from her face as she worked to catch her breath. Mike scooted back from the table and looked around the room. Everyone was staring, but they weren't looking at him. They were wide-eyed and slack-jawed with their attention fully on Ashley. The sick woman pulled her hands away from her mouth and sucked in a raspy, ragged breath. She tried clearing her throat. Then she appeared to notice the silence, the stares. Her eyes darted around the room. Her face squeezed with confusion, her brow knitted, and she formed the first questioning word on her lips. She looked down and saw the spray of bright red blood on her hands on the table in front of her on the edges of her computer screen. Ashley's mouth pressed flat, her wide eyes flooded with tears as she stared at her trembling hands. She gasped. That started another fit. Her cheeks puffed as she tried to hold back the blood. She couldn't. Everyone at the table sat still. Nobody moved. It was as if they were frozen by their fear. Mike pushed back and stood. He looked around the room at the shock-induced ineptitude. "Call an ambulance," he said to nobody in particular. Without waiting for a response, he picked up his own phone and dialed 911. He took another step back from the table, almost tripping over his chair, and pressed his phone to his ear. There was a clicking sound and a recorded voice that dispassionately announced, "Due to an unusually high volume of calls, all operators are busy. Please hold." Mike pulled the phone from his ear and stared at the screen to be sure he'd dialed the right number. He had. Again, he put the phone to his ear. "Are busy, please hold." A series of clicks followed the message. Then a single ring and a live operator answered. Ashley was still coughing, gasping for air between hacks. Nobody helped her. Hank was dumbstruck at the far end of the conference room, his hands flat against his laptop keyboard. 911, said the emergency operator. "Do you need police, ambulance, or fire?" "Ambulance," said Mike. "I've got." "Slow down," said the operator. "We'll get there. I'm showing an address on Lake Mary Boulevard. Is that correct?" "Oh, yes." Mike tried, not looking at Ashley, at the blood, at her convulsing body. She couldn't catch her breath. It was horrible to watch. He pressed his free hand against his other ear to block the noise. Nobody else moved. Nobody tried to help her. "Tell me what's wrong," said the operator. In the background, Mike could hear the voices of other operators, fingers clicking on keyboards. There was the sound of radios squelching in various pitched tones. "A woman is sick," he said, his voice trembling. "She's coughing up blood. She's, I dunno, having a seizure." "A seizure?" "I dunno," said Mike. "She's shaking. It might be from the coughing. She can't catch her breath. There's blood everywhere." The operator was typing, her keyboard clacking. In the background, radios chirped. "Hello?" asked Mike. "Are you?" "Hang with me, sir," said the operator. "Stay on the line. I'm getting someone to you." "Can we do anything?" said Mike. Ashley was turning gray. Her eyes bulged. The sales rep who'd been sitting next to her had rolled away. "Try to give her some warm water," said the operator. "If she can drink it, that might help." "Why is she coughing up blood?" asked Mike. "Is it the plague?" The operator stopped typing. A scratching sound signaled the woman adjusting the microphone at her face. It could be bronchitis, it could be a vascular issue, it could be cancer. Does she have cancer?" "No," Mike said, more roughly than he intended. "She doesn't have cancer." Mike turned to Bryce. His friend was sitting stiffly in his chair, eyes fixed on Ashley like an alien was about to burst from her chest. "Bryce," said Mike, "can you get her some warm water?" Bryce looked at Mike blankly. "What?" "Water," said Mike. "Get Ashley some water." Bryce nodded absently and got up from his seat. He clung to the glass wall of the conference room until he'd slid out the door. Everybody else in the room except Hank took the cue and left the room. Hank stood at the door with his arms folded across his chest, rubbing his elbows with his thumbs. Ashley stopped coughing and started wheezing. Her head was on the table. A pool of pink mucus drooled from her open mouth onto the surface. "I have an ambulance en route," said the operator. "Can you stay on the line with me?" "How long?" asked Mike. The others in the office, despite being selfish cowards, were probably smart for having left. If this was the plague, he was likely exposed. If that was the case, leaving now didn't matter. He might as well help his sick colleague. "Until the ambulance arrives, if that's possible." "No," Mike said. "How long until the ambulance gets here?" "I don't know," said the operator. "It could be 30 to 60. 30 seconds. 30 minutes to an hour," said the operator. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm sorry, sir." "No," he said. "I can't stay on that long." Mike gave the operator his name and cell phone number. He told her to call back if she needed him. He was going to help Ashley. Bryce walked into the room as Mike ended the call. He held 2 styrofoam coffee cups, one in each hand. "Hot water from the coffee maker," he said. "Best I could do." Mike waved him past Hank and toward Ashley. Bryce hesitated. "I don't know, dude. She's sick. If she's got the plague, I don't." "You're already exposed," said Mike. "Just help her." Bryce glanced at Hank, who stood frozen at the head of the table. The boss was chewing on his lower lip. He looked as sallow as Ashley. Mike worked his way around the opposite end of the table and eased next to Ashley. He sat down and put his hand on her back. Her blouse was soaked with sweat. She jerked at the touch, sat up, and looked at Mike. He barely recognized the apparition staring at him. Her eyes were glazed with confusion and pain. Her face was painted with blood and snot. "It's okay," Mike said to her, not sure if she could understand him. "I called 911. An ambulance is on its way." Bryce was on the other side. He reached down and put the cups of hot water on the table in front of Ashley. Then he took 2 deliberate steps back. Steam curled from the cups, twisting into the air and evaporating. Ashley tried to lift her head. Then her eyes fluttered, rolled back so that only the dingy whites were visible, and she collapsed. Her forehead banged into the desk and her body slumped to the floor. Chapter 5. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Candy Bellman rubbed her eyes and tried focusing on the screen in front of her. She adjusted the headset on her ears and tapped the space bar on her laptop. The interview displayed in a small box on the right side of her computer screen played. It was the beginning of the interview, the informal part before the questions began. The subject, a doctor at Orlando Regional Medical Center, was making small talk. The camera zoomed in and out. The focus softened and sharpened. The audio level went up and down. Off-screen, Candy heard her own voice. "Could you give me your name and spell it for me? It's the easiest question I'll ask today." The doctor on-screen flashed a smile. He looked directly into the lens. "I'm Dr. Chuck Moffat. Chuck is the conventional spelling. Moffat is spelled Moffatt. "And your job?" asked Candy. "Your specialty?" "I'm a pulmonary specialist, a pulmonologist," Moffat replied, "with a keen interest in infectious diseases. I work here at ORMC and am an adjunct professor at the University of Central Florida College of Medicine." "You should look at me," she said on the video. She was off camera. "Ignore the lens, it'll look better." Candy tapped the space bar and paused the video. She rubbed her eyes again and checked her watch. "I'm getting too old for this crap," she mumbled. She was getting too old for it. Candy was the grand dame of television reporters in Orlando. She'd been around since the late 90s. Now in her mid-50s, she worked twice as hard to look half as good as the 20-somethings who populated Central Florida's news stations. She drove herself around town, carried her own camera, shot the interviews, asked the questions, wrote the stories, picked the sound bites, and edited everything into a nice 1-minute and 30-second clip. Then she'd rewrite the story for the station's website, post versions of it to every social media platform in existence, and then go live for either a web stream or a scheduled newscast. Candy also worked weekends. No longer was she the up-and-coming star who broke every big story from Ocala to Cocoa Beach, or the grizzled veteran with an enviable Rolodex of contacts in every walk of life. Now she was merely grizzled and broken. But she needed the job. It was her life as much as it was her vocation, so she adapted. She became what they called a multimedia journalist, a fancy way of saying she carried her own gear and worked by herself. Long gone were the days of 2 or 3 people crews. No producers or engineers in the field for Candy. She was a one-woman band, and this Saturday she was working a local story about the growing threat of the pneumonic plague called the Scourge. Her producer, a kid less than half her age, had sent her to the hospital to interview an expert and grab some man-on-the-street sound bites about people's concerns or fears. Candy long believed man-on-the-street interviews, or MOS as they were commonly called in the business, were the refuge of the uninspired. Nobody cared what anybody thought about anything. It was a waste of time and web space. But she did what she was told. Now she was sitting in her compact SUV in the semicircle driveway in front of ORMC, transcribing the sound from those interviews so she could edit them into her story. She wanted a nap. She'd stayed up too late the night before. The reason for her insomnia was still in her apartment. He was waiting for her. He was a good-looking man with good credit and no wedding ring, a rare combination on any of the dating apps she'd used. This was their 9th date, and it wasn't over yet. That was a rarity. Candy was tired of men. They were needy or condescending or liars. So many of them were liars. Few of them could handle a woman who made her own money, paid her own bills, and handled her own business. Add that she was a fixture on local television who drew stares everywhere she went, and finding a lasting relationship was as likely as her news director assigning anyone to cover life-impacting issues at City Hall rather than the pedophile du jour or the latest pit bull attack. Phil was back at her place. He was a nice distraction from the mundane. Sure, he lived south of Daytona Beach along the coast, and that was a haul, but he was worth the distance. He was exciting. On their first date, he'd taken her to a shooting range. It was the first time she'd ever fired a gun. She liked it. They'd gone twice more since then, and he'd told her she was getting pretty good. They'd gone deep-sea fishing on a charter from Port Canaveral, catching their limit of kingfish. He'd filleted them, grilled them, and served her a beautiful dinner. He'd taken her bowling, which was her choice, and they'd gone to see a couple of chick flicks, also her choice. Those movies were a test for him, even if he didn't know it. Any man who would go watch a predictable romantic comedy with her and pay for it was a good man. Phil was a good man, as far as she could tell after 9 dates anyhow. He was kind, sweet, and he appreciated her physique. He took his time and made sure she had as much fun as he did. That was rare. When she'd woken up, he'd already made coffee and toasted cinnamon Pop-Tarts. He was different, wasn't he different? Her toes curled in her shoes at the thought of him. A smile crept across her face. She sighed and picked up her phone from the center console. Fingers dancing across the display, she dialed his number and put him on speakerphone. Phil picked up on the second ring. "Hey, you," he said, his voice purring. "I was wondering when you might call." Candy's face flushed. "Sorry, I've been working." "You?" "Sitting on your sofa watching the cable news coverage of this plague thing. It doesn't seem real." Her eyes flitted toward the emergency entrance to the hospital. Another couple moved toward the sliding glass doors. The woman was the sick one this time. A man had his arm draped across her hunched back, helping her along. "No," she said, "it doesn't." "What time you think you'll be back?" "I have a live shot at 6. Then I should be on my way. I can bring my station truck home. That way I don't have to go back to the station." "Sounds great," he said. He inhaled like he was about to say something else but didn't. "What?" Candy prompted. "Nothing," said Phil. "Well, that's not true, it's just that." "Just what?" Candy thought about what came next. He was married. Or this was getting too serious too fast. She didn't consider it serious, but a man would think she did. Her stomach sank. She was bothered by the dread in her gut more than by what she assumed Phil was about to unload. Did she feel something for this guy? "I don't do this," he said. "Do what?" "Stay over," he said. "Hang out at someone's house while they're not there. It's a big step." And the one-word question sounded as harsh as she intended. "I like it." The words hung there for a second. Candy wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. If she had, she wasn't sure how she felt about it. That wasn't true, but she wasn't ready to admit that to herself. 9 dates was only 9 dates. Then again, it was 400% longer than most of her relationships. 9 dates was an eternity. Candy tried to picture his ring finger. It was empty. There were no tan lines or indentions. "Oh," she said. Nothing else came to mind. Phil chuckled, a nervous laugh. Then he did a poor imitation of Candy, pretending that she'd responded with more than apparent ambivalence. "Wow, Phil," he said. "That's fantastic. I like it too. By the way, that Pop-Tart was delicious this morning." Candy smiled. "Sorry," she said, realizing it was the second time she'd apologized since calling him. That was unlike her too. "I'm not good at this," she offered as an olive branch. "I like you, Phil. I'm glad you stayed over. I hope you're there when I get back." "If I'm not and your television is gone, it wasn't me who took it." Candy affected a flirty tone, sensing the seriousness of the conversation had passed. "Is that so?" "If you're out of Pop-Tarts, though." She laughed again. Phil was funny and sweet. "I'll call you when I'm on my way." "Great," he said, "and Candy." "Oh, yes. I seriously didn't mean to freak you out." "I know." "About the Pop-Tarts," he added, "there are still 4 left." Candy groaned. He wasn't as funny as he thought he was. All men wanted to be funny. It was their thing. They needed to feel as though they could make a woman laugh. At least the ones who actually tried to be likable were the ones who tried to be funny. "I'll make dinner when you get back," he said. "I'm even better with a grilled cheese than I am with a toaster pastry, and I can heat up frozen French fries with the best of them." "With bacon." "The fries or the sandwich?" "Either," she said. "Both." "Got it, be careful out there." Candy told him she was eager to see him and she hung up. There was work to do. She pressed the space bar. The doctor started talking. "So the real concern with this infection," said Dr. Moffat, "is the speed with which it's spreading. Yersinia pestis is a particularly nasty bacteria regardless, and this strain appears to be remarkably aggressive, right?" "We're hearing some call this the plague," said Candy off-screen. "Is that accurate?" "Yes," said Moffat. "Why?" "The bacteria is spread a few different ways. One is through the bite from a rat flea. Another is from the fecal matter of an infected rat. A third method of transmission is through the air. We believe this outbreak began in the refugee camps in Ukraine and Syria. Candy pressed the space bar and finished typing the sound bite into her computer. She noted the embedded time code at the beginning of his response and at the end of it. She typed the total run time of the bite beneath the transcription, moved the cursor to the video playback portion of the screen, and hit the space bar again. Yersinia pestis causes the plague regardless of the transmission method, said Moffat. There are three primary forms of plague. One is bubonic, another is septicemic. The third is what we're seeing here. It's pneumonic, right? How do you stop it? Asked Candy on the recording. Although sunlight and dry conditions can kill the bacterium can often live in those conditions for up to an hour. It's not like you shine a light on it and you've killed it. This appears to be an airborne version of the threat, so it's dangerous, very dangerous. Also, we believe there's now a viral component to this. Viruses don't react to external conditions in the same fashion as bacteria. To be honest, this is a new strain, it's mutating. We don't know what to expect. So what do our viewers need to know? Asked Candy. What can they do to keep themselves safe? The doctor paused, his features hardened as he appeared to consider the question and formulate an answer. He started to raise his hands, then stuffed them into the pockets of his white lab coat, his jaw clenched and flexed. Not much, he said. Stay away from crowds, lock yourself in a room, turn off your air conditioning, keep your windows closed, wash your hands. I can't emphasize that enough. Candy hit the space bar, pausing the video. She finished typing the response. She read it several times and rewound the last answer again. Lock yourself in a room, turn off your air conditioning, keep your windows closed. She made note of the time code and let the interview play. She reached over and pressed a button in the center of the dash to turn off the air conditioning, then hit the recirculate button. Anything else? Candy asked on the video. What about symptoms, early signs? So, said the doctor. Candy had noticed that smart people, or people who thought they were smart, often began their responses with the word so. They also ended explanations with a rhetorical right. It was a subconscious condescension. The incubation on this strain appears to be up to a week, said the doctor. That means you could be infected for a period of time before you know it, right? So when you experience flu-like symptoms, tightness, or a heavy sensation in your chest, you need to get to your physician or local hospital. What about medication? Asked Candy. Can you take something as a preventative if you think you might have been exposed? There's no prophylactic for this, and we've not found an effective antibiotic. This appears to be a drug-resistant strain. Add to that the viral component and you're either strong enough to survive it or you're not. We do not have enough ventilators. We don't have enough masks, enough gloves. Not for what this is capable of doing. Who is the most vulnerable? Asked Candy. The young and the old. Moffat nodded. Yes, and those with already compromised immune systems, but I will say we've seen children survive this without infection. It's the damnedest thing. Their families are exposed, exhibit symptoms, present with the illness, even die, and some young children are fine. Why is that? Asked Candy. We don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Asked Candy. She found this to be the most effective question she could ask in an interview. It was always her last question, and the interview subjects gave their best answers. The doctor closed his eyes for a second and curled his lips inside his mouth. He visibly inhaled and held his breath, slowly exhaled as if blowing out lungs full of cigarette smoke, and he turned toward the camera. Pray, he said. Even if you're not a religious person, I suggest you pray. It can't hurt. This looks to me like the end of the world as we know it. Chapter 6. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. Mike stood in the men's room staring into the mirror. The hot water was running as it had been for several minutes, and the bottom half of the mirror was fogged with steam. He held his hand under the soap dispenser and it spit foam into his palm. Again, he lathered his hands and rubbed the soap across the backs of his hands, in between his fingers and up his wrists. Once they were washed clean, he repeated the process. They weren't dirty anymore, but he couldn't help himself. Mike looked into his own eyes and triggered another dollop of foam into his palm. He'd always wondered how he'd react to an emergency. Would he be someone who'd jump into action, or would he be one of the bystanders who watched and did nothing? He'd found out as Ashley unraveled in front of him he was the former. He had acted. He didn't hesitate. Others, including his friend Bryce, had either stood by or they'd left the room. There was little comfort in the revelation as he ran his hands under the water again. The steam fogged half of the mirror now. Despite looking at himself, studying his own face, Mike didn't see his reflection. He saw Ashley helpless on the floor. He saw her body convulsing. He could smell the blood. Mike had no idea blood had an odor. It did. Somehow it did. He let the water wash over his hands. It was hot and stung his skin, which he'd rubbed to the point of irritation. Mike looked down at his hands. They were trembling. He didn't feel the heat of the water or sense the tenderness of his flesh. He focused on the shaking, the remnants of the horrible excitement in the conference room. The adrenaline had long left his body. His knees jittered, his neck ached, and he was suddenly exhausted. Mike withdrew his hands from the water, shook the excess into the narrow porcelain sink, and turned off the faucet. He cupped his face in his hands, absorbed the warmth, and then ran his fingers through his hair to dampen it. He plucked a paper towel from the dispenser to his right, then another, and dried his hands. The cheap industrial paper was rough against his skin. He crumpled the sheets into a ball and tossed it into the wall-mounted stainless steel trash bin. The trembling had migrated into his arms, into his chest. His stomach lurched, and a thin line of acid crept up his throat before he swallowed it. Mike turned to face the mirror again and planted his hands on the counter. It was cold against his palms. He locked his elbows and mustered the strength to confront what was bothering him. Only part of it was what he'd witnessed in the conference room, what he'd experienced. Only part of it was watching a woman convulse and bleed and drop unconscious, paramedics checking for a pulse and finding none. Of shouts about CPR and defibrillators, that was only part of it. The other part, the slice of the pie that was harder to swallow and was the sour that made him want to vomit, was the knowledge he'd been exposed. As afraid as he was for Ashley Pomerantz, Mike Crenshaw was afraid for himself. This disease, if that was what Ashley had contracted, was for real. It was unforgiving, it was violent. It was life-altering, if not life-ending. He believed the conference room 50 yards from him was a new ground zero for it. He told a paramedic or emergency medical technician. He didn't know the difference. He believed Ashley had traveled out of the country. The medic, a young woman with broad shoulders, a strong jaw, and a brass nameplate that read Sanders, had taken notes. "What countries? How do you know?" she'd asked without looking up from a notepad pulled from the hip pocket of her dark blue pants. "Prague," Mike had said. "I mean Czech Republic. It's on her social media. There are pictures, plus she told me." "When did she go?" "A couple of weeks ago." Sanders nodded and scribbled. "Anything else you can tell me? Is she a drinker, drug user, prescription or otherwise?" Mike shrugged. Sanders looked up, eyebrows arched. "Sorry," he said. His eyes were on her, but he wasn't looking at her. He'd already drifted elsewhere. Sanders frowned. "Sorry, what?" Mike blinked back to focus. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her expression softened. "Look, I know this is tough, but anything you can tell me will help. Do you know about what, if any, drugs she used?" He shook his head. "I don't," he said, wishing he did. "I think she drank occasionally. Socially, I don't know about drugs." A sympathetic smile flashed on Sanders' face and disappeared. "Thanks, I appreciate it. Do you know whom we should call next of kin, boyfriend, anyone?" He shook his head again. "I don't know, it might be on her phone, or our boss would know. I think he has files with emergency contacts, that sort of thing. We all had to fill out forms when we got hired." "Her purse and phone went in the ambulance," said Sanders. "Where's your boss?" Mike glanced around the conference room. It was empty aside from the two of them, aside from the bloodstains. Through the glass, he saw Hank Swamy leaning against a desk, his hands stuffed deep into his thin-cut pants. His trim-fit shirt was untucked and he'd rolled up his sleeves. The shirt strained against his biceps. His sallow face gave him the appearance of someone who'd recently puked. Mike pointed at him. "That's him. His name is Hank Swamy. He was in the room when she—" "I got it," Sanders said. "Thanks, I'll go talk to him." She left him alone in the conference room and went straight to Hank. Mike watched them through the glass. Hank stood up straight. He adjusted his belt, tugging on his pants self-consciously, and ran his hands along the sides of his head as if smoothing his hair. Mike could tell Hank wasn't primping. He was moving his hands, adjusting his stance, shifting his weight as nervous movements. Hank had been the one who'd called them into work on a weekend. After a minute of unsuccessfully trying to read their lips as they spoke, Mike moved from the conference room and trudged toward the men's room. His legs were a strange combination of heavy and weak. Each step was as if he had to pull his feet from thick mud. Before he turned into the alcove that held the entrances to both restrooms, Mike glanced back at Hank and Sanders. His boss was crying. He wiped the tears from his face. Mike was pretty sure he saw Hank apologize over and over again. It was almost as unnerving as what had happened in the conference room. Now he stood in front of the mirror wondering what he should do next. If he was exposed to the scourge, all of the reports he'd seen and read told him it was a death sentence. There was no cure. Did he go about his life, what was left of it, as if nothing was wrong? Did he go to his desk and finish his reports? Should he get back in his car and go straight home? Was he better to stop by a gas station or dollar store and hope their shelves still held old supplies of dusty non-perishables? He stood there, all of these questions running through his head with no answers. Mike understood he was unprepared for this. Never in his life had he given credence to the idea that the end was coming someday soon. Sure, he'd sat through the cable shows that warned of apocalyptic flooding, fires, volcanoes, or other natural disasters. He'd seen documentaries both for and against climate change and its world-altering effects. Mike had even binge-watched apocalyptic movies that showed cities underwater or populations morphing into zombies. Governments fell, people abandoned Earth in favor of spaceships. Nuclear bombs shifted the balances of power and created tribal wars in desert wastelands. None of it seemed real, not the news, not the documentaries, and not the television dramas. So he didn't believe he needed to be ready. Mike could barely pay the rent, the car payment, and sometimes the bar tab. He wasn't about to buy a backpack to use as some sort of bug-out bag, or water filtration straws, knives, guns, ammo, stores of cash, or multi-tools. All of that stuff showed up in his social media timelines after he'd made the mistake of clicking on a story about the growing preparedness community in Texas. For the next month, every native advertisement tried to sell him something to save him from the end of the world. He should have at least kept some extra cash in his apartment. That way, if things went south and the banks shut down, he'd have some way to pay for necessities. The bank. That was where he'd start, and he didn't even need his car. There was one with a 24-hour automatic teller machine 2 blocks from the station. He decided he'd go there. If nothing else, Mike knew that going to the bank would make him feel like he was doing something proactive. He had to do something. Wallowing in his fear wouldn't accomplish anything. He nodded at himself in the mirror and steeled himself for the trek. When he pulled on the men's room handle to leave, he almost ran into Bryce. The two stepped back and apologized to each other. "Dude," said Bryce, "I've been looking everywhere for you. How long have you been in here?" Mike stepped from the restroom and into the alcove. Bryce backed up to accommodate him and folded his arms across his chest. "I dunno," Mike said. "I just had to splash some water on my face, clear my head." "Everybody is freaking out," said Bryce. "I mean freaking out." Bryce was wide-eyed. His hair was matted at the temples from sweat. There were white balls of dried spit at the corners of his mouth. "Why?" asked Mike. Bryce crinkled his brow. "Why?" he asked incredulously. Why what? Why are people freaking out? You're kidding me, right?" Mike, who'd somehow found a detached calm, shook his head. He realized his heart rate was slower and the throbbing at his temples had dissipated. He looked Bryce square in the eyes, holding his jittery attention. "I'm not kidding," he said and started counting on his fingers. "Which thing is freaking out people? Is it that the scourge is everywhere, that the roads are a nightmare, that our colleague just had some sort of seizure and collapsed?" Bryce's expression flattened and his jaw went slack. "I don't know, all of it. Nobody here knows what to do or where to go." Mike nodded and took a step to move past his friend. Bryce grabbed his arm and stopped him. "What are you going to do? Where are you going?" "I need money," said Mike. "I'm going to the bank." Bryce smiled broadly as if he'd had an epiphany. "Great idea." He let go of Mike's arm and reached into his back pocket. From it, he pulled a sleek stainless wallet the size of a business card holder. He flipped it over to reveal a money clip on its back side. There was cash. Bryce thumbed it from the clip and counted it. "I've got $29. That's not going to be enough, is it?" Mike started walking toward the lobby. "I don't know. How much is enough? I'm going to withdraw whatever my bank will let me take out." Bryce was on his heels, hyper-focused on this new task. "I thought you were broke." Mike ignored this. He didn't need a reminder. Hopefully he had a couple of hundred to spare, but he couldn't remember the last time he checked his balance. He pulled his phone from his pocket and used his shoulder to open the door that led from the sales offices and into the lobby. Donna was gone. Her computer was off. With his thumb, Mike navigated to the banking app on his phone. The app identified his face and opened. His balance was displayed on the screen in all of its depressing glory. The elevator doors opened, and Bryce stepped into the car first. He pushed the button for the first floor and the doors closed. "It's quiet in here," said Bryce before the elevator chimed and the doors opened again. "I never realized how quiet it was in the elevator." Mike shoved his phone into his pocket and led Bryce through the front door of the building and into the parking lot. Bryce kept pace. The fresh air felt good on Mike's face. It was somehow cooler outside than in the building. There was a breeze drifting from the east and the humidity was low. He started to take a deep breath but stopped himself, worried that the air might be contaminated. He exhaled and silently berated himself for being paranoid. But is it paranoia? He thought as the two of them crossed the parking lot. If breathing the air could kill him, he wasn't paranoid at all. Mike tried to push the thoughts from his mind. He needed to do what Bryce was doing, focus on a single task at a time. How was it his dad used to joke, that one about how one would eat an elephant? The answer was one bite at a time. Mike turned to his left and glanced toward the interstate. I-4 was busy with traffic, the endless parade of cars, SUVs, and 18-wheelers a familiar sight. He stopped walking, closed his eyes, and listened to the rumble and whoosh of the passing motorists, finding comfort in it. That surprised Mike. I-4 was the bane of every Central Floridian's existence. It was the only true corridor through the city and its north and south suburbs, and it was a mess. Even on a Saturday, the flow of traffic was constant. "What are you doing?" asked Bryce. "Listening," Mike replied. "To what?" "Nothing, I'm just trying not to freak out." He emphasized the last two words with a wave of his hands, drawing a flash of a grin from Bryce. Mike tried to regulate his breathing as they reached the edge of the building. They turned the corner. He pointed to a large hedge of ligustrums that had grown tall enough to form a 4-foot barrier between their parking lot and that of the bank next door. The hedge was planted in between narrow strips of thick St. Augustine grass, interrupted every 10 feet or so by the wide trunks of foxtail palms. "I'm going to use the drive-through ATM," he said. "Hopefully there's not a line." To the left, the traffic on Lake Mary Boulevard was at a standstill. Frustrated drivers yelled from open windows, honked horns, and revved their engines. They walked closer to the boulevard as they neared the hedge. There was a gap close to the driveway that led from the street into the bank's parking lot. The strong, noxious odor of car exhaust made Mike take shorter, shallower breaths. This was poison he could smell. Bryce motioned to the drive-through on the back side of the single-story stucco and Spanish tile-roofed building. The bank's name and emblem were the only decoration on the otherwise bland facade. "We might be in luck," he said. No line. There wasn't a single car in the parking lot. Mike stopped walking again, spun around, and faced the busy, gridlocked street. "What?" asked Bryce. He was already several steps ahead of Mike on his way to the automatic teller. "It's weird," said Mike. "Nobody's thought to get money yet." "I think they're all worried about food and water," said Bryce. "And masks. I saw surgical masks are like impossible to get. Even online you can't get them." Mike moved toward the bank. "Where'd you see that?" "I heard it, actually." Before she left, Donna was talking with one of the DJs outside the bathrooms. One of them said they tried to order them and couldn't. They walked along the back side of the building, following the yellow lines that designated the trio of drive-through service lanes. There were two ATMs. Bryce took the one in the middle. Mike took the one against the building. Mike fished into his wallet and pulled out his phone. He opened his app, tapped a QR code, and held it up to camera on the side of the ATM. The screen on the ATM changed colors, and Mike's initials and photograph appeared on the display. Then an androgynous voice greeted him. "Hello," it said in an artificially friendly sort of way. "Thank you for being a loyal customer. How might we assist you today?" Mike chuckled. He wasn't a customer. This wasn't his bank. "Withdrawal." "You'd like to make a withdrawal," confirmed the voice. "Is that correct?" "Yes." "How much?" $80, he said. That would leave him with $5.17 in his account. "From which account?" Behind him, the same voice was asking the same questions of Bryce. He was asking for a lot more money than Mike had. "Checking." "You'd like to use your checking account, is that correct?" "Yes." Mike missed the days of tapping icons on the screen. It was so much faster. But with facial and voice recognition built into the machines to prevent theft these days, what should take a few seconds could take several minutes. The screen dissolved into a series of landscapes while the machine worked. A sunset on the beach, snow-capped peaks, a river in a green valley. Behind him, Mike heard the ATM ask Bryce to confirm he wanted to withdraw cash from his checking account. The green valley dissolved into an underwater vista that featured colorful fish and a swaying sea anemone. Then the machine gave him bad news. "We cannot dispense any cash at this time. We apologize for any inconvenience and thank you for your loyalty. Have a wonderful day." No sooner had the machine shifted to its home screen than the same message played on Bryce's ATM. Bryce cursed aloud and began the process again. "Don't waste your time, Bryce. It's not going to work. Mine told me the same thing." He crossed the twin yellow lines that framed the center lane of drive-through traffic and stood against the ATM opposite Bryce. His friend looked up at him. The resolve was gone. The worry and lack of clarity was back. "Look," said Mike, trying to keep focus. "There's an ATM inside the pharmacy next door. We could try there." Bryce checked over his shoulder in the direction of the shopping center adjacent to the bank parking lot. He nodded in agreement. The two of them walked past the bank, across another grass esplanade, and into a wide parking lot that separated a long U-shaped strip mall from Lake Mary Boulevard. Bryce was moving quickly, almost race-walking. Mike let him stay ahead and didn't bother keeping up. His phone buzzed and he pulled it from his pocket. On the screen was a news icon displaying 29 notifications. He forgot he'd turned off the notifications when he went to work. "Open news," he said into his phone. The screen shifted and revealed a string of headlines from local and national outlets. Mike thumbed through them as he walked, alternating glances between his screen and where he was walking. A swipe of his thumb and a cursory check of the headlines told him all of the updates were Scourge-related. Scourge KILLS 26 in NY. Plane arrives from Germany with 3 dead, a dozen sick. Local governments consider CURFEWS, martial law. NYSE, CBOT, FTSE, Chinese America ATS closed. Toilet paper, hand sanitizer, MASKS in short supply. President to address nation tonight. Our worst fears come true, WHO Director General. Live update, ORMC EXPRTS discuss epidemic. Mike hovered his thumb over the first headline. He was about to tap it when Bryce called to him, interrupting his train of thought. "You coming?" "Yeah, sorry, was checking the news." Bryce slowed to let Mike catch up with him as they navigated their way through the cars, packing the strip center's parking lot. "What's it say?" "Not anything good." They squeezed between two large pickup trucks the drivers had parked too close to one another. Mike ducked under one of the oversized side-view mirrors. "Like what?" Bryce asked. "A lot of people are dead already," said Mike, sliding past an abandoned shopping cart. "Stock markets are going to be closed on Monday." "That's why we can't get money," said Bryce. "Banks are afraid of a run on their reserves." "Maybe. What else?" Mike didn't answer. His attention was on the entrance to the pharmacy. There was a crowd of people at the sliding doors. He counted 20. His chest tightened and images of the fight in the grocery store the previous day flooded his mind. He stopped 50 yards from the entrance and watched the crowd. They weren't unruly, but some appeared restless, standing on their tiptoes to peer into the store, checking their watches, raising their arms as if to ask what was taking so long. "Not sure we should keep going," he said to Bryce. "That situation looks like it could get bad." Mike motioned to the crowd. There were 30 people or more crammed onto the narrow curb that ran along the length of the strip center's connected storefronts. Bryce waved him off. "We're just going to use the ATM. We don't need to wait in the line." Before Mike could caution him, Bryce forged ahead and began a conversation with a couple of men standing on the edge of the curb. Bryce motioned into the store. One man shook his head, the other laughed. Mike wasn't close enough to hear them. He didn't need to be, this wasn't going well. Another man, not part of the original conversation, joined in and jabbed a finger at Bryce's chest, knocking him back a step. He bumped into a woman who lost her balance and spilled into someone else. The crowd got louder. Attention switched from the store's interior beyond the open entrance doors to the curbside disturbance. Mike took measured steps toward what appeared to be a deteriorating situation. Sweat beaded at his temples. He felt it on his neck beneath the collar of his shirt. His headache threatened to pulse back to life. Mike Crenshaw was a good man with good intentions. He always sought to do right by people. But one area in which he fell miserably short was confrontation. He did everything to avoid it. Being conflict avoidant was one of the things that held him back as a salesperson. Hank had told him as much. He needed to like the fight, the excitement of a heated negotiation, his boss explained. Mike knew he'd never be that guy. He was the kind of man who'd apologize for asking the server to bring him flatware or refill a long-empty glass of water. He'd tell his mother everything was great, inflating his income, rather than endure her chastisement for his being a month late on his credit card or for wearing shoes with holes in the soles because he couldn't afford new ones. He'd forgive the book or bottle of cooking oil his neighbor never thought to return. Mike certainly wasn't someone who ran toward a fight. But here he stood, panic welling inside his gut, as his friend was about to start a riot outside a pharmacy. Bryce was anything but conflict avoidant. The guy welcomed conflict, thrived on it. He loved the high-energy confrontation of a sale. He offered sarcastic "you're welcomes" to people who didn't thank him for holding open a door, and he was willing to throw punches over a cash withdrawal in the midst of a burgeoning pandemic. Bryce didn't get a chance. Someone else struck first. The swing caught Bryce on the jaw and spun him sideways before he went down to one knee. A second punch missed him as he dropped and struck an unwitting older man in the shoulder. Then it erupted into a melee. The edges of the crowd scattered. Some took a few steps back to avoid the confused fray. Others hurried away toward the parking lot, glancing over their shoulders as if running from a pursuer in a dark alley. Feet cemented in place, Mike's chest pounded. Sweat bloomed at his temples and on his neck. It was a cold sweat, nausea welled in his gut. Bryce tried to stand but couldn't. He was on one knee, trying to block people from falling onto him. It didn't work. Someone tumbled backward onto him and knocked him to the ground. His head hit the concrete with a slap and he was out, his nose and mouth bleeding. All around him, men and women shoved and pushed. Punches flew. Mike spun around, looking for someone to help. Where were the police? Where was the shopping center's security? Weren't they always riding around on a golf cart looking for people to harass? Nobody was coming. Nobody. Mike puffed his cheeks, swiped the thick sheen of sweat from his forehead, and picked up his leaden feet. As quickly as he could, he moved to the edge of the fight. Tensing his body and clenching his jaw, he shoved aside one man and another to get to Bryce. He knelt down next to him. Using his elbows to fend off errant feet threatening to step on Bryce's arms and legs, he shook his friend. He shouted above the din of the fight, which, incredibly, still involved a half-dozen people. Bryce's eyes fluttered open and he groaned. He tried moving and grimaced. "Come on," said Mike, "I've got you." Mike took a knee to the back. He ignored the jab of pain and maneuvered closer to Bryce to help him to his feet. By the time he'd gotten him up, standing and ready to move, the fighting had become angry shouting. One voice was louder than the others. Mike noticed it belonged to a Seminole County Sheriff's deputy. The thickly built man in his forest green uniform had one man up against the front of the building. He already had him cuffed and was searching him. A second deputy was separating two other men. He had his hands up, calming them as they pointed angry fingers at each other. Both were bloodied. One had a torn shirt, the other had scratches along the side of his face. Mike slung Bryce's arm over his shoulder and held his wrist with one hand. He wrapped his other arm around Bryce's waist and helped him back to the parking lot. Neither deputy appeared to notice or care about them as they limped away from the scene of the crime. Bryce grunted. "What happened?" "You started a fight," said Mike. Maneuvering across the packed parking lot was more difficult with Bryce at his side. He couldn't slip between cars and had to go around them, moving along the narrow, unmarked lanes of traffic that ran along the edges of the lot and between the rows of parking spots. It also wasn't easy because of Bryce's heft. He was a big dude compared to Mike and wasn't completely walking under his own power. His steps were uneven and he wasn't actively holding onto Mike, clearly still out of it. Mike moved with purpose and the powerful mix of fear and adrenaline gave him the strength. "Fight?" Bryce asked groggily. No doubt he had a concussion. If the first blow hadn't knocked him senseless, hitting the concrete sidewalk outside the pharmacy did the job. "Yeah," said Mike. "We can talk about it later. Let's get you back to the station." "No," Bryce whined. He sounded like a child. Clearly he wasn't aware of what he was saying or how he sounded. "I don't want to go there. I don't want to die." Mike helped Bryce up onto the esplanade and started to move around the palm tree closest to Lake Mary Boulevard. A commanding voice stopped them. "Hey, hold up." Mike stopped, one foot on the grass and one on the curb, and spun as best he could. A deputy in his patrol car was behind them. Mike's anxiety spiked again. One confrontation was enough for the year, let alone today. He turned around awkwardly, still mostly supporting Bryce's weight. "Yes, sir." His voice was more of a breathless squeak than he'd expected. He cleared his throat and repeated the greeting. The deputy had his window down and was leaning out of his patrol car, a white Dodge Charger with green and gold lettering. "He okay?" he asked, motioning to Bryce. His blonde hair was buzzed so that he appeared bald. His reflective aviator glasses hid his eyes. There was a tattoo on his thick, muscled forearm. Mike recognized it immediately. His father had nearly identical ink on his chest. Mike's stomach lurched. It was an eagle sitting atop a globe. Behind the globe was an anchor. Stretching from the eagle's beak and flying above it was a banner with the Latin Semper Fidelis written across it. The deputy was a former Marine. I think so, said Mike. He might have a concussion. He got knocked out. I got knocked out? Asked Bryce. Mike ignored him, keeping his focus on the deputy, who jerked a thumb over his shoulder and toward the strip center pharmacy. His forearm flexed, warping the tattoo. You were part of that fight. Yeah, said Mike. Yes, sir. The deputy might not have been any older than Mike. He might have been younger. It was hard to know with the sunglasses covering his eyes, the super short hair, and the uniform. Still, Mike knew he should offer respect. The deputy jutted his chin at Bryce. His flat expression was unchanged. One of the guys back there said your friend here started the whole thing, said the deputy. Said he took the first swing. Bryce laughed. It sounded like a drunk chuckle. The deputy put the Dodge in park and shut off the engine. Something funny. No, sir, Mike said with a tone that likely betrayed his nerves. He's loopy from the concussion. Did he start it? No, said Mike. He didn't throw a single punch. The deputy opened his car door and swung a tree trunk of a leg from the front seat. He used the door to brace himself as he stood. He adjusted his black leather duty belt, lifting it up on his hips. He stood at the open door, one hand on his pistol and the other on a taser, a brass nameplate on his chest read Maryland. Bile crept up Mike's throat. This was a bad day. One witness tells us your friend here tried cutting the line, said Deputy Maryland. He pushed people. He was belligerent. Another says he asked to cut in line but was polite about it. Then he got blindsided. My experience tells me the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Mike adjusted Bryce's arm around his shoulder and reaffixed his grip on his friend's wrist. He swallowed hard, tasting the sour bile in his throat. He wasn't, sir, said Mike. I saw the whole thing. Maryland braced an arm on the open door. What happened? Mike's back was killing him, his shoulders were sore, his mouth was dry, and his head was throbbing again. The world was falling apart and he was getting questioned by law enforcement. He wanted to tell Deputy Maryland to screw himself and worry about something more important. We were trying to withdraw money, said Mike, exhaling to keep himself calm. The ATM at the bank wasn't working. Deputy Maryland lifted his head, as if glancing at the bank beyond the ligustrums and palms. He pulled a small notepad from his front pocket and clicked a pen with his thumb, scribbling something on the pad. There's an ATM inside that pharmacy, said Mike. We walked over there and saw the crowd, my friend. What's your friend's name? Bryce. What? Asked Bryce. Mike ignored him, so did the deputy. What's the last name? Booker, said Mike, spelled like it sounds. Yes, sir. Your name? Mike Michael Crenshaw, spelled like it sounds. You have any ID? Mike nodded. You need it. Deputy Maryland didn't respond at first. He was writing on his notepad. After a few seconds, he looked up and sighed. His barrel chest, which was even more impressive in the ballistic vest he wore under his polyblend uniform, seemed to get bigger as he appeared to consider Mike's predicament. It would be tough to get his ID without letting go of Bryce. I've got to write up a report on that fight, said Maryland. He sighed again. Finish your story. Then we'll worry about the IDs and getting your friend some help. He looks punch-drunk. Mike adjusted his grip again and winced. His lower back was seizing from holding Bryce. Maryland pursed his lips and then frowned. He moved from the front of the car to the rear and opened the door. He motioned to Mike. You can put your friend back there. Mike furrowed his brow and hesitated. Is he under arrest? No, I'm trying to give you a break. Mr. Booker looks heavy. Mike narrowed his eyes. He didn't move toward the car. I'll leave the door open if that makes it any better, said Maryland. I'm trying to help here. Mike nodded and Maryland moved to help him get Bryce into the back of the car. It struck Mike that despite his friend's obvious injuries, the deputy hadn't offered him any medical attention. They lowered Bryce into his seat and stepped clear of the car. Mike positioned himself in a way that would prevent the deputy from closing the door. You think we could get him some help? Mike asked. Deputy Maryland took off his sunglasses and tucked them in his breast pocket. His eyes were bright blue. They looked tired. There was puffy skin underneath them. His lids drooped, giving him the appearance that he was always squinting. His eyebrows were almost non-existent given how blond they were. Mike realized Deputy Maryland was older than he'd first appeared. Finish your story, he said. I'll check out your IDs. If everything's good, I can give you a lift to the hospital, though I can tell you it's pretty busy. Also, I don't know if you want to be in a place where so many sick people are. Seriously, Mr. Crenshaw, it's not what I would do. What about an urgent care? Mike asked. There's one on Reinhardt. Maryland considered this. He glanced at Bryce, who was still struggling to maintain consciousness. Okay, let's finish this first. Mike slouched against the open door, giving his back a rest. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and told the deputy what he'd seen. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and handed over his driver's license. Leaning into the back seat, he managed to get Bryce's stainless steel wallet and, after struggling to figure out how to open it, pushed a button that revealed his license. Mike pulled it free and handed it over. "Give me a minute with these," he said. "Due diligence and all." Maryland pressed a radio mic clipped to his lapel. He inclined his head toward the mic and spoke in codes Mike didn't understand. The officer slid into his driver's seat and started punching a tablet attached to his dash between the driver's and passenger's seat, entering information into what looked like a database. Bryce groaned again. "Dude," he said. His voice was gravelly, but he sounded a little more coherent. "My head hurts. You got some aspirin?" "Not right now," said Mike. "We're getting you some help as soon as the deputy is finished checking us out." Bryce opened his eyes, widening them as if trying to focus. "Deputy, what happened?" Maryland got out of the vehicle. It shifted with his weight, lifting underneath Mike's arm as he leaned on the door. "You're clear," said the deputy. "Not even a traffic ticket, your friend too." Maryland handed back the driver's licenses. "I think your friend here is an idiot. He never should have tried to cut the line, even if he was only asking. Tensions are too high, everyone's on edge with this disease. We've got little skirmishes like that happening all over the county." "All over." Maryland slid the notepad into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. He put the aviators back on his face, covering his eyes. "Yeah, nothing major. Arguments over gasoline, water, canned food. We did have one guy pull a knife over a box of cold medicine." "Oh, really?" Maryland motioned for Mike to walk around to the passenger's side. Mike followed the lead and climbed into the back seat. Maryland shut Bryce's door. When he got back behind the wheel, he glanced back at Mike. "I take you to the clinic. How are you going to get back? It's a couple of miles from here. I can't stay." "I'll have to get back here to finish things up." "I'll figure it out," said Mike. "I have a better chance of getting Bryce there faster with you driving. That's all I'm worried about." Maryland shrugged. "Okay, you got it." He pinched a radio mic clipped to his lapel and spoke in code again. He was clear from the scene. He put the car in gear, flipped on his lights, and whooped the siren a couple of times. He jumped the curb and went against traffic. Cars inched away from him as much as they could as they sat stuck in the gridlock. "So you were saying there are fights all over the place?" Mike asked, wanting to find out more. "Yeah," said Maryland. He cut between two cars and sounded his siren again. "It's pretty crazy. I mean, we've seen an uptick over the past few days as this thing has spread. Like I said, nothing major. A lot of nuisance calls, a few assaults." Mike shifted his weight on the solid, uncomfortable back seat of the patrol car. "It seems kinda fast, people panicking." Bryce was strapped in next to him. His head was leaning against the door. His arms were folded across his chest as if he were hugging himself. His eyes were squeezed shut, pain etched on his bloody face. Maryland shrugged. He waved at an SUV to move out of his way. "Is it fast?" asked the deputy in a tone that suggested he disagreed with Mike's shallow assessment. "This thing's been building for weeks. You see it on the news, all these dead bodies. Then you find out it's coming here or it's already here. It's like a hurricane, you know. Some people prep ahead of time, most people wait." Mike said nothing. The deputy knew better than he did. Besides, there was an excellent probability that it had been building for days or longer and that Mike simply hadn't been paying attention. The deputy maneuvered the Dodge around another SUV and forced his way into the narrow gap between a pair of cars. He chirped the siren and crossed an intersection by swerving across oncoming traffic. The traffic wasn't oncoming. It was stopped. He jumped a curb and the patrol car bounced on its suspension. The front end scraped against concrete and Mike felt the vibration in the seat under him. He braced himself against the door as the car settled, and the deputy parked it in front of the entrance to the urgent care clinic. "Here you go," Maryland said. "I'd wait for you if I could, but as I said earlier, I gotta get back to the scene." "Thanks for what you did," said Mike. "It was more than enough." Mike searched for the door handle but couldn't find it. He played with the armrest. Maryland glanced over his shoulder at Mike and smirked. "I gotta let you out." Mike's face flushed. He was sure it was red. "Oh, sorry." Maryland climbed out of his seat and marched around the front of the patrol car until he reached Mike's door. He opened it and then moved around the back toward Bryce's door. "Help me with him," said Maryland. The two of them moved Bryce from the car, and Mike helped him toward the clinic's front door. Mike waved one last thanks to the deputy and then heaved open the heavy glass door. He stepped inside, helping balance Bryce. He was immediately hit with the strong odors of sweat and sickness. It was like a hospital, but lacked the antiseptic fragrance of industrial soap and bacterial cleansers. His eyes adjusted to the bright light of the waiting room, and then his heart sank. There was standing room only. All of the chairs were taken, as was a long bench that ran along one side of the rectangular space. There were children sitting on the floor and people leaning against the walls in the corners. Mike quickly counted 25 people. "Can I help you?" asked a pleasant but beleaguered voice from behind a stucco and stainless steel welcome desk. Mike led Bryce to the desk, and his friend immediately dropped his elbows on the stainless steel bar-height counter that separated the woman from the rest of the room. He sighed, and it sounded more like a groan. Mike put his hand on Bryce's shoulder and squeezed his reassurance. "Yes, please," said Mike. "My friend has a concussion. Well, I think he has a concussion. He was in a fight." The woman narrowed her glossy eyes. "Did he win?" Mike thought that was an odd question but didn't say so. "No, it wasn't much of a fight, but he hit his head on the ground and I'm worried that—" "Does he have insurance?" The woman was squinting as if she expected that he didn't. Mike surprised her with a nod and she smiled sympathetically. It was a practice smile reserved for people with insurance. "Could I see his driver's license and his insurance card?" she asked, sniffing. Mike noticed her nose was red. Bryce lazily reached around to his back pocket and pulled out his fancy wallet. He plopped it on the counter with a clang and slid it across the counter. It made a scraping noise that sent a chill up Mike's spine. "It's in there," Bryce said without looking up. He braced his head in his hands. Mike pulled out the ID and found the green and beige insurance card. He handed them to the receptionist. She took them without smiling and placed them on her desk next to her keyboard. Fingers dancing on the keyboard, her eyes flitting between the screen and the information on Bryce's cards, she entered the information into whatever system the clinic used. When she finished, she looked up at Bryce and then at Mike. She cleared her throat. "Says he has a $50 copay," she said. "We take credit and cash only, no checks." Mike chuckled nervously. "I didn't know anyone wrote checks anymore or used cash." "You'd be surprised," she said and cleared her throat again. "Credit then, I guess, card or app." Mike fished a credit card from Bryce's wallet and handed it to her. She glanced at Bryce and then ran the card. "Hey, how long is the wait?" Mike asked. The woman punched a button on the credit card scanner and coughed. She tried suppressing it before she lifted a hand to her mouth. The receptionist cleared her throat again. "I'm sorry, head cold." Mike doubted that. She reached across her desk to a bottle of hand sanitizer, pumped a greenish dollop into her palm, and rubbed her hands together. Then she flapped them in the air to dry them. "How long?" asked Mike. She punched another button on the credit machine, then pulled the card free, setting it on the counter in front of Mike. 2 hours. It was a question as much as an answer. Bryce lifted his head. 2 hours. "Could be less," said the receptionist. "I don't know, we're overloaded here. It's been this way for a week." She sneezed into her hands. "Bless you," said Mike. Bryce turned around and noticed the waiting crowd for the first time. He sighed. "I don't know if I can wait 2 hours. My head is killing me. Can we get in your car and go?" "I don't have my car, remember," Mike said. "We rode over here with the deputy." Bryce was looking straight ahead, but Mike could tell he was elsewhere. He squinted and put his hand over his eyes, shielding them from the bright overhead light. "I guess I remember. That back seat was uncomfortable." "Yeah, it was," said Mike. "What do you want to do?" A woman in a dingy white lab coat appeared in a doorway that led from the waiting area and into the heart of the urgent care center. She held an electronic tablet. Her hair was in a messy bun and her eyes drooped with exhaustion. The pale green scrubs she wore under the coat were so wrinkled they looked like a topographical map of the Rocky Mountains. "Johnson," she said. "Marvin Johnson." 5 people stood from their seats, moving toward the woman at the door. "All of you are Marvin Johnson." "We're with him," said a gaunt woman in a cotton tank top and shorts that looked 3 sizes too big. The woman shrugged and motioned for them to head through the open door. She told them to wait for her and she tapped the tablet. "Flores," she said. "Leo Flores." There was even less energy in her voice this time. It was as if she struggled to push the words past her lips. 4 more people got up, 2 of them from the floor, and moved to the open door. The woman in the lab coat followed them, and the door swung shut with a hiss and a thud. Bryce lumbered toward the now empty bench. He dropped onto it and lay down on his side, closing his eyes. Mike glanced back at the sniffling receptionist. He took the wallet from the counter and crossed the room to Bryce. You want to wait? Bryce nodded. Yeah, he said, barely above a whisper. I gotta get something strong for my head. You want to get your car? You mean leave you? Bryce opened one eye. I'm not a child. I'll be okay. No point in you waiting here too. Then when I'm done, the car is here and you can take me home. Okay, said Mike. I'll go get it. Here's your wallet. He pressed the cool metal into his friend's hand. Bryce took it. Mike made his way to the door. Mike, Bryce called. Yeah, asked Mike, waiting at the exit, his weight against the glass door. Thanks, Bryce said, his voice cracking. You're a good man. Mike nodded and pushed his way back outside. He drew in a breath of warm, humid air and started his march back toward the station. Chapter 7. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Kiev, Ukraine. Gwendolyn Sharp stepped through the front doors of the Hotel Dnipro, adjusted the mask on her face, and swung left. She moved through the thin crowd of people on Crescitic Street. It was the early part of the traditional travel season, but it didn't look like it. She stuffed her hands into the waist pockets of her cream-colored wool coat and braced herself against the unseasonably cold temperatures. Keeping her head down so as not to make eye contact with anyone, she hustled southwest toward the pharmacy across the street from the musical fountains at the entrance to Independence Square. Despite her efforts to keep her focus narrow, her peripheral vision caught the hurried, wary steps of the others around her. Worried men and women moved to avoid others, to do their business as soon as possible and get back to the safe havens from where they came. Having been in the capital city for 4 months, Gwendolyn felt like a local. She de-learned the shortcuts to and from the places she needed to go. She walked without thinking about her steps. It was rote by this point, the trip to and from the pharmacy, to and from the only coffee shop still open for business, to and from the nearby command post, where she worked long, arduous hours that bore little fruit. The streets were more barren by the day. It was as if some invisible force had plucked people from their daily routines, a game of musical chairs in which the loser was missing the following day. Kiev lacked the panic of many of the western cities. She'd seen it on the news. There were long lines for gasoline and groceries, and hospitals were at capacity. In Dublin, there was looting. In Paris, the Champs-Élysées was a disaster from rioting. The damage there to businesses was worse than the Yellow Vest riots more than a dozen years earlier. Major cities in the United States were at the beginnings of panic. They were preparing for the plague like a coming storm plotted on a satellite map. They hunkered down or bugged out. She'd read a piece in a newspaper about the large preparedness community and how there were those in the western United States, Wyoming, Oklahoma, and Texas, where large landowners were living off the grid and were ready to provide for and defend themselves. There was also the American Redoubt, the political movement started by author John Wesley Rawls, which had like-minded people ready to descend upon the northwestern United States in the event of an apocalyptic event. None of this existed in Ukraine or in and around Syria, the twin epicenters of the plague. Gwendolyn wasn't certain why this was the case, except that there was little over which to panic. Even before the plague, goods and services were limited. And these were populations of people who'd lived through violent conflicts for the better part of 2 generations. Why would they riot or panic over sickness when it seemed to them another link in a chain of hopelessness? It was as if those living at the inception point of the world-altering plague were those most resigned to what it would bring. Still, the capital city was different from when she'd stepped off her plane some months ago. She thought back to early July, the day she'd arrived in Kiev. She'd somehow managed her way through the crowd of people at the international terminal at Borispol and found the man holding up a tablet with her name glowing on its display. The ride from the airport to the city took her along narrow streets and wide highways that bore witness to the sprawl of towering tenements. She remembered seeing the famed Motherland Monument to her right as the driver switched lanes at a high speed, its metal and concrete standing taller than the Statue of Liberty. The sun gleamed off its sheen, the stoic face of Mother Russia staring defiantly into some distant past. So much of the place, even bathed in sunlight, reminded her of the dark history she'd read about in school, the hammer and sickle, the wall that separated East from West, and the consolidation of a communist empire, the union of peasants and the working class. Ukraine was once part of the Soviet Union. It was held against the bosom of the motherland. There were the golden domes and brightly painted Orthodox churches that served as art and grounded the plazas on which they stood. People snapped awkwardly angled photographs with their phones, shooting up the noses of their subjects, who smiled or pretended to pinch the domes between their fingers. People in Kiev lived in apartments, not houses. They stood uncomfortably close to one another in the streets and on the subways. They bartered loudly at the markets and ate seasoned lard on dense bread. They wore expressions of resignation that all but masked the glimmers of hope that danced in their weary eyes. The older men and women stooped under the layered weight of their heavy, threadbare garments. The businessmen wore clingy suits with thin ties and pointed leather shoes and spoke with importance into the Bluetooth devices plugged into their ears. The young women wore too much makeup on their angular, pretty faces and too short skirts on their thin, miles-long legs. They smoked equally thin and long unfiltered cigarettes and drank straight vodka out of room-temperature tumblers. Those were her first impressions of the bustling, crowded city. As she walked along the eerily silent streets, the shuffle of feet and flapping of tent pole flags the only sounds, she longed for what had seemed quaint. She looked up to cross the wide street where it intersected with Maidan Nezhely, and on the opposite side of the thoroughfare saw a man bend over at his waist. His hands went to his hips and he coughed. It was quiet enough and the traffic so sparse, the hack carried like thunder in a canyon. The few men and women who passed him took wide berths. They held their hands to their masks, pressing them against their sallow faces. They stole glances at the man but hurried past and into the street without checking for passing buses, cars, or trucks. Gwendolyn stopped, one foot already off the crumbling curb, and stepped back onto the sidewalk. She held her position and gaze. The coughing man was having a fit, his back heaved. His lungs expanded and contracted while he struggled to breathe. He didn't have long. He'd progressed from the dry, spasmodic cough of early presentation to what sounded like the paroxysmal cough of a child battling pertussis. The man wheezed and stood up, hands still at his hips, and Gwendolyn saw the dark purple stains on his blue mask, hemoptysis. The man was a goner. He was coughing up blood. She imagined he'd be bedridden in 48 hours and dead within the week. The virologist glanced to her right. She could go back to the hotel and stow away in her room until she had to be at work. The pharmacy was a luxury, not a necessity, and Morel had counseled the team not to take unnecessary risks. There was a virtual certainty she wasn't susceptible, but there was still a risk given the superbug's propensity for adaptation. Everyone on the team had been exposed to the disease over the past 4 months. There was no avoiding it given its prevalence. Whatever inoculations they'd received or immunities they carried had worked for all but one of them. A woman who worked as part of Kovatlev's unit contracted the plague and had become a valuable research tool. Even in death she was contributing. It was the sad truth of their work. Still, she questioned her decision to venture outside. All of their work, and that of scientists working independently across the globe, suggested they were reaching an inflection point. The disease had infiltrated every civilization on the planet. Data from their forecasting team showed a mortality rate nearing 7 in 10. Two-thirds of the Earth's population was at risk of dying in the coming weeks. The forecasters spoke of the resulting infrastructure collapse, the economic meltdown, the disintegration of government and law enforcement. Of course, none of this was public. It was speculation, even if well-founded, and those at the highest levels of the scientific and political communities wanted the projections and theories kept under wraps. People will find out the truth of the matter as it happens to them, Charles Morel had said. No need to foster hysteria if it's ultimately unwarranted. That's like playing the violin on the deck on a sinking ship, Kevin Pierce had argued. The iceberg has already cut an irreparable hole in the hull. We're sinking. Just because people can't see the rupture, they feel the shift, they know it. No amount of denial will stop that. Morel had smiled, and if those ill-fated people on the Titanic had known. If the band hadn't played Nearer My God to Thee, those who managed to survive might have sunk with the ship. Instead of 2,200 deaths, there were 1,500. I'd argue the music helped. Funny, Gwendolyn had interjected. 2/3 of the people died on the Titanic too, if my math is more or less correct. Now she was staring at one statistic. The man across the street still had his hands on his hips, but he was moving. His slow amble carried him northeast along Crescentick Street. She wouldn't have to pass him. Gwendolyn exhaled, aware she'd been holding her breath. It wasn't smart to be doing this, but she'd failed to plan and the trip to the pharmacy was necessary. Plus, she needed to see a happy face. Nobody ever smiled in Kiev, at least not since she'd arrived. None of her coworkers ever laughed. People on the streets kept to themselves, and even at the hotel, the concierge gave terse information with impassivity. At the pharmacy, she always got a smile and genuine conversation. The owner was a kind man with thin hair and high cheekbones. His laugh was as genuine as Ukrainian vodka was smooth. Sergei was his name. He was always behind the counter. When she asked for help, he didn't point her in the right direction, he took her there. This was why she was a frequent customer and bought items there that might have been cheaper elsewhere. Sergei was a nice man. He asked about her day, told her jokes, offered her advice. Gwendolyn found herself going to the pharmacy even when she didn't need anything other than levity. She adjusted the mask on her face, freeing loose strands of hair from the confines of the elastic band behind her ear, touched the bun at the top of her head, and stepped out into the street. A man on a puttering motorbike sped past her, and she paused to give him space. It crossed her mind as she walked, now with purpose, toward the pharmacy that this country had endured more than most. Being an epicenter for the scourge was only the latest challenge for its strong people. Ukraine was home to a long war. It was the war that produced the camps in which the disease had germinated and spread so rapidly. It was the place in which, nearly 50 years earlier, the world's worst nuclear disaster had altered hundreds of thousands of lives. The Chernobyl Museum was still open. On Pravilak Korova, it was opened 6 years after the disaster and served as both memorial and cautionary tale. Gwendolyn hadn't had time to visit the exhibition, nor did she think it was a good idea to be in a confined space with other people. Being outdoors was one thing. Spending hours inside with strangers was another altogether. She had seen photographs of the museum on Hristo Kovatlev's phone. He swiped through a collection of them as they took a break one day from analyzing epithelial cells. The one that stuck with her was the collection of signs with pink slashes through the names of villages that no longer existed. The residents had abandoned them in the wake of the disaster in 1986. Many of the villages were buried under the ground to reduce the latent radiation. "I think I'd rather look at the plague under a microscope," she'd told Hristo. He'd put his phone back in his lab coat pocket and glanced at the samples on the other side of the protective glass that separated them from what they were studying. "Why is that?" She'd shaken her head. "That was man-made. We could have prevented it. To think that all of those people lost everything because of our own hubris." Kovatlev had studied her for a moment and smiled wryly. "Is it worse?" he'd asked rhetorically. "This plague might be nature's doing, but its spread is our own fault." "How is that?" Sharp had replied. "We created the camps," he'd said flatly. "We fought in the wars that created them. We forced people from the comfort of their homes and into these crowded fenced hovels absent clean water, decent food, and plumbing. There were animals, there were rats, there were fleas. All of this is because of us." She hadn't had an answer for that. As hyperbolic as Kovatlev's point might have been, it was valid. Ultimately, man had always been responsible for his own rise and fall. As she turned southwest again, she considered that word. Man, typically she didn't like it. She thought it patriarchal and outdated, and as advanced as Americans had become in using more inclusive language, the Europeans lagged. As enlightened as they portrayed themselves to be, especially when it came to human rights and social welfare, they were still antiquated when it came to a woman's equality with men. In this case, though, she didn't mind it. It was men who'd done this. They de-started the wars. They deforged the camps. She eyed the neon green cross above the pharmacy's door. The cross, however, wasn't glowing or strobing as it normally did. It was turned off. So were the lights inside the pharmacy. That was evident as she drew closer. The place was closed. Gwendolyn stood there, hoping that if she stared at the space long enough, it would open for business. She cursed under her breath and marched the distance to the front door. She tried the handle and the door rattled when she pulled. It was locked. She cupped her hands around her face and pressed them to the glass so she could look inside. Despite the darkness, the unlit, half-empty shelves of pain medicine, vitamins, lipstick, and cheap reading glasses, she saw movement. There was someone in the store. Of course, Sergei was there. This was his place. Gwendolyn called out, "Dobrij den." Then, "Hello." Her voice was muffled through the glass. The person in the back of the store, a woman, didn't react. It didn't seem she was ignoring Gwendolyn. She hadn't heard her. Gwendolyn drew back from the glass and pounded on the door with the heel of her fist. The glass vibrated and the door rattled. The sound echoed beyond her and toward the fountains to her right and behind her. She knocked twice more, this time with her knuckles, and then pressed her face to the glass again. The woman, her shoulders stooped, was moving through the center aisle of the store and toward her. She wore a bright yellow babushka on her head. The closer she got, the older the woman appeared. Gwendolyn recognized her now. She was Sergei's mother, although she couldn't remember her name. The woman had been at the store more and more in the past weeks. It was then Gwendolyn realized she hadn't seen Sergei in a couple of days. Or was it a week? Sergei's mother reached the door and inserted a key to unlock it from the inside. Gwendolyn offered her a smile and less formal greeting. "Private," she said. Then she added a "thank you, Dakuju." Sergei's mother pushed on the door and Gwendolyn stepped back. "I know you," the woman said in English. "You come here many days." "Yes," said Gwendolyn. Her voice was soft, trying to counterbalance the insistence with which she demanded attention with her door knock. "I'm a regular customer." "You're American," her hand, swollen at the knuckles, was still on the handle. "I am." "We're closed, lights out, door locked, we're not open." "I know, but Sergei's mother raised her eyebrows such that they almost reached the bottom edge of the babushka. "We're closed." Gwendolyn looked past her and into the store. What she needed was on the shelf. There were 2 boxes left. She pointed and motioned toward the shelf. "I just—" The woman began to pull the door shut. Gwendolyn stuck her foot across the threshold and blocked the door from closing all the way. The woman looked down and grunted. She pulled on the door, squeezing Gwendolyn's shoe. Gwendolyn reached her hand up to the frame and pulled. The door opened a crack more, relieving the pressure on the side of her foot. "It's an emergency." Sergei's mother grimaced. Her eyes darkened and tears pooled above the lower lids. Her chin trembled. The expression on her face was a mixture of frustration, anger, and profound sadness. "Your emergency is not my emergency. We are not open. You go now." Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks, finding the deep crevices like water finds dry creeks. It filled them, tracing them to her still quivering chin. She pushed on the door suddenly, shoving Gwendolyn back and off balance. Then she yanked the door closed with a bang and locked it. She stood there for a moment, staring at Gwendolyn through the glass. Without wiping her eyes, Sergei's mother turned and disappeared into the store. She didn't look back. Gwendolyn crossed her arms over her chest. The chill in the air was instantly acute and she shuddered. Then she noticed the hand-scrawled note taped to the facade next to the door. She hadn't seen it before. It was above the sign that displayed the pharmacy's regular hours. The poster was written in Ukrainian. She couldn't make out the scribbled Cyrillic lettering, but she understood the message. Her chest tightened and a lump thickened in her throat. She uncrossed her arms and brought her cold hands to her face, covering her mouth and nose. Her vision blurred from the sheen of tears pooling in her eyes. On the sign, along with the writing, was a color photograph of Sergei. He was smiling at a dinner party. There was a cigarette in his hand, the smoke curling from its tip. Different bottles of liquor dotted the table with mostly empty dishes. He was smiling and looking at something to the left of the camera lens. It made Gwendolyn smile for an instant through her tears. Under his photograph were the dates of his birth and death and a single word she did understand. Baich. It was Ukrainian and had several English translations: curse, plague, and scourge. Gwendolyn stared at the word and then again at Sergei's photograph. He'd died from the disease she was trying to stop. He'd contracted the viral-enhanced bacterial pneumonia and died. He was gone forever. She took a couple of steps backward and then started walking hurriedly toward the hotel. The cold air hurt her lungs, even filtered through her mask. Oblivious to her surroundings, she moved. Her mind was focused on Sergei, a man she barely knew but who'd made her time in this place a little more bearable. Of all the people who'd died, the seemingly endless lists of names and associated lab numbers, she hadn't been acquainted with a single person who'd died from the scourge. Everyone until now was a stranger, a statistic. The victims up to this point might as well have died in 541 or 1350. They meant nothing to her on a personal level. She considered the swell of emotion she felt for this man, for his mother, for their family. Did he have a wife or children, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews? Was he the sole source of income for his mother? Did she live alone? Had she contracted the disease caring for her son? How soon before she was dead and there was a poster of her face on the storefront? Was there anyone left to care if she died? Was he the only one she'd know, or was he the first of many? Chapter 8. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. Mike swiped a thick sheen of sweat from his forehead and licked droplets from above his upper lip. His unshaven face was coarse. He chuckled sardonically. "It's not the heat, it's the humidity," he said aloud. "That's the biggest load of crap I've ever heard." It was October, and the early evening air was like a sauna. The sun was low, but somehow the thick central Florida air managed to maintain its swelter. Mike knew that much of the radiant heat was from the logjam of cars and trucks that sat idle or inched slowly in both directions along Lake Mary Boulevard. The road stretched primarily east and west and cut a line through the middle of the bedroom community of Lake Mary. The city clung to the eastern edge I-4 and was nestled between the historic town of Sanford and the upscale enclaves of Heathrow and Alachua Lakes. What had long ago been a sleepy suburb north of Orlando had become a model for suburban growth, complete with strip centers, malls, business parks, and an underdeveloped infrastructure. Much like I-4 remained the lone north-south corridor through central Florida, Lake Mary Boulevard provided a perpendicular service through Lake Mary. On a good day, traffic was sluggish. On a day like this, and Mike couldn't remember a day like this, it was a parking lot. It was dense, tangled, and choking itself. The choking part was the worst. Mike could taste it in his mouth. The exhaust from all of the trucks and cars made for a dense pool of nasty air, and it made it that much hotter. Sweat stung his eyes, and he swiped again to clear his vision. He was on the north side of the road, passing a Chick-fil-A that had barely any line in the drive-thru. That was as anomalous as the total gridlock on the road. He passed a gas station and considered going inside to buy whatever was left on the shelves, get some cash back, but the line of patrons stretched from the convenience store and wound around the pumps. The gas pumps themselves had yellow bags over the handles. They were out of fuel. The entirety of his walk seemed surreal, as if he were walking through someone else's world. It reminded him of the panic scenes in disaster movies more than the days leading up to an approaching hurricane. He wiped sweat from the backs of his forearms like a baseball coach would send in signals to pitchers and catchers. There was an odd symphony to the sounds as he walked. The mix of shouts, engine revs, and honking horns provided the perfect soundtrack to what he witnessed. He noticed the strange mixture of focus and reverie on the faces of many people. They were at once present and absent. He wondered if he held the same worried gaze and decided it was the countenance of people who'd resigned themselves to what was happening, but couldn't fully process what it meant. A woman carrying canvas bags in both hands approached him on the sidewalk that ran parallel to the boulevard. The bags were low to the ground, the laden bottoms scraping the concrete. They bulged, and the straps, which she white-knuckled, were stretched taut. The white plastic caps of drink bottles poked out the tops of the bags. Her face was as strained as the straps. Deep creases rumpled her brow. The woman was relatively young, perhaps in her early 40s. The beginnings of gray framed her hairline at her temples. Mike stepped to the side and into the healthy St. Augustine grass to let the woman pass. She never made eye contact with him and didn't thank him for giving way. He wondered if she even saw him given the intensity of her distant, worried glare. To his right, a woman in the passenger seat of an aging Honda minivan patted the back of her crying infant. She held the pink swaddled child in her arms, bouncing her up and down against her shoulder. Their window was down, and the woman rested one elbow on the open frame. The mother's red face glistened with sweat and strands of her long, dark hair. It was pulled into a ponytail, but the stray, damp hairs were matted against her forehead. Her lips were pursed in that shushing way parents used with restless children. Behind the wheel, a man sat straight. His window was down too, and Mike wondered if their air conditioning didn't work. The minivan looked old enough to be in disrepair. The driver was in a bright orange tank top. His face and his arms from the mid-bicep down were deeply tanned, his neck and upper arms pale. He was gripping the wheel with both hands, rubbing his thumbs across it. His seatbelt was off and his eyes were closed. Then he opened them and reached down, doing something at the controls on the minivan's dash. In New York, a nasal-intoned voice blared from the minivan's radio, "Panic rules the day." Broadway is dark on a Saturday for the first time since a massive storm closed the iconic theater district in January 2016. Times Square shops and restaurants are either shuttered or absent, the regular throngs of midtown tourists who flock to the neon energy of the city's center. Mike slowed his walk so he could hear more of the report. He didn't want to stop and appear obvious about his interest. The child's wails made it difficult to hear some of the words from the radio reporter, but he could easily fill in the gaps. "Museums are closed," said the reporter, "as is the Statue of Liberty. The Staten Island Ferry is running a limited schedule, as is the city-owned subway system. There aren't enough operators to run the 36 lines that make up the network of transportation leased to the Transit Authority. It's a major inconvenience for the more than 3 million people who typically use the subway on Saturdays." The report continued, but Mike was too far ahead of the minivan to hear the rest of it. He held a snapshot of the family in his mind as he walked. If this was the beginning of the end, what would the middle of it look like, the long term? That baby in the woman's arms, in what kind of world would she grow up? She might never know what things were like before. Today was the inflection point. Mike sensed it. This was that demarcation between then and now, between the past and the future, the before and the after. Sweat stuck his shirt to the small of his back. He swallowed against the sharp dryness of his mouth and raked his teeth across his lower lip. His legs were heavier with each step, but it wasn't only from the weight of the heat and humidity. It was from the weight of what Mike knew was coming, about the struggles ahead, about the things he imagined he would have to do that would obliterate the walls of his proverbial comfort zone. He checked the traffic to his right and stepped from the curb between two trucks. He held up his hand in an appreciative wave to the drivers who let him pass in front of them as he made his way to the center line. He then turned to his right and did the same. Nobody seemed to mind. They weren't going anywhere anyhow. Mike stepped up on the curb that rose from the eastbound lanes and moved toward the parking lot of his building. His heart skipped and anxiety tingled through his body. He didn't want to go back inside, but there was no choice. This was the first of many things he would have to do despite his desire to avoid them. He sucked in a deep breath, filling his lungs with the heavy, damp air, and marched to the building's entrance one step at a time. Chapter 9, October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Are you getting enough air? Miriam looked up from her phone to see the driver, Amir, looking at her in his rearview mirror. She faked a smile and nodded. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry about the traffic, he said. There's nothing I can do about it. It's fine, said Miriam. It's not your fault. She looked out the window. They'd barely left the airport property and she'd been in the back of the Land Rover for more than 45 minutes. Her phone battery was low. Do you mind if I plug in my phone? She asked. Not a problem, said Amir. I can charge it wireless here in the cup holder next to me, or you can plug it in there in the back seat. Although his English was excellent, the accent made it clear he wasn't native to the United States. Which is faster? She asked. Amir smiled, his cheeks dimpled. He took a hand from the steering wheel and motioned toward the endless sea of red taillights ahead of them. I don't think it matters, he said. You'll have plenty of time for either. It will take some time to get to Lake Mary. Miriam sighed. Amir was right. There was no rush. I'll plug it in back here, she said. That way, if I get a text or a call, I can answer it without bothering you. Amir gripped the wheel with both hands, twisting his fingers on the vinyl wheel cover. He shrugged and glanced in the rearview mirror at her. No bother, the choice is yours. Miriam plugged the phone into the charger in front of her and sank into her seat. She yanked on the seatbelt and let go, adjusting it against her chest. The cool air from the vents blew onto her face. It smelled clean. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. It might take a while, but she'd be out of this car and out of her linen suit soon enough. Miriam could already taste the frozen margaritas she and her friend always had at a Tex-Mex place near her apartment. They were good with an extra shot of Herradura Reposado floated on the top of the icy beverage. Her mouth watered. This diversion wasn't such a bad thing. Her longtime friend Ashley Pomerantz lived in Lake Mary. They'd been sorority sisters and roommates in college and kept in touch. Both of them shared a passion for handbags, travel, and nice men. Neither of them subscribed to the stereotypical trope of liking bad boys. They were a waste of time. Every time Miriam had extra time in Central Florida or Ashley could spare a few days to head north, they'd chill and reminisce. Miriam opened her eyes and picked up her phone. It was charging still, so she left it attached to the cord and opened up Instagram. She found Ashley's profile and scrolled through it. The most recent pictures were shots from a recent trip to Prague. As she swiped through them, she tapped the ones she hadn't already liked. How had she missed these? The most recent was of Ashley in front of the astronomical clock. She stood out against the crowd of tourists and onlookers behind her. Her bright purple top complemented the dials of the 600-year-old mechanical clock that adorned the face of City Hall. The caption read, "Loving my time here." There was a stopwatch emoji next to the text. There was another of her standing on an arched stone bridge. The location information indicated it was the Charles Bridge. She stood near a statue at the bridge's apex and gazed out onto the water, posed away from the camera. The sky behind her was blue and cloudless. It reflected on the hint of water visible in the picture, the water of the Vltava River that split the old town and new town of Prague. The sky and sliver of water were so blue that it looked fake, put through a filter, but the rest of the colors were true. The stone of the bridge was tan and brown, not saturated as the sky appeared. It was a beautiful photograph in a beautiful place. The caption was 3 heart emojis. Miriam smiled. She loved that her friend traveled the world, that she was living her best life. She tapped another couple of photographs, noticing that Ashley had posted nothing in more than a week. Her thumbs danced across the screen and she opened her messaging application. The message she'd sent to Ashley didn't have a response. It also appeared as though Ashley hadn't even opened it yet. Miriam worried that her friend was still out of town. The girl liked to get on a plane, and her job as a radio sales rep afforded her the opportunities. She opened Twitter and found her friend's profile. Her friend wasn't much for tweeting herself, but she retweeted famous people a lot, a lot. Sometimes she'd comment on the tweet when she shared it, saying me, so true. There was, however, a tweet she'd posted the day before. It was a photo of a box of tissues, a bowl of soup, and a digital thermometer with the caption, "Not the weekend I planned." Miriam recognized the table and rug in the photograph as being from Ashley's apartment. She was home, but she was sick. Miriam wondered if she should intrude. An open invitation wasn't always open if the host was sick. She closed the app and hit the phone icon. A second later, Miriam had the phone to her ear and it was ringing. After the fourth ring, Ashley's voice came on. "Hi," she said with the hint of Georgia twang that drove boys crazy. "It's me, Ashley. I can't take your call, but leave your info and I'll get back to you. You can also text me if this is urgent. Talk soon." An automated voice followed with instructions about how to leave Ashley a message. Miriam waited and then took a breath before deciding what to say. "Hey girl, it's me. I'm in town for an extra day or two or whenever these planes get up and flying again. Thought I'd crash with you if that's okay. But if you're sick, it's no big. Let me know. Love you." Miriam was a professional woman pulling in good money. She had a stellar reputation and outstanding, influential clients. She wore $1,000 suits and carried handbags that cost twice that. But whenever she got together with Ashley, she was a college girl again. Her voice was an octave higher. Her vocabulary disintegrated into lingo. She texted Ashley a follow-up. "Hey girl, in town, need a place to crash. You around? Let me know. Drinks and dinner on me." She watched the screen for a moment, expecting to see text bubbles appear on the lower left of the display. Nothing. She tapped the screen and opened her messaging app again. With her thumbs, she typed the first few letters of a name and then a smiling face appeared at the center of the display. Her date. Well, the guy who was supposed to be her date, she didn't want to cancel. His cheery disposition, dark skin, and broad shoulders made her not want to cancel, but she had no choice. Not only wasn't she making it home tonight, she might not make it north of downtown Orlando. The Land Rover lurched and stopped. Amir glanced at her over his shoulder. "You want any music?" he asked. "I have satellite radio. Whatever you'd like to listen to is fine with me." Miriam glanced up at Amir. She shook her head and smiled. "No, thank you." Her thumbs hovered over the screen before she decided on the best way to cancel the date. She wasn't doing this by choice. There were larger forces at play. "Hey," she typed. Then she deleted it and started again. She wanted something flirtier. "Hey, you not much better," but she kept typing. "I have bad news. I'm stuck in Florida. Every flight was canceled. I'm stuck." She deleted the last sentence. It was repetitive. "I'm truly sorry and very disappointed. I was looking forward to spending time with you and getting to know you better. Could we reschedule?" It was a fine line between making sure he didn't think she'd blown him off and making him think she was desperate. She hoped she'd found the right balance and reread what she'd typed into the messenger. She reread it again and glanced through the front windshield. They moved another 100 feet, if that. The smell of exhaust was giving her a headache. "Amir, I don't mean to be rude, but could you please recirculate the air? The fumes from the other cars is too much." He nodded with his broad, amiable smile and tapped the adjustments into the SUV's climate control system. There was a shift in the whoosh that pushed from the vents and the air temperature changed. The noxious odor subsided and her phone chimed. She looked down to find a response from her date. It was short but promising. "Understand. How's next Friday? I've got tickets to the Hurricanes' first home game. Great seats behind the glass at center ice." Miriam wasn't a hockey fan. She wasn't much into sports, period, despite being heavily involved in the social media marketing for some of the most popular sports video games. Because of that, she knew athletes. That included both of the Canes' starting defensemen. They were perennial all-stars. One of them, Mark Helms, had won the Norris Trophy twice as the league's best defensive player. She smiled and thumbed a response. "Sounds great. I can get Helms to sign a puck for you." His response was immediate and it was typical. He thought she was joking. "LOL, it's a date. Travel safe. This sickness thing is no joke." Miriam put the phone down and got comfortable in the seat. Its leather was cool and plush. Was she naive for thinking the date would happen? If the sickness was serious enough to cancel flights, wouldn't anything that involved travel or crowds be in jeopardy? Then again, the news media was always making mountains out of molehills, hurricanes out of sprinkles, and plagues out of common colds. It was their job to get clicks, page views, and engagement. They needed ratings, and what better way to get ratings as an inactive hurricane season wound down than to fabricate the urgency of this thing they were calling the scourge? She chuckled to herself. The sickness even had a name. The first step in getting people's attention was branding. Now the illness, concentrated half a world away, had a brand. The Scourge. It sounded to her like a B-movie on a second-rate streaming service. How many times had authorities and their media mouthpieces warned of swine flu, avian flu, Ebola, and a half-dozen other world-ending diseases that never amounted to anything more than a handful of domestic cases? As far as she was concerned, this whole thing was hype, and it had cost her a date with a man she thought was promising. She clenched her jaw and cursed under her breath. "If you don't mind me asking," said Amir, "what have you heard about the disease?" Miriam didn't want to talk about it. She didn't want to be rude either. Amir seemed like a nice person. She sighed, exhaling audibly. "I don't know," she said. "You probably know more than I do. I've been in meetings for the last couple of days. What have you heard?" Amir's eyes danced between her reflection in the rearview mirror and the slow road ahead. "The radio says it's bad," he said, as if reading her mind. "And they say it's going to get worse. People are already getting sick here. They're saying this is the real deal. People are going to die from this, and there's no cure, no vaccine." She sat up and eyed him in the mirror. "In Orlando." He shrugged, his hand still on the vinyl-wrapped wheel. "Everywhere." Chapter 10. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Mike tugged on the seatbelt across his chest. He considered unbuckling it. The belt was useless. The Jeep wasn't going anywhere, and neither was anyone around him. It had taken him 20 minutes to merge into the eastbound gridlock from the station's parking lot. It might take him an hour to go the short distance to the clinic. Air blasted onto his face and dried the sweat. He was cold but kept the air on high. The whoosh of the air conditioning was comforting. The sun was low behind him, casting shadows in front of him. It was getting close to 6 o'clock. It felt like midnight. This was one of those days that felt longer than it was. Waking up with a hangover on his couch seemed like yesterday or the day before. So much had happened in the last 24 hours, Mike had trouble processing it. He went back over the events in his mind and struggled to rationalize the rapid deterioration of common decency and patience. Despite what the deputy said about it not being an overnight thing, it felt that way to Mike. Yesterday, at this time, the worst thing in his life was another rejection. It struck him that some disasters brought societies together while others viciously dissolved them like acid. He remembered what his father, the Marine, told him about 9/11. Mike hadn't been born yet, and his father was dating his mother. They were on again, off again, and in the middle of a temporary separation when terrorists hijacked 4 airplanes, steering 3 of them into buildings and 1 of them into the ground. He eased off the brake and let the Jeep move forward. He was first in line at a stoplight now. That was progress. The 9/11 attacks galvanized the nation, his father told him. Patriotism spiked. Generosity and love of neighbor bloomed. People took stock of what mattered. They held doors for others, volunteered at shelters, and hung large American flags from their front porches and apartment balconies. Mike's parents went to the courthouse and got married. The patriotic afterglow lasted for months. It only waned when the United States went to war in Iraq, and still the love of country and of those who served in the military or as first responders remained. The light turned green and he sped up. He reached 10 miles per hour before he had to slow and stop again. There were a dozen cars between his Jeep and the next light. He wondered if that spike would have happened if the attacks had hit more than the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in Pennsylvania. What if the attacks took out targets and killed people in Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, Atlanta, Houston, and even Orlando? Would people have rallied? Would they have been so nice to each other? Mike ran his fingers through his hair and scanned the cars and trucks around him. People already looked exasperated, and he doubted it was only because of the traffic. His mind drifted from his father to the bag-toting woman who'd passed him on the sidewalk, the mother juggling the baby in the front seat of the Honda minivan, the people he'd seen when walking from the clinic to the station. It was as if everyone knew something he had yet to process, like they had information that told them to be frightened. They knew what was coming, the unwinding of civilization in favor of every person protecting himself or herself at the expense of everything and everyone else. The car in front of him inched forward and he let off the brake. The Jeep idled forward a few feet and he applied the brake again. The gas gauge told him he had 3/4 of a tank. It was plenty, but would it be in a few days? Already filling stations were empty. He lessened the air conditioning's output to half. The whoosh of air softened to a hiss. Mike could hear the low tones of the radio. It was on, but the volume was turned down so that he hadn't been able to hear it over the air conditioning. It was talk radio. Mike didn't usually listen to it, but Bryce had been scanning the dial on the way to the station and he'd left it there. He turned up the volume. "For that call, good point, I'm telling you," said the host. "There's something supremely fishy about this. Is it a false flag? I don't know. The United Nations isn't the benevolent institution some would have you believe. The World Health Organization, which is the one providing all of the intelligence and guidance on this so-called scourge, is part of the United Nations. So you be the judge." Mike rolled his eyes. False flag, like this was some government conspiracy. To do what? To accomplish what? The light turned green up ahead and slowly the line of traffic unwound. Mike moved the Jeep another few feet closer to the clinic. "I'll tell you why it could be," said the host, as if reading Mike's mind. "And it's not that much of a stretch. This whole climate change thing has been at us for, what, a couple of decades. There were the Paris Accords and the Helsinki Pact and the Tokyo Summit. These things were designed to lessen our carbon footprint and slow the damage we're doing to the environment, right?" The tail lights on the car ahead of the Jeep flashed red and Mike pressed the brake. In the distance was the edge of the clinic's parking lot. It was encouraging. The radio host was not. "What's the biggest problem for the environment? Is it cars? Is it airplanes? Is it raping the earth of its minerals and fossil fuels? Is it defoliating our landscape to develop housing and industry? No, it's not. It's population. The more people we have on this planet, the more of those other things we demand. In my mind, the root of the climate crisis is population." The host made sense even if he didn't make sense. Mike couldn't reconcile that governments would have anything to do with letting a disease ease the population burden. That was too far-fetched, regardless of the reasonable argument that population was the single biggest threat to the planet. He lifted his foot and the Jeep moved closer to the car in front of it. He congratulated himself for not having purchased the manual transmission. Sure, it would be more fun in off-road situations or in regular traffic, but shifting gears in something like this would drive him nuts. He ran a hand across his forehead, the remnants of dried sweat gritty under his fingertips. "Why wouldn't it make sense," opined the radio host in his cigarette-cured voice, "that the United Nations and its one-world philosophy would seize an opportunity like this? I'm not saying they started the disease. That's next-level Illuminati-type conspiracy talk. I'm not going there." The host chuckled and cleared his throat. He said something about needing to take a break soon, that the top of the hour was close. "Suffice it to say, this is an opportunity for those who'd like to see the world a little less insecure. Aid the spread of the disease, let it run its course, be slow in the efforts to find a cure or a vaccine. Any or all of those courses of action mean more people die. It thins the herd, the strongest survive. A new world order commences." Mike inhaled deeply and sighed. The host's suggestions and theories made him uneasy. The traffic ahead of him moved a car at a time and he surged forward. The Jeep made it to the light before it turned yellow. He swung the wheel to the left and made the turn across oncoming traffic. A man in a large black SUV laid on his horn and flipped the bird, shouting expletives. His head turned and his eyes fixed on Mike as he squeezed past him. Mike waved and smiled, trying to diffuse the man's anger. It didn't work. He laid on the horn again, holding it for several seconds. Mike swung the wheel again, this time to the right, and drove into the clinic's parking lot. There were no available parking spaces, so he rolled the Jeep onto the grass. He wasn't worried about getting towed. Nobody from the clinic would have time to worry about it, and no tow truck would make it before he was gone anyhow. He slid the Jeep into park and looked at the clock. It was 6 o'clock. Mike hoped Bryce was in good shape and ready to go. He didn't want to spend any more time than needed around sick people. It was like Russian roulette. The more he was around people potentially infected with the scourge, the more likely he was to contract the illness. Mike didn't know what was coming other than that it was bad. The world, his world, was changing and not for the better. All signs pointed to a short-term hell on Earth. It might be better to die now. Mike thought about that, his seatbelt still buckled and tight across his chest. Did he want to die? Did he want the easy way out? No, he decided life was worth living. It was worth conflict and trial. It was worth whatever might come his way. He wanted to fight. He wanted to live. He unsnapped the latch on the belt and eased his way from the Jeep. A philosophy professor in college had once explained the idea that one could not know light without darkness, joy without despair, life without death. Mike had always understood that concept. He got the yin and yang of things, that all things required weights on both sides of the scale to provide balance. But as he walked toward the clinic and trudged across the hot asphalt parking lot, he felt the concept for the first time. He was afraid of death, and it was only through that fear he could truly live. Chapter 11. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Candy Bellman dialed the number and tucked her cell phone into her back pocket. Through a flesh-colored wireless earpiece that resembled a tiny hearing aid, she could hear the newscast anchor talking on the set. The director was getting a mic check, and the anchor was obliging with the same check he always provided. Once the newscast began, she'd hear that as well. She was connected to what was known as IFB. Interrupted fold back was the technical term for the audio exchange between the control room, what was on television or online, and the reporter or anchor on the other end. Producers and directors could communicate with their on-air talent by interrupting the connection with whatever information they had to convey. Additionally, the line had what was called mix-minus. It was the mix of on-air audio and the production booth minus the reporter's own voice. That way the reporter or anchor wouldn't hear themselves in a loop that sounded like an echo in their ears. Of all the things that had changed in television news, IFB and mix-minus were two that stayed the same. 1 2 3 2 3 2 1, his rich voice intoned. Chickadee check to the checkity chick. 1 2 3 2 3 2 1. The aging meteorologist then offered his cigarette tripe in check. His gravelly voice was at once soothing and unnerving. It was like an audible car wreck. It was impossible not to listen to him despite how much his voice grated. The woman director then addressed Candy. "Hi, Candy," she said. "Producer is on her way into the booth. Can I get a check from you?" Candy said aloud the live introduction to her taped report, practicing it as much as supplying the audio check. "Do you hear me okay?" "Sure do," said the director. "You hear me?" asked the producer from the control room. "Yep," said Candy. She adjusted the lavalier microphone on the collar of her blouse. "All good here." Checking her reflection in the lens of her camera, she adjusted a loose hair that covered her brow. Then she stepped back and checked the small monitor on the side of the camera. It displayed the framing of her shot. She took a couple of steps to the right and made sure she was centered. The producer coughed in her ear, cleared her throat, and apologized. "Sorry about that, got a little cold, we're a minute out. We're leading with a car crash on I-4 at Maitland that's blocking all lanes. Then we come to you." If the station didn't lead its newscasts with near drownings or pit bull attacks, it led with breaking traffic news. It could be a wreck on a freeway, a toll road, a downtown street, or a car into a house. It didn't matter. Some consultant somewhere told them traffic was a raiding driver, so that was what they did. It would change in a month. "Gotcha," said Candy, standing by. For most of her stellar career, Candy had worked with a photographer. He or she would drive the news unit, operate the camera, edit the story, and contribute equally to the production of the day's assignment. But as ratings slipped, budgets shrank, and longtime photojournalists left the station, more and more reporters were tasked with doing everything for themselves. Candy was among the last to acquiesce. But she did it, even if she missed the camaraderie of a coworker in the field, the teamwork of it. She missed the occasional lunch at a Cuban sandwich joint or getting subs on the run from Publix. She especially missed having someone shoot her live shots. 30 seconds, said the producer. Candy checked over her shoulder. It was a habit. She never knew who might be behind her while she stared straight ahead into the glass lens. It was a good idea to gauge what interruptions might lurk, ready to pounce and make fools of themselves on live television. She saw no threats this time, though she noticed the chaos at the entrance to the emergency room. There were police officers trying to maintain calm. A cluster of people were gathered at the doors, trying to gain entrance. The officers were holding them at bay. "We're in the show open," said the producer. The newscast theme music drummed in Candy's ears before the anchor started talking about the breaking news on I-4. She turned back to check the monitor on the side of the camera. She had it pivoted perpendicular to the body of the camera. She saw herself, and in the distance behind her, the crowd outside the emergency entrance to Orlando Regional Medical Center. "Stand by," said the producer. "Coming to you next." Candy pulled her shoulders back and stared thoughtfully into the lens. She imagined the dark glass as her next-door neighbor, a friend with whom she wanted to share the day's events. The anchor began reading the introduction to her live shot. Candy could picture him on the news set, leaning in dramatically with one elbow on the desk. He held a pen in his hand and alternated glances at the camera and the paper scripts in front of him. The truth was, there were no paper scripts anymore. Everything was computerized. But the weekend anchor, who was almost as old as Candy, liked the aesthetic of paper scripts. He liked holding something in his hands while reading the news aloud. With the latest on this developing story, we join Action News reporter Candy Bellman, live from ORMC. Candy. Candy nodded subtly to acknowledge the anchor's toss to her. "It is a tough situation here at ORMC," she said. "The doctors and nurses are working overtime to handle the huge influx of patients, many of whom are concerned they've contracted what's being called the scourge." Candy stared into the lens, holding her position for a moment. The producer told her they were showing her taped report, and she relaxed. In her ears, her own voice told the unfolding story at the region's busiest hospital. Jose Contreras is worried. He's here with his wife and 3 children, waiting in an overcrowded emergency waiting room and hoping to see a doctor. In her mind, she saw the video of Jose sitting with a young boy on his knee. He bounced the child up and down while he spoke into the microphone Candy aimed toward him. "My youngest has been coughing," he said. "We called the pediatrician's office, but it's Saturday and they're closed, so we came here. We've been here 4 hours." Next was the voice of a hospital spokesperson. "It's overwhelming," she said. "In addition to the regular stream of patients we'll see on a Saturday, the fear of the widespread bacterial illness has tripled our regular workload. We cannot accommodate everyone as quickly as we'd like." As the report continued with Candy's narration, she checked behind her again. There was a tall man with short blonde hair jabbing a finger at a police officer. Although she couldn't hear what he was saying, she could tell he was shouting. His face was red, the muscles in his neck tense. The officer held up his hands, palms facing the angry man in an apparent gesture to calm him down. It wasn't working. Again, she listened to her own voice in her earpiece. "It's unclear how many, if any, of these would-be patients are sick at all, or if they're here because of the growing panic surrounding the disease. Where the illness has struck, it is deadly." Next were 2 sound bites from the expert Dr. Chuck Moffat. They were edited back-to-back to create a seamless transition. There was file video of sick people from Ukraine covering part of the edit. "So the real concern with this infection," said Dr. Moffat, "is the speed with which it's spreading. Yersinia pestis is a particularly nasty bacteria regardless, and this strain appears to be remarkably aggressive. Right? Stay away from crowds, lock yourself in a room, turn off your air conditioning. Keep your windows closed." The taped portion of her report was almost over. She was talking about Jose Contreras again, showing video of his young child. The kid looked sick. His eyes were red and glossy, his cough thick with mucus. Candy remembered backing away instinctively when the kid hacked during the interview. "It doesn't matter to me how long we're here," said Contreras. "As long as my child is okay, I'd wait forever to know that we're okay." The taped portion was over. Candy stared into the camera again and pretended she was finishing a friendly exchange with her attentive neighbor. She nodded and narrowed her eyes, acting the part of someone interested and engaged in her own work. She waited a beat and began what was called the tag. It was the end of her report, a live element that wrapped up the story with a line or two. "There are no confirmed cases of the disease at ORMC yet," she said. "That is good news, doctors tell us, given the concern over its rapid spread and just how deadly it can be." Reporting live from ORMC, Candy Bellman, Central Florida's Action News. Candy heard the anchor thank her. "You're clear," said the producer. "Nice work, Candy, thanks." "Sure thing," Candy said. The producer always said the same thing after every live report. She said it enough that Candy doubted she meant it or had even paid attention to anything other than how much time the story took from the rest of the newscast. "By the way," the producer added before Candy could disconnect the phone call, "what's going on behind you? It looks like a fight or something." Candy held up a finger to the lens, asking the producer to hang on. She spun around on her flats, the leather soles grinding on the asphalt parking lot, and saw the blond man in handcuffs. His face was pressed against one of the portico support pillars that helped shade the emergency entrance. His face was crimson. He struggled against the strength of the officer at his back. The other officer was talking into the radio transceiver clipped to his shoulder lapel. He held a boxy weapon Candy recognized as a taser, and had it leveled at a pair of women who were angrily and aggressively posturing at the leading edge of the growing crowd. Candy moved back to her camera, flipped the side monitor closed, and looked through the viewfinder. She was still providing a live feed back to the control room. She zoomed into the crowd, refocused the camera, and provided a close look at the unfolding scene. The red-faced man in cuffs and the officer holding him against the pillar were center frame. She punched the record button on her camera, so she was rolling on the video even as the station recorded it in-house. Then Candy panned to the right and offered a tight shot on the 2 women threatening the taser-wielding officer. A third cop, then a fourth, emerged from the ER entrance and shoved their way through the crowd of a dozen people who stood behind the angry women. It was then she saw one of the angry women was holding something against her chest. It was the same color as her white blouse, and she'd missed it at first. The woman was holding an infant. "Can you get off the tripod and walk over there with the camera?" asked the producer. "We can take it live." Candy, still wearing the lapel mic, responded, "No, taking my camera over there will only escalate it. Plus, we don't know exactly what's going on." Ignoring her, the producer said, "We're coming to you next, stand by." Candy started to argue but knew it was futile. It didn't matter that they had limited information or no information. It was breaking, it was organic, it was live television. Candy widened the shot. Now the entire scene, though not as close-up, was in the frame. Familiar percussive music rang in her ears. She imagined the words "breaking news" in bright orange scrolling across the screen to the syncopated rhythm. Then the anchor introduced her. "We're going back to Candy Bellman," he said. "She's at ORMC with what looks like a dangerous development there. Candy, what is it we're seeing on our screens?" She played it conservatively. The actual drama, whatever it was enough to drive the report. She didn't need to add to it with unnecessary hype, even if that was what her bosses would have preferred. "There is an unfolding police situation at the emergency entrance to the hospital," she said. "Officers have detained one man whom you see on the left side of your screen. He's in handcuffs. I can't say yet that he's under arrest. But I can tell you that moments ago he was involved in a heated argument with two officers. One of them then cuffed him. The other then drew what appears to be a taser. I can see that his service weapon, a 9mm handgun, is still holstered on his hip. The taser is aimed alternately at two women. One of the women is holding a child." The anchor interrupted. "So we don't know the cause of this. We don't know if it's related to the scourge disease." Of course she didn't know, and Candy was acutely aware that the anchor knew she didn't know. He was speculating for the producer's benefit. Candy did know it was a bad practice for reporters to talk about what they didn't know. It was always better to focus on the facts, to give the audience the sense she was working the story and had valuable information. Telling the viewers that she didn't know something facilitated a loss of trust. She wouldn't fall into the trap. "We can imagine that this is related to the concerns over the bacterial pneumonia known as the scourge," she said. She kept the shot wide, not focusing too much on any one person. "The emergency room is packed, it's overflowing. The wait times are ridiculously long because of the high demand. That demand is because people with a variety of symptoms are worried they've contracted the disease. Add that to the already crowded ER on a Saturday evening, and people are bound to lose their cool." As she finished the sentence, the crowd erupted into a defiant roar. Candy looked up from the viewfinder, not listening to the anchor's question. She focused on the officer with the taser and the aggressive woman not holding the infant. The officer was stepping forward, the taser drawn, his elbows locked. There was a thin, translucent wire that caught the light and ran from the taser to the woman's chest. The woman's body jerked and shuddered. She dropped to the ground and convulsed. The other two officers at the scene drew their weapons and shouted commands. The angry crowd widened, stepping back from the officers and the woman. "Candy," asked the anchor, "can you still hear me?" Candy cleared her throat. "Yes, I hear you. It appears that one of the officers deployed his taser, striking a woman in the chest. She's on the ground, and I think that's a nurse running to her while officers stand by, handling the anxious crowd. That nurse, I think he's a nurse based on his attire, is checking on the woman. Those tasers can deliver quite a jolt, 50,000 watts at varying voltage." The detained man was being led to a nearby patrol car parked at the edge of the circular lot. In the distance, emergency sirens wailed. Candy couldn't be sure if they were from ambulance traffic or additional police units. Another nurse emerged from the emergency room. The crowd, still agitated, dispersed under threat of the twin gun-wielding officers. A third nurse took the woman holding the infant and led her inside. The woman was no longer angry. She appeared pale, stunned, in disbelief over what had transpired. Candy saw her saying something that looked like an apology. She was crying and shaking her head. "It appears police have the situation under control at the moment," said Candy into her microphone. "Clearly there's a lot through which to sort. I'll ask some questions of both the hospital and the police and get back to you." Before the producer could respond, her phone beeped. She was getting another call. She recognized the number as belonging to the hospital's public relations flack, a woman named Carrie Perry. She'd been featured in Candy's report minutes earlier. Candy told the producer she had to take a call, but she'd leave the shot up. She kept the camera focused on the emergency room exit and disconnected IFB to answer the other line. "Holy crap, Candy," Carrie shouted by way of greeting. "Did you have to take that live? I'm getting all kinds of heat from my bosses and their bosses over this. I gave you permission to do a live shot on the Scourge, not a potential riot. I trusted you. I thought we had an understanding, and you—" "Hang on, Carrie," Candy said sharply. "Don't attack me for doing my job. You didn't put any stipulations on my live shot. If I wanted to, I could just as easily pay to park across the street and set up on the sidewalk. I didn't cause the commotion, and I didn't speculate about what caused it." There was silence on the other end of the line. Candy kept her eyes on the scene at the hospital's entrance. The police had reholstered their weapons. The tasered woman was being helped onto a gurney. The handcuffed man was in the back seat of a patrol car, head down. "What is going on?" Candy pressed. "I mean, what happened there? You almost had a shooting outside the emergency room on your property. You want a fair shake? Give me the information. You want your bosses yelling at you. Stonewall me, berate me, whatever. But how you handle this determines how I handle it, and I have the camera." Candy didn't like making threats. She did have a good working relationship with Carrie Perry and didn't want to blow it. But the woman, all young and blonde and self-important with a PR degree, had tweaked her. She wasn't going to let her get away with it, and she had the upper hand. Carrie sighed. "Sorry, I shouldn't have jumped on you. You're always fair to us. But sheesh, that live shot looked bad." "What happened?" "Security tells me a couple got tired of waiting in the ER. They'd been there a while. Their kid is sick, or they think the kid is sick. Another woman who's with them, the one who got tased, is also sick. The man, I think the one who was in cuffs, started yelling at the intake nurse. Security, an off-duty Orlando police officer, asked the man to calm down. He didn't. They took it outside. Others followed. It escalated from there." "And the taser?" asked Candy. "Why did that happen?" "I'm working on it," said Carrie. "I saw it happen on your air. Well, I mean, I saw on my iPad. I watched your first report and was shutting things down. Then my phone goes crazy over your second live hit. I hit your app on my iPad and watched it like everyone else." "Fair enough," said Candy. "I'll call you later for an update." "That's fine, but truthfully, it'll probably have to come from OPD. It's their deal even though the officer is working for us." "What about the sick baby? What about it? Any info on whether or not it has the disease?" Carrie Perry laughed. It was a nervous laugh. "I have no clue, Candy. Even if I did, you know I can't release that information. Federal privacy law prevents that." "I know," said Candy. She did. "Do me a favor, though," Carrie asked. "I don't care if you leave your car where it is, but if you do another hit, could you please be on the sidewalk? My bosses will be less likely to tear me a new one if you're not on the property." Candy sighed. She considered whether it was worth the fight. It was. "Sure, I'll do that." They hung up and Candy redialed IFB. She picked up the tripod, camera still attached, lifted it onto her shoulder, and carried the rig to the sidewalk about 50 feet away. The phone rang and then clicked as it connected. After a short burst of static, she could hear the sports anchor talking about the Orlando Magic basketball team. Although the NBA club was a couple of weeks away from starting its season, the league was in talks to delay opening day because of the disease. There was a sound bite with the team's general manager talking about his respect for the commissioner and his willingness to do whatever was in the best interest of the league and its fans. "Candy," said the producer, "that you have new info." "Yep, I'm ready when you are. We'll hit you as soon as sports is over. Then you'll have about 45 seconds. I'm killing the kicker to get another update from you." The kicker was the last story of the newscast. It was typically something lighthearted or funny. The intent was to give the viewer 21 minutes of the worst of humanity and then put a cherry on it at the end, as if that might somehow cleanse the palate. Kickers got dropped if there was breaking news that needed updating or if the producer failed to properly time the newscast and ran out of time. "Got it," said Candy. She stepped to the camera and flipped out the side monitor so she could see herself. After hitting the autofocus function on her camera, she made sure she was centered on screen. She was ready. Unlike a lot of reporters, Candy didn't use notes on her phone during the live reports. She worked from memory. She thought it made the live shots look better, gave her an air of authority, and made her appear as though she was telling a story instead of reciting a script. She went over her mental notes, reminding herself of the salient points. She was ready for the final hit. Then her long day was over. It would be up to the assignment desk to follow up with OPD about the altercation. After that, she could head back to her place and have a drink with Phil. Sports is wrapping. Stand by. We've got video from earlier. We'll roll it over your hit while you're talking. You can call for it. The breaking news music played again, and the news anchor introduced her again, saying she had important new developments in the unfolding story at ORMC. That's right, she said earnestly. This is an evolving story here, and we have video to show you. It's exclusive to Action News. I've learned a couple seeking treatment got tired of waiting in the ER. As we've reported, the hospital is incredibly busy. They're handling their usual load plus all of the people who are concerned about the scourge. So this couple was among the overflow crowd and is concerned about their child's health. The man, likely the one you saw in handcuffs, started yelling at staff. An off-duty Orlando police officer tried to calm the man but was unsuccessful. They took it outside. A crowd spilled into the parking lot right outside the emergency room entrance, and the situation escalated to the point that a woman, whom we believe was with the couple, was tased. Rap, the producer said into Candy's ear. Of course, Candy said. We'll have more on our website and on our news app. Reporting live from ORMC, Candy Bellman, Central Florida's Action News. The anchor thanked her and Candy held her spot. She stared into the lens and waited. You're clear, said the producer. Nice work, Candy, thanks. You're clear from the show too. The desk will follow up. Be careful coming home. Candy gave the lens a thumbs up and a half-hearted smile. She disconnected the phone and unclipped the microphone. Then she moved to the camera and pushed a button on the device connected to its rear. That device, which held a half-dozen cell phone cards, was what transmitted her signal back to the station. As she deconstructed her equipment and took it back to her station vehicle, Candy watched the ER entrance. She wondered if this was as serious as it appeared to be. People always panicked. It was their nature to overreact. The idea that people would flock to emergency rooms en masse wasn't a big surprise. But was this different? Did people have a right to be worried? Candy had been doing this a long time. She had a sense for the overblown and the truly newsworthy. Something in her gut, something unsettling and gnawing, told her this was bad and it would only get worse. Much worse. Chapter 12. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Mike sat with his elbows on his knees. Eyes closed, he was awake, but in that weird space between sleep and consciousness. The door to the exam room opened and closed. A deep voice drove him from that distant, calm place where his mind rested and landed him back in the clinic. Bryce was on a hospital bed, sitting up with paper-covered pillows behind his lower back. Bandages covered the cuts on his face and arms. "I'm Dr. Aumann," said the newcomer. "I'm sorry it took so long to see you." The doctor stood at the sink opposite the hospital bed. He pumped liquid soap onto his hands and lathered them up to the wrists and ran them under the faucet, lathering the soap before cleaning it off. Plucking a couple of paper towels from a white metal dispenser above the sink, he dried his hands, then pulled a pair of latex gloves from an open cardboard box and slid them onto his hands. "I've already looked at your chart," said Aumann, tapping his foot onto the lever of a trash can. The lid flipped up and he dumped the paper towels into the bin. "You have a concussion, no doubt about that." Aumann's voice was so deep it sounded like a musical instrument. His breaths were deep and audible. He was a tall man who hunched at his shoulders. His hair was combed to one side but was unkempt. Heavy black-framed glasses sat on the bridge of his nose and made his dark eyes appear larger than they were. He offered his gloved hand to Bryce and shook it, then glanced over his shoulder at Mike. "Are you related, brother, partner, husband?" "Just a friend." Aumann nodded and shifted his attention to Bryce. "You're okay with your friend being here. I don't want to violate your privacy. Anything we discuss is." Bryce waved him off. "It's fine, Mike's cool. He got me here, so I'm good with him hearing whatever you say, no problem." Aumann eyed Mike again and reached for a wheeled stool. He planted his fingers on it and moved it across the floor toward him. He straddled it and sat down, flicking the tails of his lab coat over the rear. "You want the good news or the bad news? I'm happy to start with either. I'll do a little workup here as I talk." The doctor paused, a smile spread across his face. "I'm kidding," he said. "I always start with that, loosens things up." Bryce furrowed his brow and frowned, glancing over at Mike. "I don't mean to scare you," said Aumann, apparently sensing Bryce's discomfort. "The good is good. The bad has nothing to do with your injuries, not directly." Bryce shrugged. "Good news, I guess." Aumann nodded. "The good news is you're the only person I've seen today who doesn't think he's infected with the scourge. And from the blood tests we've run, you don't have any infections." The doctor flashed a penlight in one of Bryce's eyes and then the other. He slid the penlight back into his lab coat pocket and then rolled to the wall to grab a mounted otoscope. He attached a black cone to the end of it and took Bryce's chin in one hand, turning his ear to the scope. "I didn't think there was a test for the scourge," said Bryce. Almond peered into Bryce's ear canal. "There isn't per se, no vaccines, no curative drugs, it doesn't respond to antibiotics. But that's not what I mean. How many fingers am I holding up?" Bryce narrowed his eyes, squinting with confusion. "3," he said. "What do you mean?" "I mean that you're not showing an elevated WBC count, which is indicative of an infection," said the doctor. "When your body is fighting an infection, it produces white blood cells, what we call leukocytes. Your count isn't elevated, at least not beyond a normal range." "What's normal?" asked Bryce. He turned his head to the other side. "Anywhere from 4,000 to 10,000, said Dr. Alman. "You're at 8,000 and change, it's fine. We'll need to break it down further to know anything more than that. But at first blush, you're fine." Alman took a reflex hammer from a drawer behind him and motioned for Bryce to swing his legs over the edge of the table. He tapped the patella tendon on both knees. Both legs kicked in response. "So that's good," said Mike. The doctor nodded but qualified it with a shrug. "To a point. We ran a CBC, a complete blood count. Some results we get in minutes, others can take hours. Initial indications are good. Stand for me." Bryce dropped from the bed table and stood on his bare feet, keeping his focus on the doctor. "What else?" The doctor stood for a moment and pressed down on Bryce's shoulders. He asked Bryce to lift one foot and then the other. "How's your balance?" "Okay," said Bryce. "I still have a headache, but the ringing is gone and my vision isn't blurry. I feel pretty normal right now." Alman nodded but showed no expression. He sat down on the stool and motioned for Bryce to hop back onto the bed. Bryce swung his legs up and propped the pillows behind his back again. "Your concussion is what we'd call severe," Alman said. "Concussions have 3 grades from mild to moderate to severe. You're between moderate and severe. A grade 1 has no loss of consciousness. You reported that you were knocked out and have loss of memory surrounding the time of injury. Plus you report some lingering dizziness, ringing in your ears, confusion. That rules out grades 1 and 2. Bryce frowned. "That's part of the good news." "Yes, actually," said Alman. "There's no skull fracture, that's positive, and you haven't vomited, also good. CT scan is negative, MRI would be helpful, but that's not possible today. What I can say is that you'll have headaches and sensitivity to light for a few days. There's a protocol for severe concussions, though I'm not sure I can prescribe it." The doctor's cryptic admission hung in the air. Only his heavy breathing filled the space. A moment later he explained, "I wouldn't suggest you sit in a dark room doing nothing while you recover," said Alman. "It's not safe." "What's not safe?" asked Mike. The doctor spun on his stool. The wheels rolled on the solid flooring and the ball bearings in the rotating stool scraped. He pushed the heavy frames up the bridge of his nose and blinked behind the thick lenses. "This disease, the scourge or pneumonic plague or black plague or whatever they want to call it, is a bad thing. It's going to get worse. I'm telling every one of my patients who aren't sick yet to get out." "Get out of what?" asked Bryce. The doctor rolled his feet onto his heels and pushed. The stool moved back away from the exam table, making it easier for him to address both members of his audience at once. Alman looked toward the door as if he expected someone to be listening on the other side of it. He lowered his voice despite having moved away from Mike and Bryce. "This is my last day here," he said. "I'm not taking a chance. My job is to help sick people. I can't help them, not the ones with the plague. For more than a week I've been seeing the numbers of people with the symptoms escalate. Mind you, I've been inoculated against everything. None of that is any good against the scourge. If I don't already have it, now's a good time to get out. If I do, it's a good time to spend my remaining days with my family." Mike sat back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. He crossed one leg over the other and tilted his head to one side. "Why are you telling us this? Seems kinda weird. We don't know you, you don't know us." Bryce's eyes danced between Mike and Alman like he was watching a tennis match. The doctor sat up and scratched the underside of his chin. Then he looked at his watch. "That's fair, I guess it is weird. But it's the end of my shift and I'm leaving for good. So I guess I felt like I had to tell somebody. I guess I'd regret it if I didn't make the same suggestion to someone who appeared healthy. You know, part of my oath is to remember that I'm part of society. I have an obligation to my fellow human beings, those with sound mind and body as well as the infirm." Mike considered this. Yeah, it was strange that Aumann would confide in them. It made sense that a doctor about to abandon his responsibilities to the sick would try to balance that with doing a good deed for the healthy. The men were quiet for a moment. Either of you prepared? Aumann asked. What do you mean? Asked Mike. Prepared for what? The scourge. Aumann nodded. Exactly. I don't talk about this much and my wife thinks I'm nuts, but I've been planning for years. I've got Bob's at home for her, me, our three kids. They're ready to go. Bob's, Bryce repeated. Mike knew what the doctor meant. He didn't answer though, content to let Aumann do the talking. Bug out bags, said Aumann, counting on his fingers. Backpacks with fire starters, water filtration, compasses, knives, multi-tools, first aid kits, tents, sleeping bags, fire blankets. Bryce adjusted a pillow underneath his lower back. Fire blankets. Aumann waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. He chuckled. They're all-purpose, any kind of disaster or Teotwalkie event. Teotwalkie, Mike echoed. He thought he'd heard the word before but couldn't place it. What's that? The doctor's eyes widened with excitement. It was like he'd dropped the lure and they'd bitten, and he was setting the hook. It's an acronym for the end of the world as we know it. An old rock song from the late 1980s popped into Mike's head. He remembered it because his mother had liked the song. His father had not, and made it clear during a cross-country trip from Pendleton to Lejeune when he was 7 years old. It was from a band called REM. His father called it trash. Mike never thought it was trash. He'd sought out the song at a vinyl record store when in high school. He'd found an old recording of the song and listened to it over and over. He never played the B-side, and he'd never understood the depth of the lyrics until now. Sitting here in Dr. Aumann's office, he didn't feel fine. You're a prepper, said Mike. One of those people who thinks the world is ending and get ready for it. I've read about people in Texas who have bunkers, live off the grid, and have stockpiles of food and weapons. The doctor chuckled. We don't call ourselves preppers, that's what others call us. It's pejorative. We're just people who prepare. We're self-reliant and believe the government isn't going to be there to help us. In some cases, we even think they might be working against us. You have a bunker? Asked Bryce. No, said Aumann. I've got land though, it's off the beaten path. I'm headed there tonight, I'm getting out of Dodge, so to speak. I suggest you two do the same. Find somewhere to go that's far away from people. Avoid population centers. Mike and Bryce exchanged looks. Mike imagined that Bryce had to wonder if he was still hallucinating. It was like the scene in a movie where some random character, not critical to the plot, shows up with valuable information to propel the story forward and then disappears. The doctor slapped his large hands on his thighs and pushed himself to his feet. Leaving the stool in its place, he moved to the door. I'd write you a prescription for headache medicine, he said, but you'd never get it filled. The pharmacies are crazy. Any over-the-counter drug is good. You could use Tylenol, Advil, whichever you like. Try not to use plain aspirin and don't use a migraine medicine with aspirin in it. Avoid television and computers if you can. No video games if you're into that. Truly, the best thing is rest. Like I said, though, you should get out of here. Find somewhere in the middle of nowhere, at least until the bulk of this thing dies off. How long could that be? Asked Mike. The doctor shrugged. Who knows? I'm not leaving my land until the food runs out, and that's at least 2 years from now. He forced a smile, tugged on the door handle, and let the door shut behind him. Mike and Bryce sat motionless for a good minute before Bryce broke the silence. 2 years. Mike wasn't worried about the length of time the prepper doctor suggested. It could be a minute as much as 2 years, given that at this moment, he and Bryce had nowhere to go that matched the description of a place in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 13. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Kiev, Ukraine. It was midnight and Gwendolyn Sharp couldn't sleep. She sat on the edge of her bed. There was a dim fan of light illuminating the wall-mounted laminate headboard to her right, and the smell of dust burning in the room's heater was intoxicating. Her bare feet rubbed against the worn carpet, and she felt the rough indention of a cigarette burn with the tip of her big toe. It was crusty and ragged underneath the soft skin of her toe, and she rubbed against it like a cat against a scratching post. She couldn't see the burn mark anymore, but she'd noticed it her first morning in the hotel. Gwendolyn slept on her stomach, always on the left side of the bed, her head half hanging off the mattress. Old habits died hard. Now sitting in the relative dark, she thought of him. He'd smoked too much. He drank too much, and he self-medicated too much. Her palms were flat against the bed, and she was positioned like a girl sitting on the edge of the pool with her legs dangling into the deep end, toes wiggling to test the water. She stared at the large window opposite the bed. The dim light and the dark, blurry outline of her body reflected in the glass. She was wearing a large sweatshirt and plaid boxer shorts. The curtains were open. They were always open. She eyed the digital clock on the nightstand next to her. It was after midnight. A brand new day was ahead of her. Gwendolyn glanced over her shoulder to the untouched pillow on the right side of the bed. She almost expected to see him lying there, hand on his bare chest, a sly smile on his handsome face. Tears welled in her eyes, and she reminded herself she wasn't alone. No matter how solitary she felt, she was not alone. She stopped rubbing her toe and forgot her loneliness when the phone rang. It was more of a trilling chirp than a ring, and the red message light strobed with each succession of chirps. On the third, extended ring, she picked up the receiver. She glanced at the electric blue digits on the tabletop clock and furrowed her brow. "Hello." "Gwendolyn," said the familiar voice, "this is Charlie. I'm sorry for calling so late." "It's fine, I wasn't asleep." She checked her cell phone, which was charging on the table next to the clock. No missed calls from Dr. Charles Morrell, no texts, no messages. "Did you try my cell?" she asked. "I don't have any missed." "No," said Dr. Morrell. "I didn't try your cell. I've some urgent news best delivered in person." She scooted back on the bed, drawing her knees to her chest. Her legs were suddenly cold despite the warmth of the room. "Where are you?" "In the lobby," he said. "I'm at the front desk. They connected me to your room. Could you come down? The bar is empty. There are tables there. We could have some privacy." "Do you want to come to my room?" she asked without thinking about how the invitation might sound to her colleague. He hesitated. No. I don't think that would be appropriate." The chill gave way to a rush of heat. Her face was hot. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that." "It's fine," interrupted Morrell. "It's fine, 5 minutes in the lobby bar." She agreed and hung up the phone. Suddenly Gwendolyn felt exhausted. Despite having not been tired enough to sleep, she wanted to lie down and close her eyes. Whatever had Morrell at her hotel in the middle of the night was urgent enough, serious enough, that it might prevent her from sleeping at all. The thought of that had her wanting what she could not have. Despite that, she was in the lobby bar 6 minutes after hanging up the phone with Morrell. He was sitting in a booth, his thumbs stroking the condensation off the sides of a tall glass. "Charlie," Gwendolyn said, sliding into the booth across from him. "What's so urgent?" She pushed the sweatshirt sleeves up to her elbows. She was wearing jeans over the boxer shorts and a pair of emu sheepskin boots without socks. Her hair was pulled back into her ubiquitous ponytail, but the look wasn't as severe as when she had time to perfect it. The remnants of makeup not fully washed off colored her cheeks and eyelids. Morrell was still in a suit. His tie was knotted but loose and haphazardly hung to one side of his open collar. His jacket hung on him like a father's would on a much smaller son. His hair was mussed, and deep purple swells underlined his bloodshot eyes. He'd been crying. He lifted the glass and downed the rest of the chilled vodka. When he swallowed it, Morrell exhaled through clenched teeth. He sat back, slouching against the cracked, tufted leather seatback in the booth. He leaned on his elbows like all of his weight was resting there. His eyes fell to the empty glass. "Kevin Pierce is dead." "From the WHO." He nodded, still looking down. Gwendolyn spotted the beginnings of a bald patch at the crown of his head. Morrell sucked in air through his teeth. It sounded like he was slurping dregs through a straw. "When? How?" "Today," he said, "the scourge." This didn't make sense. She'd seen Pierce 2, or was it 3 days earlier. She was working in the lab and went to the break room to get a mug of what passed for coffee. Pierce was already there. He was at the lone table in the room reading a book aloud. "What are you reading?" she asked. "It's a Western," he said, called Last Ride by a guy named G. Michael Hopf. Oldie but goodie. Follows a bounty hunter after a murder in Montana. Great stuff. It's the first in a series. Gwendolyn poured her coffee and listened to Pierce read, his husky voice perfect for the genre. She saw the dust and heard the spin of a revolver's cylinder. Once she plunked 5 cubes of brown sugar into the steaming mug, she toasted him. "You could do that for a living," she said, smiling broadly at him. He lifted his eyes from the book but didn't move his head. "Do what?" "Read books aloud," she said, "like narrate them." "Don't people do that?" She was flattering him, working him. Men fell for that kind of thing. She'd pump their egos, find out their insecurities, then exploit them. She'd done it her entire life. She'd keep doing it until she was in charge. Then she'd do it some more. There was always another level to climb. Pierce shrugged. "I'm sure they do." "You could make good money at it," Gwendolyn said. "I'm not kidding. You've got the gravitas in your voice that makes someone want to stop whatever she's doing and listen." He looked up again and smiled. "That's mighty kind of you," he said, affecting a hint of Western twang. "But I'm pretty sure people would just as soon listen to me tell them about the end of the world as they would read a Western." "There's a market for both," she said, "especially right now." They laughed. He went back to his book. She slurped her bitter coffee. The small team working near Ground Zero had developed a gallows humor about their work. It was a coping mechanism that, taken out of context, would come off as heartless and crude. It wasn't either, though in retrospect she wished she hadn't said it, not to Pierce, not now that he was dead. A flash of emotion seeped into her and she immediately shoved it deep in the corners of her psyche. Emotion was weakness. From Pierce, her mind shifted to the pharmacy she'd visited the previous day. The owner of the pharmacy was the first person she knew personally who succumbed to the scourge. She'd assumed at the time he wouldn't be the last. She didn't think the second would come so quickly. Sitting in the lobby bar across from Morel, she remembered Pierce had stopped reading a couple of times and coughed. It was a wet cough, something not indicative of the early stages of the disease, so she'd not thought anything of it. She'd forgotten it until now. Morel waved a hand in front of her face and it shook her from her thoughts. She blinked back to focus. "Are you listening to me?" asked Morel. "Did you hear what I said?" She shook her head. "No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was thinking about the last time I saw Pierce. It was only a couple of days ago, 3 at most." Days ran together. The longer she was in Kiev, the longer she worked on the disease, the more time condensed. It was difficult to know night from day or week from month. She couldn't remember what she was doing when Morel called her to the lobby. What had she been doing? Morel rubbed his eyes with his knuckles, squeezed them with his thumb and forefinger, and exhaled again. The strong odor of Nemirov honey pepper wafted toward her. She wanted a drink and glanced over her shoulder, trying to spot a server. "There was none. She'll be back around," said Morel. "I think you want what I'm having." Gwendolyn tried to smile. She was sure it looked forced. It was, "Thank you." Morel returned the fake smile and cleared his throat. He looked back down at the empty glass on the table as if it held cue cards. He wasn't as strong as she'd thought he was. This was weakness. She saw it, and though she too wanted a drink, she imagined it wasn't for the same reasons as Morel. "I was saying that he went fast," said Morel. "He was working on one of the new variations and there was an accident. We thought he was okay. He was." They sat in silence for a moment. A tall, thin woman in tuxedo pants and a silk blouse appeared from nowhere. She held a tray in her hand and silently took the empty glass from the table. "2 more, please," Morel requested. The server nodded and disappeared again. "What now?" asked Gwendolyn. Morel looked her in the eyes. He held her gaze. His nose twitched and his eyebrows knitted. "What do you mean?" "As tragic as this is," she said, "I don't think you'd call me in the middle of the night to talk about Pierce. He was a good man, a great scientist, but you could have waited until morning to tell me." Morel's mouth pressed into a flat line. He looked away. "You're right, it's not about Pierce, not entirely." The server returned with 2 identical glasses filled with vodka, no ice. She set down a pair of cardboard coasters and put the glasses on top of them. Morel didn't wait for the server to stand up straight before he was drinking. Gwendolyn asked the woman to charge her room for the drinks. She gave the server her name and room number, and the woman left with a nod. "We're done," said Morel, the glass in his hand. "They've shut us down. You and I head back to the States later today." Today? Today? Back to Atlanta? "Not technically, but yes," said Morel. He took another healthy swig and wiped his chin with the back of his hand. "Dobbins Air Reserve Base. It's in Marietta, 20 minutes by car. It's about the same distance as Hartsfield." "Why?" "Commercial is shut down," he said. "We have to fly military. It's the—" "No," said Gwendolyn. "Why are they shutting us down? I thought we were making incremental progress. Kovatlev said last week we might be a month from the first iteration of a testable vaccine." She was irritated. Not only had her superiors sent her here against her wishes, now they were diminishing her work by bringing her home. Gwendolyn had the sense that she was not only out of the loop but unsure if the loop existed at all. That told her she wasn't doing a good enough job of doing what she did so well, achieve at such a level that her bosses couldn't help but cede power to her. "That's true," said Morel. "I had a briefing with Hristo this morning. We were on a video conference with the School of Public Health in Albany. The Center for Global Health." "The very one," said Morel. "Everything was very encouraging. You know, they partner with 22 countries, including Ukraine. They've been in the loop on this since we first understood the breadth of the outbreak." So what happened? She asked. Why now? Why today? Morel held the glass between both hands. I don't know. It's like someone figured out we could be close, and they don't want us to be. Gwendolyn folded her arms across her chest. She still hadn't touched her drink. That's absurd, she said sharply. It sounded harsher than she'd intended, like she was condescending to Morel. He didn't react. Isn't it absurd, she said, rounding the edges to her tone. Why would anyone want to stop our progress? All that does is prolong the spread of the disease. It means more die, more suffer. That's counter to our mission. Morel sighed and shifted his weight in the booth. The tufted leather squeaked and he moved his glass on the table. The ring of condensation dragged with the bottom of the glass. Officially, he said, the word is that they're concerned for our safety. They want us in a more controlled environment. Gwendolyn huffed. She took a drink from her glass and put it on the table in the exact spot from which she'd lifted it. That's absurd. She couldn't think of another word at the moment, at least not one she was comfortable uttering aloud to Morel. More controlled, our safety. I know, said Morel, it's hogwash. Clearly he didn't want to use foul language either, even if it was appropriate for the situation. He slid his glass back to the thin ring of condensation on the table. We've been exposed to this thing for months, said Gwendolyn. If we're going to die from it, we're going to die from it. Morel shrugged and shifted again. The leather squeaked. Did you fight back at all? Asked Gwendolyn. His eyes met hers. He narrowed them as if to search for the meaning of what she'd asked, like she'd spoken in a foreign tongue. Fight back. Gwendolyn stiffened, her voice sharpened again. Yes, she said. Did you protest? Did you tell them you didn't want to abandon the progress we'd made here, that leaving would hamper our efforts? At the very least, we lose access to live subjects, to the ongoing metamorphosis of the disease. If you didn't say those things, if you didn't fight for us, then what good are you? Morel looked away from her as she chastised him. He winced at the last jab, his shoulders slumped, his lower lip pouted, and he dropped his hands into his lap. The man was brilliant, but his physical reaction to her interrogation confirmed for her what she'd suspected for weeks. He was not a leader. She didn't wait for him to respond. That's what I would have done, said Gwendolyn. I would fought to keep us here, to keep the work moving forward. We owe that to the people who have died. We owe that to Pierce. Morel's face reddened and he lifted his chin. His body tensed. He picked up his hands from his lap and dropped an elbow on the table to stab an angry finger at her. He exploded angrily, spitting as he spoke. You don't know what you would have done, he seethed through clenched teeth. You're not in my position. You haven't had the conversations I've had. Wading through the mire of politics, I've survived to get to where I am. You're new to this. You're blind to the reality of what it is we do. It's not all about the science of keeping people safe. A nervous chill ran through Gwendolyn's body. Her throat tightened and her pulse quickened. The buzz of the vodka swam in her head. She pushed back from the table and swallowed hard. She'd never seen Dr. Charles Morel on the verge of becoming unhinged. His face was crimson as he visibly fought to keep himself from screaming at her. You want to run things, he said, his finger jabbing at the air. Tell me how that works for you. Tell me what choices you make when you're up against it. Gwendolyn felt a lump building in her throat. Her eyes moistened, but she held back the tears. It confused her. She wasn't emotional because his outburst attacked her sensibilities. That would have been a sign of weakness. Perhaps it was because she was beginning to understand how much time she'd wasted eating salo or borscht and drinking vodka. Morel balled his hand into a fist and pulled his arm from the table. He cleared his throat and closed his eyes. His nostrils pinched as he inhaled deeply. He exhaled through his mouth and twisted his neck to one side. The red faded from his face and neck. When he spoke, the anger was gone. There are trade-offs, Dr. Sharp, and until you've walked a mile in my shoes, don't tell me what you would have done. Don't preach to me from your pulpit of infallible wisdom. The sarcasm oozed and he glared at her. If nothing else, her judgment served to purge Morel of his sadness. He used the table to push himself to his feet. He straightened his tie and adjusted his jacket. I'll see you out front in 3 hours, he said. If you're late, I'm leaving you. Morel left her there with 2 unfinished vodkas, her thoughts, and the ghost of Kevin Pierce. But as he walked through the lobby and out the revolving door of the hotel's main entrance, her own confusion waned. An idea bloomed. If he was challenging her to take the lead, she would do it. She would walk in his shoes. She would find a way to lead the effort without cowing to superiors. When they returned to the United States, she would make it her mission to take charge. So what if she was relatively new? Gwendolyn Sharp had guts. It was time to use them. She picked up her vodka and downed it. The burn in her throat and the lightness in her head put a smile on her face. Chapter 14. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. Mike rolled down the Jeep's driver's side window and tried to lean out through the opening. His seatbelt stopped him short. He cursed and unsnapped the buckle. "Nice move," said Bryce with a weak laugh. "I thought you were asleep," said Mike. He stole a glance at his friend before trying again. Bryce's eyes were closed. "Nah," he said, "trying but can't. Head hurts too much." Mike tried again. The Jeep was in park. There was no point in having it in gear. They weren't going anywhere. Traffic hadn't moved in 10 minutes. There was a gust of warm wind that blew into his face. He looked up and saw clouds building in the sky. They were dark clouds, purple with rain. The flashing lights up ahead told him where the stoppage was. From his new vantage point, he saw 3 sheriff's patrol vehicles. Although he couldn't tell if any of them belonged to the deputy who helped them earlier, there was a good chance. He also saw a crowd of people standing in between the lanes of traffic. They were far enough back that the cars involved in the holdup were visible, but they were close enough to block his view of anyone who was directly involved in whatever it was that had traffic at a standstill. "I'm going to take a look," said Mike. Bryce didn't open his eyes. His head was resting against the front passenger window, his seatbelt was strapped, and his bare feet were resting on the hard dash. "At what?" "At whatever's going on," said Mike. "I'll be back in a minute, you good?" Bryce nodded. He folded his arms across his chest and sank a little lower into the seat. The seatbelt strap touched his chin. He didn't move it. Mike hopped from the Jeep and shut the door behind him. When he did, the driver in front of him stared at him through the side view mirror as Mike passed him. Another blast of wind hit his face and blew dust into his eyes. He squinted, his eyes watering, and knuckled the debris from his face. The wind was cooler than before. A front was heading toward them. As he walked, a myriad of sounds moved with him. There was the mix of talk, radio, and music coming from the traffic around him. Some of it was loud, some of it was muffled. There were crying children. There were frustrated adults talking loudly through Bluetooth connections. The occasional person held a phone to his or her ear. Everyone was exasperated. For some reason, it was more oppressive than the sensation he'd experienced walking to the station from the clinic. It was worse than the stop-and-go drive to pick up Bryce. There was palpable tension. It was like a pot ready to boil. He approached the outer fringes of the gathered crowd and caught the attention of a woman standing on her tiptoes in flip-flops. She was wearing denim shorts, a tank top, and a Florida Gators ball cap on her head. Her short blondish hair poked out from underneath it. "Hey," he said, "what's going on?" "Any clue?" She lowered her heels onto her flip-flops and half-turned to look at him. She was biting her lower lip. "I don't know," she said, her blue eyes wide. "Somebody said something about road rage. It's hard for me to see." "Road rage." She nodded and turned back. The young woman pushed herself back onto her tiptoes. Mike considered maneuvering his way through the crowd but remembered Bryce, whose efforts to push past people didn't go well. Taking a cue from the woman, he stood on his tiptoes to get a better vantage point. The first dusting of rain hit his cheeks. It felt like a spritz from a spray bottle. The rain was cool and stopped as quickly as it began. He wiped his cheeks and ran his damp hand through his hair. Now he saw the 3 patrol cars and an ambulance. 2 of the deputies were talking to people and taking notes. The third wasn't visible. Neither were the paramedics or EMTs who'd arrived in the ambulance. "Hey," Mike said, nudging a taller man standing next to the Florida Gator in flip-flops. "Is it road rage? Was someone hurt?" The taller man, who stood with his chin up and his arms folded across his chest, nodded. He didn't look at Mike when he spoke. "Yeah, somebody got hurt. Baseball bat, I think, or a tennis racket. I've heard both." "Thanks," Mike said. A man standing a few feet in front of them turned around and nodded. He'd overheard their brief conversation. It was a golf club. He stood with his chin resting in his hand, his arms resting on a protruding belly that stretched the cotton fabric of a yellow golf shirt. "Really?" asked the tall man. "A golf club?" asked the Florida Gator. "Yeah," said the belly man. "One guy cut another off. They were stopped anyhow." The guy who got cut off got out of his car and grabbed his club. "He beat the living daylights out of the other car," a woman with red hair interjected, "and then hit the driver a couple of times." Another person, closer to the middle of the crowd, spoke up. "It was a woman with the golf club, not a man. She's the one who lost it." That started the low rumble of disparate conversations competing with one another, and Mike couldn't make out one theory from the next. They all rolled together into an unintelligible melange that a sustained gust of wind drowned out. This time the wind was cold. Goosebumps freckled Mike's skin and he shuddered involuntarily. This wasn't good. The information was no better than the marginally accurate news in his social media feeds. He was stuck here, and the weather was turning. Frustrated, Mike backed away from the crowd and crossed behind a Ford F-150 pickup truck. As he passed behind it, he noticed a sticker that read Asteroid 2032. It was styled like a political advertisement. They were only 1 month from the presidential election. Mike had forgotten about it with everything else happening. Would there even be an election? How would that work? He wondered if the current government would postpone voting, if the president would declare a national emergency, if Congress would go along with suspending civil liberties. The political ramifications of what was happening were endless. They were mind-numbing. Mike considered that an asteroid colliding with Earth might be the best of all possible outcomes. He sighed and edged around the truck, wishing he hadn't noticed the attempt at political humor. There was less of a crowd on this side of the boulevard, and he was able to get much closer to the flashing lights up ahead. As he approached, he saw Deputy Maryland standing off to the side of the road. He was talking into his shoulder-clipped radio. Mike found a spot in the crowd where he could make eye contact with Maryland and waved at him. The deputy didn't notice him at first, and when he did, he ignored him. Mike persisted, to the annoyance of those around him. Then Mike saw recognition on Maryland's face, and the deputy moved in his direction. When he reached the front of the crowd, he motioned toward Mike and told the others to let him through. Those ahead of Mike begrudgingly obliged, and he moved toward the front. When he got there, he saw a band of yellow caution tape stretched across the road. One end of it, closest to him, was knotted around the side view mirror of a sheriff's patrol car. The palms planted next to the sidewalks that ran along the edges of the boulevard rustled. The long, wide fronds waved lazily in the now steady wind. Maryland fended off questions from the others in the crowd by telling them to be patient and that their questions were above his pay grade. Then he put his hand on Mike's shoulder, lifted the tape with his other hand, and guided Mike away. To his left, Mike saw the heart of the scene in his peripheral vision. There was definitely someone lying on the road. There were people hunched over him or her, and there was a flurry of activity. He didn't look straight at the scene, though, and kept his focus on Maryland. Perhaps sensing Mike's curiosity, Deputy Maryland turned Mike away from the action and held his attention. "What's up?" he asked. "Your friend okay?" "My what?" asked Mike. He was so focused on the situation unfolding to his left he didn't follow Maryland's question. "Your friend," Maryland said incredulously. "The one with the head injury." Mike shook his head with sudden recognition, shaking loose the cobwebs. "Oh yeah," he said, "he'll be okay." Maryland's radio chirped and a modulated male voice blared through the speaker. "They're saying you're going to need to clear a space. They can't land without a big LZ. Need to hurry. Weather is turning." Maryland pushed the button on the side of the radio and replied, 10-4, "We'll take care of it. ETA on the chopper." 5 minutes. "Are they landing a helicopter here?" asked Mike. "In this weather?" Maryland planted his hands on his hips and scanned his surroundings. He sucked in a big breath of air that puffed his chest, held the breath before exhaling, and answered Mike without looking at him. "Look, I don't have time to talk. Is there something urgent, more urgent than clearing a landing zone for an air ambulance?" Maryland eyed him when he finished asking his question. They both knew the answer. "No," Mike said, "I was just—" "Okay then," said Maryland. "You're either part of the solution or part of the problem. Can you help me clear out some of these people? I need them back." Mike glanced over his shoulder, noticing the bloody scene to his left. He shrugged at Maryland. He didn't like the idea of telling strangers what to do. That was the definition of inviting conflict. "You think they'll listen to me?" he asked. "I'm not law and force." "Solution or problem, buddy," Maryland cut in. "What's it going to be?" "Solution," said Mike before he could think about it. He immediately regretted it, but knew he couldn't change his answer. "Good," said Maryland. "You take the people on this side of the road, I'll get the other. Tell them it's for their own safety, and the faster they do it, the faster we get them out of here and on their way." Maryland started moving toward the westbound lanes. He stopped at his patrol car and reached inside. When he reappeared, he had a megaphone. "Sorry, I only have one." "What happened?" asked Mike. "We're only issued one," said Maryland, "and not all of us get them." Mike pointed to the unconscious man on the ground. "No, what happened to him?" "Road rage," said Maryland. "People are losing it, buddy. Things are getting bad fast, so do me a favor, help me clear this road as fast as we can." Mike took a couple of steps backward, spun around, and bellied up to the yellow tape, which read crime seen in big black letters which repeated between diagonal black lines. There was a light, steady drizzle. The occasional thick drop slapped against his head or neck. Mike looked up at the thickening clouds. They were rain-laden and dark gray. There was barely any sky visible. He held up his hands, trying to get the attention of the people closest to him. A few of them actually stopped talking and looked at him. On the other side of the road, Marilyn's voice blared through the loudspeaker. "Attention," Mike said, not sure how to begin. "We need everybody to move back to your cars. They're trying to land a helicopter." A man at the front challenged him immediately. "Who are you?" Mike answered the man by addressing everyone with the same loud voice. "My name is Mike Crenshaw. Deputy Maryland asked me to help him spread the word. Everybody please go back to your cars." "Why don't you have to go?" asked the challenger. "Why do you get to stay?" The man was bald except for a thin band of buzzed hair that wrapped around the back of his head and above his ears. His scalp was sunburned, as were his swollen cheeks. He wore a parrot head t-shirt and stained khaki shorts that fell below his knees. Others around him nodded their agreement. Mike's pulse sped up. He was sweating under his arms and behind his ears. "I do have to go," he said. "Once y'all move, I'm moving too. The faster we get into our cars, the faster we'll get out of here. But they can't land the helicopter until we move." Behind Mike, the ambulance beeped as it backed up. One deputy was moving his car to the side of the road. Some of the crowd, which was already thinner on his side of the street, began to disperse. Scowling, the sunburned challenger stood in place with his arms across his chest. Emboldened by the acquiescence of some of the crowd, Mike pressed against the yellow tape, straining it. He waved his hands above his head. "Come on," he said. "Let's all move to our cars. The faster we do this, the faster we get out of here. The slower we move, the longer we're stuck." "I'm staying here until you go to your car," said Parrot Head. "You're not telling me what to do. What makes you so special?" Mike tried ignoring the man and avoided eye contact with him as he urged others to comply. Most did. There were only a few stragglers left. They crowded around the instigator, who stood against the tape on the other side of it. He was inches from Mike, trying to intimidate him. To his left, Mike heard the echo of Marilyn's megaphone. In the distance, the chop of helicopter blades cut through the air. His stomach twisted and the nausea returned. An uncomfortable spark of electricity radiated through his body. It was the nervous energy associated with conflict. Mike wanted to puke all over Parrot Head. He figured, based on the shirt, it wouldn't be the first time for the jerk. Instead, he swallowed hard and took another step closer to the sunburned rebel. Mike was thinner but taller than the man. His hands were at his sides. He balled them into fists and narrowed his eyes, affecting the strongest posture he could muster. His head was pounding. "Look," Mike said, "I don't care what you do, but if you don't get back in your car right now, that deputy over there is going to come over here and arrest you. Then you're not going anywhere." The man looked over one shoulder and then the other. He laughed condescendingly as he coaxed chuckles from his defiant cohorts. "Arrest me," he said. "For what?" "I'll tell him you assaulted me," said Mike. "I'll tell him you pulled a gun and made a terroristic threat. Then I'll tell him you said Deputy Maryland could go." The man's face reddened even more. His jaw set. Rain trickled from his bald head to his brow and then his cheeks. His eyes searched Mike to see if he was bluffing. Mike held his gaze. "Deputy," he shouted off in the direction of the westbound lanes where Maryland was still working the crowd. "I need." Parrot Head backed away from the tape, waving his hands in surrender. His wet shirt stuck to his skin, making the cotton almost translucent. "Don't do that, man," he said. "Don't be that way. I'm going, all right." "I'm going." The man and the remaining crowd headed back to their vehicles. Mike stood alone at the tape. He exhaled and the adrenaline left his body. He wanted to sit down in the middle of the road and regain his strength. Parrot Head disappeared behind a Nissan SUV and Mike stepped toward Deputy Maryland. As he walked, his eyes fell to the medics helping the bleeding man lying on a backboard on the road. His eyes were closed, his mouth open. A large, flesh-colored collar wrapped his neck. One medic was holding up a plastic bag filled with a clear liquid. A line ran from the bag and into the victim's arm. Mike's attention was so focused on the drama he didn't notice Marilyn standing in front of him, the megaphone at his side. The helicopter was closer, visible through the curtain of rain. Its blades whooped through the air as engine whirred. It looked like it was fighting the weather. Winds and rain weren't good for helicopters. "You good over there?" Maryland asked above the din. "You clear out the crowd." Mike turned from the tableau and nodded to the deputy. He gave him a thumbs up to accentuate his success. Yeah, all good. Maryland smiled broadly. Thanks, buddy, now get back to your car and be careful, it's crazy out there, every man for himself. Every man for himself. It sounded trite, but Mike imagined it was probably accurate. If he'd learned anything in the few short hours since finding out how bad the plague was becoming, it was that people thought only of themselves. They resorted to the basest instincts. It was survival of the fittest. Mike wondered how fit he was. If the scourge didn't do him in, might other survivors more fit than he? He pushed the thought from his head and hurried back to the Jeep as the blast of air from the landing helicopter swept across his back. Chapter 15. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. Miriam hunched forward between the two front seats in Amir's car, a blast of cool air hitting her face as she pointed at a spot in the sky beyond the windshield and the wipers sweeping across the glass in a hypnotic rhythm. Is that a helicopter? She asked. In this weather. It was obvious it was a helicopter. She wasn't sure why she'd asked the question. Amir followed her finger toward the dark shape cutting its way through the sky. It was incredibly low and looked as if it might land on the exit ramp. Yes, it's a medical helicopter. There must be an accident up ahead, an emergency. Miriam sat back inside. She'd been in the Uber for what felt like an eternity. The ride was going to be expensive, not that Amir was complaining. He was more than happy to keep driving her around while getting paid for it. It had taken them several hours to get to Ashley's apartment near Markham Woods Road, only to find she wasn't there. They'd been sitting in traffic for more than 90 minutes on Lake Mary Boulevard heading west, waiting to cross over I-4 and reach Ashley's job. I could get out and walk from here, she muttered. I'd get there faster. You might, said Amir, or you might not. It doesn't look like the police are letting anyone near the exit ramp. They've got it all blocked in both directions. Miriam was only half listening to Amir. He was nice enough, but they'd run out of things about which to talk. She already knew about his wife, their 2-year-old, his overbearing father-in-law, their debt, and his 3 jobs. Uber was the most lucrative. She tapped through her messaging apps on her phone, and there was no response from Ashley in any of them. She checked her voicemail messages again and scrolled through her call log. Although she hadn't missed any calls, her nerves compelled her to look regardless. The SUV lurched forward and stopped suddenly. The momentum switch jerked Ashley in her seat, and she reflexively looked up with a scowl on her face. The wipers squeaked on the windshield. Amir must have seen it because he apologized. I'm so sorry, I was looking at the helicopter. My fault, so sorry. A wave of guilt washed through her. As frustrated as she was with the situation, it was Amir's fault. While she was paying him a small fortune to cart her from place to place, he did it without complaint. He was as amiable a driver as she'd had and was surprised his rating was a 4.95. If Amir wasn't a perfect 5, who could be? Miriam relaxed her scowl. She smiled genuinely, easing her guilt. Don't worry about it, I'm just stressed. I'm worried about my friend. The helicopter was in full view now. It hovered a couple of 100 feet above the ground. A uniformed deputy was waving to the pilot, obviously guiding him to the spot he'd chosen for the landing. It was at the top of the exit where the wide lane, which ascended from the freeway below, merged into the westbound lanes of traffic on Lake Mary Boulevard. Beyond the landing zone, the blue and red lights of emergency vehicles strobed. There were at least 3 of them. She couldn't tell through the rain, but was pretty sure at least one of them was an ambulance. The rain intensified, and the slap of the thick drops against the windshield and on the roof of the SUV drowned out the fast sweep of the wipers. The flashing blue and red emergency lights colored the large beads of water before the wipers pushed them aside. Through it all, the helicopter hovered awkwardly. It lifted, then dropped. The skids underneath the body of the chopper appeared to rock, pitch up and down, and were the most obvious signs the helicopter was struggling in the worsening weather. The pilot lowered the helicopter before lifting up. The aircraft was 30 feet off the ground. The wild spray of rain from its rotor draft made it look like a monsoon around the would-be landing zone. Do you see that? She asked Amir. I don't think it can land. I think the weather is. Before she could finish the observation, the helicopter swung to the right. Its nose rocketed violently away from Miriam's direction as the tail swept toward it. The chopper kept spinning as it lowered to the ground, picking up speed like centrifugal force controlled its movement. Its skids appeared to touch the ground, scraping against it, before the chopper lifted a couple of feet, canted hard to the right, and slammed against the ground. Its impact rattled the SUV. The fiberglass blades atop the helicopter kept spinning and splintered as they rotated into the ground. They sheared off and exploded into countless pieces of shrapnel. Its tail broke into two pieces, and the rotor bounced off the ground and spun onto the freeway below. The screech of brakes preceded a metallic crunch. A second collision followed, and wisps of smoke lifted from I-4 as flames sparked in the medical helicopter directly in front of Miriam and Amir. Miriam's heart thumped heavily against her chest. She found her hands were covering her open mouth. She was lightheaded and only now exhaled. She wasn't aware she'd been holding her breath as the surreal unfolded in front of her. It happened in slow motion. Neither she nor Amir spoke. Only the sound of the rain, the wipers, and the distant cries for help filled the car. She replayed the accident in her mind. In fast-forward and slow motion, the chopper repeated its crash over and again. Its tail swung toward her like a giant, invisible finger had flicked it clockwise. Its spin accelerated until it tipped, and then it appeared to bounce twice before it dropped a final time. Without realizing what she was doing, Miriam unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped from the SUV. She sat at the edge of the driver's side rear seat directly behind Amir. The door was open and wind-blown rain was slapping the left side of her face. She put her hand on his shoulder. "You have a first aid kit." Amir pointed to the trunk and nodded. "Open it," she said. He pushed a button and the rear tailgate opened. Then he undid his seatbelt and joined her at the back of the SUV. There were two kits, one larger than the other. He took the smaller one. "I'm coming with you," he said. The two of them ran toward the smoldering heap on the other end of the elevated road that crossed over the interstate. The wind was strong and steady, and the rain was blowing into her almost horizontally. From below and to the right, people were shouting from the freeway. Miriam glanced in that direction and saw the buildup of traffic, the bright white glow of headlights expanding across the northbound lanes. Ahead of her, the chaos sorted into a collection of individual scenes. Each of them was their own horrible drama, connected but separate from the others. There was the helicopter itself. It was on its side, dark tendrils of smoke lifting from hot spots of flames. The wind fueled the fire, but the rain kept it from building. The putrid mixture of burning oil and jet fuel assaulted her nostrils. There was no movement at the helicopter. She did see a lone arm, fingers curled into a loose fist, sticking out from underneath the wreckage, and there was a helmet sticking through the windshield. There was someone at the side of the chopper, holding a fire extinguisher, shooting quick bursts of pressurized nitrogen or carbon dioxide, aiming white plumes of chemicals at the spotty fires. To the right side of the chopper, where the broken tail lay, there were bodies. Miriam couldn't see how many or whether they belonged to men or women, boys or girls. One of them, though, looked as though he wore a deputy's uniform. It matched the clothing of a man trying to help someone on the ground near the tail. Beyond that was the ambulance. It was on its side, and its strobing emergency lights still worked, casting an alternating red and white glow onto the injured and those who would help them. Rain blurred her vision, and she swiped away the moisture with her free hand. The wind swirled around her, the temperature had dropped, and a chill swept through her body. There were agonized cries of pain coming from all directions. She couldn't place them amidst the din of the rain and wind. Miriam wanted to curl into a ball and cover her eyes, block out the world. She didn't, though. Miriam steadied herself and moved forward, taking cautious steps across the overpass and getting closer to the downed chopper. To the left of the wreckage in the westbound lanes, she approached a large piece of what she thought was chopper debris. The closer she got to it, she realized it wasn't from the chopper. It was a piece of someone who couldn't have survived the crash. 20 feet away, she saw most of the rest of that someone. She swallowed hard against the thickening lump in her throat. She questioned her decision to leave the safety of the Land Rover. Beside her, Amir looked as soaked through as she felt. They exchanged a look in which they silently asked each other what they were doing. Selfless and Samaritan weren't descriptive words she'd included in her dating profile, but here she was. Without thinking about her actions, she'd leaped into the fray. She found her feet leaden with apprehension and fear. Amir offered a smile through the rain that streamed from his wet mop of jet-black hair and down his dark, angular features. That was enough. She smiled back and pushed toward the woman and child. When she got there, another man was helping them. He was young and thin and appeared as frightened as she felt. Crouched next to the woman, his hands trembled, but he pressed them against the woman's right bicep. Watery blood seeped from between his fingers and along his arm. The woman grimaced. Her mouth was open and her teeth pressed tight together, like a child showing a parent she'd brushed her teeth. But her skin was sallow, almost gray. She clung to the child despite her injuries. The girl had her face buried in the mother's chest. Both were drenched in the relentless rain. The woman appeared on the verge of passing out from what Miriam imagined was a horrible wound to her arm. Then Miriam saw the blood leaching from underneath the woman's body. It mixed with the running water that collected at the curb and formed a thin stream toward the drains along the overpass. The young man, his hands still gripping the woman's injured arm, motioned to Miriam's side. "You have a first aid kit," he said. "Can you give me something to help her, something to stop the bleeding, and some gauze? I don't know what to do." Miriam saw the panic in his eyes. He was as frightened as she was. He was as unprepared for this as she. She dropped onto one knee and set the kit on the road. She swiped her hand across the red molded plastic case and unsnapped the lid with her thumbs. Inside the lunchbox-sized kit was a variety of bandages and salves. She fumbled through it, looking for something that might help. She plucked a bottle of extra-strength painkiller first. She was looking for a tourniquet but didn't see one. The rain made it difficult to read the small lettering on the packages inside the kit. She picked them up one at a time, swiped the water from the plastic bags, and read what they contained. One of them promised to stop bleeding fast. It was called Celox. She held up the package, extending her arm and lifting her head. "Here," she said, "this should." She drew back the offer when she noticed the man had taken off his shirt and tied it in a tight knot around the woman's arm below the wound. He glanced over at her and reached for the bag. "It's not for her arm," he said. "Help me." "Take the kid." Miriam handed him the Celox and the package of gauze and moved over to reach for the child. She slid her hands under the girl's arms and tried to gently pull her from her mother, but the mother's grip wouldn't allow it. The woman shook her head, her rain-soaked bangs flicking water. Through her toothy grimace, she uttered her disapproval. "Don't take her." Her voice was breathy, like a whispered grunt. "Please don't take her, she's all I've got." Miriam inched closer to the woman, the current of bloody water at the curb sloshing into her shoes, and put a hand on the woman's bare arm. Her skin was cold. "I'm not taking her," she said, looking into the woman's eyes. "I'm holding her for you, that's all. I'll stay here with you and hold her." The woman's pained expression softened for an instant before it hardened again. But she loosened her grip on the child and Miriam took her. She smiled at the woman, holding her gaze before she slid onto the curb next to her. The girl, who couldn't be more than 5 years old, buried her face against Miriam's neck and wrapped her little arms around her. The child smelled like baby powder and citrus. Her heart beat fast against Miriam's chest. Her breath was hot on her neck. "Hang in there," said the young man. "It'll be okay." Miriam thought for a moment he was talking to her. She tried glancing past the child's head, pivoted to get a better look at him, and realized he was speaking to the woman. His voice quavered as he spoke to her. The bag of clotting powder was in his hand. "My name is Michael Crenshaw," he said to the woman. "You can call me Mike. What's your name?" "Gretchen," said the woman. Through her clenched teeth, it sounded like Gertschun. Mike took the bottle of painkillers and popped the top. He pulled out cotton wadding and tossed it aside, then shook some pills into his hand. "Take these," he said to Gretchen. "I don't have water. Suck on them, chew them, doesn't matter. It'll help with the pain." She parted her teeth enough for him to drop the tablets into her mouth. She instantly snapped her jaws shut and started chewing. Her jaw flexed in and out, and her grimace widened across her face from what Miriam imagined was the bitter taste of the medication. Mike tore at the bag containing the gauze. He put his hand on the woman's knee. Miriam saw her leg was soaked with blood. "Okay, Gretchen," said Mike. "I need you to lie back. The instructions here tell me I need to stick this in the wound." "It's going to hurt." Gretchen's eyes fluttered. Mike put a hand on her back. "Lie back, Gretchen," he said. "Just lie back. Focus on the sound of the rain in my voice." Miriam had the child positioned so that her back was to her mother. She didn't want the girl seeing whatever was about to happen. Her eyes caught Mike's for a moment, and she saw the fear was gone. Instead, there was resolve. There was focus and singularity of purpose. Miriam wasn't sure what Mike was doing. He had the tourniquet on her arm. Where else was she hurt? It wasn't until Gretchen was flat on her back, her eyes clamped shut and spitting the rain from her mouth, that Miriam saw it. At the woman's hip there was a huge gash. Her shorts were ripped, and bright red blood oozed from a wide 4-inch gash where her leg met her groin. "I'm going to rip open your pants here, Gretchen," Mike said. "I'm making it wide enough to stop the bleeding." Gretchen grunted and reached for Miriam. Miriam took her hand and the woman squeezed. The pressure hurt Miriam's hand, but she didn't resist. The girl in her arms, she realized, was whimpering. Miriam put her lips at the child's ear and whispered to her. "SHHH, your mama's going to be okay. SHHH, it's okay, I've got you." Miriam didn't know if what she was saying did any good. She wasn't a mother. She wasn't good with kids. She didn't like kids. That didn't matter at the moment. All that mattered was keeping the child calm and her mother alive. She had one of the jobs. Mike, the heroic man in front of her, had the other. Mike used his hands to spread open the pants at Gretchen's hip. He spoke to her as he worked, telling her what he was doing. "I'm going to put some gauze down in here," he said. "I'm trying to get some of the excess blood from—" Gretchen's squeeze tightened around Miriam's hand. Her body tensed. She groaned, spit spraying from between her lips. Miriam's fingers ached, but she didn't pull away. Mike pulled back from the wound, a bright red blob of gauze in his hand. He tossed it to the side. His face was sour and he frowned. He read the back of the Celox package, running a finger along the plastic before he tore it open across the top. Quietly, he hunched over the wound and poured in the yellow granular powder. He emptied the package. Gretchen squeezed again. This time her guttural groan crescendoed into a loud cry that almost sounded like a lunatic's maniacal laughter. The child in Miriam's arm shuddered. Her whimpers became sobs. Her back expanded and shrank. Miriam felt the girl's rib cage beneath her hand. "I've got to apply pressure," Mike said. "The package says 5 minutes, Gretchen, just 5 minutes, 300 seconds, that's all, then you're out of the woods. You can hold your girl again." This time Miriam squeezed Gretchen's hand. She rubbed the child's back and started singing into the girl's ear. It was the only song she remembered from her childhood. Her mother had sung it to her on restless nights when her legs cramped from growing pains and she couldn't sleep. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word, Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird," she sang. "And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring." The girl's cries softened, her breathing slowed. "If that diamond ring is brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass." Her lips were touching the girl's ear. Cold drops of rain ran between the two. "Hey, ma'am," Mike said. "Sorry to interrupt." Miriam thought he was talking to Gretchen, so she didn't respond. "Ma'am," he repeated. Miriam realized he was speaking to her. She stopped singing and glanced over at him, her eyebrows arched as if to ask him what he wanted. "I'm Mike Crenshaw," he said. "What's your name?" Mike was pressing his hands onto Gretchen's hip. His elbows were locked and he was bent at his waist. He looked like he was in the middle of performing CPR minus the up and down movement of his upper body. He was soaked in rainwater. His undershirt stuck to his skin, revealing its pink tone underneath. It was stained red in spots, as were his pants. His hands were drenched in Gretchen's blood. It was a bizarre scene for an introduction, but she imagined Mike Crenshaw was trying to keep his mind off his gruesome task for a moment. "I'm Miriam Weber," she said. She started to tell him that it was nice to meet him, but stopped herself. "You can call me Miriam." Rain dripped from his chin and she noticed the wind had slowed. There were intermittent gusts, but the steady chill had subsided. The rain had lessened to more of a mist, blowing in the subtle breeze like tiny specks of translucent snow. "Thank you," said Mike. "For what?" asked Miriam. The girl wasn't whimpering anymore. Her breathing had slowed. There was no hitch in it from the edge of hyperventilation. Miriam wondered if she might have fallen asleep. Then she considered she'd never looked at the child's face. Such a strange experience this was. "For helping me," he said. "I didn't know what to do. I just saw Gretchen get hurt. I saw her child crying. I ran to help her, but like I said, once I got to her, I kind of froze." Miriam shook her head and smiled. "You didn't look like you froze to me. You handled the situation like you'd done this before." "No, I—" Their moment was interrupted by the sounds of men shouting. At first she thought it was an argument, but when she looked across the road and toward the chopper, she saw Amir yelling at someone. He was awkwardly urging someone toward him. Amir was holding a limp woman in his arms. A man was on the ground at his feet. She'd forgotten about Amir. In the 5 minutes since they'd left the Land Rover, an eternity had passed. What had transpired was in slow motion to Miriam. Focusing on the child in her arms, she had blocked out everything else around her. Now she smelled the smoke again, the burning oil and jet fuel. She understood that the calls for help were coming from everywhere, not just Amir's position closer to the wreckage. It was like someone had cranked the volume after having had it on mute. But the controls were all sensory and it was overwhelming. Her gut twisted as she held the girl in Gretchen's hand. Amir disappeared beyond a group of people gathered near the helicopter wreckage. There were more than a dozen, calling out for survivors. Cries for help punctuated the humid air. The rain had stopped. The mist hung above her, and looking south, Miriam saw the dark gray curtain of rain moving away from them. The chilled air tickled her spine and she shuddered again. "I think that's good," said Mike. "This should hold. I just need a wrap, something to cover the packed wound." Mike looked up at her without asking the question. Her eyes met his and then led them to the first aid kit a few feet away. "I think there's an ace bandage in there," she said. "Would that work?" The child shifted in her arms and she almost lost her grip. Miriam adjusted and realized one of her legs was falling asleep. She grimaced and moved, her feet sloshing in her shoes. At least she'd worn flats. "Thank you," Mike said. "Gretchen, lie still." He dug through the kit and found a rolled bandage. He held it up as if he'd found a prize in a scavenger hunt and scooted back to his patient. A couple of minutes later, Gretchen was sitting up. Her expression was pained, but she looked more exhausted than anything else. Her color was coming back. "Thank you," she managed. Her voice was hoarse, audible but weak. "Thank you so much." Her wound clotted and bandaged. She reached out for her daughter. Miriam obliged and carefully put the child into her mother's lap, avoiding the injured leg. "You got her?" she asked Gretchen. Gretchen winced but smiled through it. She held the girl across one leg and put her chin on her shoulder like she would an infant. The child's small fists unwound and she put her hands around her mother's neck. "Yes," Gretchen said, "I've got her." Miriam stood but lost her balance from her numb leg. As she wavered, Mike stepped closer and took her elbow with his hand. "You okay?" he asked. Miriam's face flushed. She looked at the ground but nodded self-consciously. "I'm fine," she said. "Thank you, Mike." Mike let go of her and addressed Gretchen. "You have a car, you have help, I don't want to leave you here." Before Gretchen could answer, a sheriff's deputy, bleeding from a gash across his forehead, approached. His uniform was stained with grease, dirt, and blood. He was out of breath. "Hey," he said, "you buddy, could I get that first aid kit? We've got people over here who need help." Mike looked at Miriam and motioned his head toward the deputy. She nodded. "Sure, Deputy Maryland," said Mike. "Take what you need help." Maryland bent over and picked up the first aid kit. He held it open with both hands, not bothering to snap it closed. He started to walk away. "Do like I said," he called over his shoulder. "Take care of you, it's every man for himself." "And woman," muttered Miriam. "Where are you headed?" Mike asked. Miriam wasn't sure whom he was asking. "Me," she said, pointing to her chest. She shifted her weight in her shoes. The water sloshed between her toes. It was cold, and she was sure there was blood in it. She glanced over at Gretchen. The woman's eyes were closed, and she rocked, cradling the child. "Yeah," said Mike. "Both of you, where are you headed?" Gretchen opened her eyes. "Home," she said, and nodded toward the backup of cars in the westbound lanes. "My car is over there. We got out to look at the commotion. You told us to go back. We should have listened sooner." "I'll get you back to your car," said Mike. Then he motioned to Miriam. "What about you?" Miriam's eyes drifted from Mike to the scene behind him. She glanced back at Amir's Land Rover on the opposite side of the I-4 overpass. The windshield wipers were still sweeping across the glass. "I'm looking for a friend," she said. "She works around here. She wasn't at home, so I was looking for her." Mike took a couple of steps closer to her. "She works around here, in Lake Mary." Miriam nodded. "At a radio station. I'm not from here and I." Mike laughed seriously. "A radio station? Which one?" She told him and then said, "My friend's name is Ashley Pomerantz." The disbelieving smile evaporated and Mike took a step back. It looked like a stagger backward. He went ashen, his brow furrowed, and Miriam saw him swallow hard, struggling with what to do with his hands. He folded his arms, then unfolded them. He tried stuffing his hands into his pockets but couldn't find them. Finally, he drew them to his face and covered his mouth. Miriam stepped forward. "What is it?" she asked, urgency mixed with worry in her voice. "Do you know her? Is she okay?" Mike's eyes were on hers, but he was looking somewhere else, somewhere far from the smoke and jet fuel. She waved at him, trying to bring him back to her. He blinked, nodded, and cleared his throat. Yeah. She's okay." His eyes glistened. She couldn't be sure if it was from the rain or something else. "I know her," he said. "I don't think she's okay, though." Chapter 16. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Lake Mary, Florida. Mike followed Miriam through the maze of cars toward the bridge that crossed over I-4. Aside from the lingering headache that thumped dully at his temples, he was good. The adrenaline of the moment hadn't left him yet. The rain was gone and the front that brought it left behind cooler air. The sky was dark, the thick layer of clouds causing an early sunset, but there was enough gray light left for him to see his surroundings. They'd helped Gretchen and her daughter back to her car, the injured woman insistent that they leave her behind the wheel. She didn't want to wait for the promised arrival of more medical help. She wanted to go home. Since she lived in the gated Heathrow community a few blocks from where she was stuck, she told Mike to let her be. After thanking him and giving him a longer than comfortable hug, Mike and Miriam left her in her Toyota, and the two of them went to find Amir, her Uber driver. They'd checked in with Bryce, who was slouched against the Jeep. He'd seen and felt the helicopter crash but had stayed with the vehicle, unsure of his ability to help anyone. His head was throbbing and he was weak. Mike told him to lie down in the passenger's seat and relax. He'd be back. After they found Amir, they helped 3 more injured people. 2 men and a child had cuts and bruises. One of them also suffered burns on his face and arms. All of them would survive, Mike figured, as he passed them off to one of the uninjured medics. He surveyed the smoldering debris, the stunned bystanders, the injured, and the snarled traffic, and wondered if surviving was a blessing or a curse. Amir walked in front of Mike and Miriam, leading the way to the Land Rover still idling in the middle of the eastbound Lake Mary Boulevard traffic. Below them and behind them, the wail of ambulances and fire trucks announced the arrival of additional medical help. The emergency responders were coming from the interstate in both directions. Miriam hadn't said much since he'd told her that Ashley was sick and likely a victim of the scourge. Her quietly confident demeanor was deflated, and she moved next to him in an hypnotic trance. Her shoulders sagged, her steps dragged, her stare was distant, her expression something between concern and confusion. Mike glanced to his right and through a cluster of pine trees saw their eventual destination. Its parking lot was empty. That was a good sign. "I'll carry your luggage for you," he said. "It's not a long walk to the hotel, but it'll be easier for you if I do it." There was a Marriott courtyard a few hundred yards from where Amir's vehicle was stopped. Both sides of Lake Mary Boulevard were well developed from its western edge at Markham Woods Road to the 417 Toll Road on its eastern edge. It was what made for easy living during normal times and contributed to the tangled mess that clogged the area around Mike's home and work. One of the older strip malls was near the entrance of Heathrow and sat along the southbound lanes of I-4. Across the shopping center was the hotel. It was old but well-maintained, and Mike offered it as a place for Miriam to stay once she understood bunking with Ashley wasn't an option. Miriam nodded blankly without looking at Mike. "Okay, thanks." Amir reached the Land Rover first. It was a Discovery, a smaller SUV with a boxy appearance. He opened the back tailgate, pulled out Miriam's luggage, then closed it. With a series of fluid movements, he lowered the suitcase to the road, extended the telescoping handle, and rolled it around the driver's side to her. "Are you sure you don't want me to drive you there?" he asked. "I don't mind waiting. It's not like I can go anywhere anyway." Miriam forced a smile. "No, thanks. I can get there faster by walking. Plus, I already maxed out my credit card on this ride today." Mike thought her attempt at humor was a good sign. Perhaps her stupor was ebbing. Amir chuckled and extended a hand to her. "Thank you for your business. I wish you much luck getting home." Miriam took his hand and shook it limply. She was still going through the motions. Amir climbed back into his SUV and pulled his seatbelt across his chest. He waved goodbye to them through the tinted glass. Mike took the suitcase, collapsed the handle, and picked up the small suitcase by the rubber grip handle on the side of the bag. He took a step ahead of Miriam and led her toward the hotel. He waited for her to speak, giving her space to think about the shocking news he'd given her. They decrossed the road and were walking along the eastbound curb, avoiding draining water when she finally spoke. It was dark enough that the streetlights were humming to life. Mike glanced to his right toward the freeway. The lights were already illuminated there, casting warm sprays of orange light onto the gray concrete lanes beneath them. Traffic was thinning on the interstate. Lake Mary Boulevard was still at a standstill. The air was getting almost cold and a shiver tickled his neck. "Tell me more about what happened to her," said Miriam. "Are you sure it was the scourge? How can you be sure?" She was walking next to him, matching his pace stride for stride. Even in the dim light, he saw the furrow in her brow. Mike swallowed hard. His mouth and throat were dry despite his clothes being soaked. The bag rubbed against his left thigh as he carried it. He was sure he'd end up with a rash. "I just know," he said. "I don't think you want to know the details." They stepped up from the curb and onto a narrow strip of grass that separated the road from a sidewalk. His shoes sank into the soft earth. Mud stuck to the treads and made a sucking sound as he lifted his feet onto the sidewalk. Miriam hopped over the grass, avoiding the slop. "I want to know." Her phone was in her hand, her purse at her hip, its strap slung across her body. She stepped with new purpose along the sidewalk. Mike didn't know this woman. He barely knew Ashley. At least he didn't know his crush as well as he would have liked. Was it fair of him to talk to one of them about the other, to reveal something so sensitive? His mind flashed to Ashley coughing blood onto her computer, to the shock and fear in her wide eyes when she tried to hold back another wet hack. He saw her body go limp and then tense as she convulsed. He remembered the feel of her cold skin, the thick odor of sweat and mucus and blood. His heart raced thinking about it, about his exposure to the disease. There was nothing he could do about any of it now. "Mike," said Miriam, "tell me more about her. I need to know. She's my friend. We go way back in." "I don't know if she's still alive," he blurted. "I don't think she was breathing when she left." He immediately regretted it and started to apologize, but pressed his mouth shut and walked without looking at her. He felt her stare. It was searching him, probing for more while scolding for what he'd already revealed. They stepped from the end of the sidewalk and crossed its intersection with a two-lane road that led from the boulevard to the shopping center across from the hotel. "I'm sorry," he said. "I shouldn't have said that. I don't know her condition." "It's okay," said Miriam. "I asked you, you told me. I can't blame you for doing what I asked you to do." "I could have been more delicate," she finished his sentence for him. "Yeah, but it's fine." They stepped up onto the sidewalk and turned left to follow it toward the hotel. Mike saw one car in the parking lot from this vantage point. They reached the door to the lobby. Mike held the door for Miriam and she marched toward the registration desk. An older man with slick-back white hair stood alone behind the desk. He wore a weary smile and a pressed long-sleeved red shirt that he had folded up to his elbows. "Welcome to the Courtyard by Marriott Orlando Lake Mary North," he said. "How may I help you?" Mike joined Miriam at the counter as she pulled her purse strap over her head. She laid the purse on the counter and placed her elbows on the laminate. Mike put the luggage on the floor next to her and stepped back. The clerk wore an embossed name tag. It read Chris Mansk. To the side of the desk, in a small but comfortable lounge, a wall-mounted television showed a cable news channel. The volume was too low for Mike to hear the reporting, but a banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen told him everything he already knew. Widespread panic precedes spread of plague. Scourge mania reported in major CITIS coast to coast. FEMA BLAMES media for RUNS on STORES ATMS traffic gridlock. "Yes, thank you," said Miriam. "I'd like a room." The man glanced at Mike, then addressed Miriam. "Do you have a reservation with us, ma'am?" Miriam pulled a wallet from her purse and withdrew a card. She handed it to the clerk. He took it and stared at it while she answered him. "No, I don't. This is an unexpected stay." Mike stepped to the counter next to Miriam. She glanced over at him and smiled. He smiled back. Both of them were being polite. The man looked up from the card in his hand and handed it back to her. "Thank you for your loyalty, Ms. Weber. However, I can't help you. I'm so sorry. We don't have any availability tonight. You could try tomorrow." Miriam blinked twice. Mike thought he noticed a twitch. Her smile disappeared and then spread again. This time it was wider, but the tone of her voice betrayed that the smile was a mask. Her response was measured and restrained. Mike stepped back from the counter. His phone chimed and he pulled it from his pocket. It was a text message from Bryce. "Where you at?" His thumbs hovered over the screen for a moment before he typed his response. He glanced over his shoulder at Miriam as she challenged the desk clerk. "I'm a Titanium Bonvi member," she said. "I'm sure you can find something. There's always something." "I'm at the hotel across from Heathrow. Helping Miriam get a room. Be back soon. You good?" He pressed the send icon and waited for it to transmit. On the other side of the desk, Mansk ran a hand along the top of his white hair, then raked his fingers along the sides of his head above his ears. He looked at the computer screen in front of him. He typed on the wireless keyboard. The clerk frowned. His eyes widened and narrowed. His eyebrows moved up and down. He muttered to himself. Finally, he looked up from the screen. "I'm sorry, Ms. Weber," he said. "I've looked at every possibility. I have no rooms, none." Mike interjected, "The parking lot's empty. How could you be full?" Mansk shrugged and cleared his throat. "The wreck out there, the helicopter, it's got people giving up and coming here." "What do you mean giving up?" "They're leaving their cars and coming here," he said. "We were already half full because of a big meeting in the business park down the road. Then a bunch of people showed up a half hour ago. All the rooms are taken. I could fit you in tomorrow night." Miriam's arms were at her sides, her fists clenched. Her posture straightened. Mike checked his phone. There was a red exclamation point next to his text to Bryce. It hadn't sent. He tried again. "I don't need a room tomorrow," Miriam said through the toothy grin. "I need one tonight. I spent a lot of money with your brand." Mike took another step back from Miriam, sensing the building tension. Although he might have faced a lot of his fears in the last few hours, an angry woman wasn't one of them. His attention moved back to the television. "Excuse me," he said to Miriam and her adversary. He moved quickly to the television in the lounge and tried to focus on the scrolling yellow banner at the bottom as its pronouncements moved from right to left. It was too hard to ignore Miriam, though. Her voice was getting louder as if the hidden television remote were controlling her volume instead of the television. "I need to see a manager, please," she said. "Could you please get me a manager, Mr. Mansk?" On the screen, there was a grid of aerial shots showing traffic backups near the Lincoln Tunnel in New York, on the 405 in Los Angeles, on I-45 at the 610 loop in Houston. New York was already in darkness, so the procession of red and white lights was impressive. The images switched from traffic to what looked like cell phone video of a riot at a Walmart. It looked like one of the videos shown on Black Friday when people rushed a store for discounted electronics. Instead, the graphic revealed it was looting at a location in Baton Rouge. People were climbing over each other, shoving, punching, and wrestling. It was surreal. "I'm the manager," said the man at the desk. "You're the manager?" asked Miriam. "Then what about the owner? Could I talk to the owner?" "Never mind, I'm calling Bonve." The video in front of Mike switched again. At first, he couldn't identify the location. He was too focused on the smoldering pile of bodies at the center of the screen. This too was an aerial shot, but it was blown out at its center from the throbbing flames in the pyre. He glanced to the top left and noticed it said London just before the shot widened, and he saw the London Eye on the bank of the Thames. The city looked like a war zone, like the black and white images he'd seen of the Blitz in World War II. He thought about what Deputy Maryland told him. He needed to get out of here. He needed to think about finding some place where the disease and desperate people couldn't find him. Miriam drew his attention from the screen. "Are you kidding me?" She was tapping the screen, swiping her finger across the display. "No service? How is there no service?" She pressed a thumb to the screen and lifted the phone to her ear. Her eyes were shut and she was mumbling something under her breath. Wet strands of hair hung over her face like a thin curtain that provided only hints of her face behind them. Mike checked his phone. His message to Bryce was still unsent. In the upper left corner of the screen, he saw he had no service. "Try shutting off your phone and restarting it," Mike suggested. "Sometimes that works." He crossed the lounge to the lobby and approached the desk. The clerk, Mansk, was looking at his phone too. His affable smile was gone. A deep crease ran vertically between his bushy white eyebrows. "What service do you have?" "None," said Mike. Miriam pulled the phone from her ear and huffed with frustration. "Verizon." Mike's face flushed with embarrassment. "Sorry, Verizon." "I'm Sprint," said Mansk. "I don't have any signal either, no bars." "May I use a landline, please?" Miriam asked. "Of course you may, Ms. Weber," said Mansk, "but they won't be able to help you. You can't get blood from a rock." Miriam frowned. "My mother used to say that." Mansk lifted a traditional phone from the desk, turned it to face Miriam and set it on the counter. He pulled on the cord to give her some slack, then he covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. He cleared his throat. "Smart lady, your mother," he said. His smile was back. "Dial 6 to get an outside line." Miriam and Mike exchanged a quick glance. She pressed 6 and then a series of numbers she copied from those displayed on her screen. Her eyes scanned the room, jittery as she searched for meaning in whatever was being said on the phone. "I can't get through," she said. "They don't have any operators to help me." Mansk took back the phone. "I'm sorry, Ms. Weber, I wish I could help you. Maybe one of our nearby properties would suit your needs." Miriam's shoulders sagged. She grabbed the telescoping handle of her suitcase, pushed the button at the top of it, and pulled it up. "No, thanks," she said. "You've been very nice. Thanks for putting up with me. I know you're stuck like I am." She started for the door. Mike took the bag from her and pushed open the door for her to exit first. Behind him, Mansk coughed again. This time it was louder. A wall of damp, cool air hit Mike as he rolled the suitcase onto the sidewalk that ran along the front of the hotel. Miriam stopped in front of him as the door swung closed behind them. "I guess I could get back in a Mears Uber," she said. "And go where?" asked Mike. "I've got a cousin who lives in New Smyrna. I can go there for the time being, I guess. He's got a boat. He can help me get out of here." Miriam started walking back toward the road. She had her phone gripped tightly in one hand, her purse slapped against her hip as she moved. Its strap was across her chest again like a thin, stylish seatbelt. Mike followed her for a few more steps and stopped. An idea crystallized in his head. "I could take you," he offered. Miriam stopped and turned around to face him. She studied him for a moment. Mike took an unconscious step back, uncomfortable with how she was looking at him with an obvious degree of skepticism. "Why?" she asked. "Why what?" "Why would you do that?" she said. "And that's sketch." "Sketch. Sketchy." "I know what it means," said Mike. "How is it sketch?" She laughed incredulously and pointed at him with her phone. I don't know you, Mike. You don't know me. Why would I take a ride with you to the beach? You don't know Amir the Uber driver either, he said. And he's charging you, I won't charge you. Her face twitched as she considered that, her eyes narrowed. Then what do you want? It was dark outside, but in the bright orange light burning down from the sconces on the front of the hotel, he saw her eyebrows arch with the question. A cool breeze swirled around them and she picked strands of hair from in front of her eyes, tucking them behind her ears. I want to get out of here, he said. I need to get out of here. He swept his hands toward the strobing emergency lights in the distance. They glowed alternately red, white, and blue near the scene of the helicopter wreckage. The irony wasn't lost on Mike. Things are going to get worse, he said. It's going to happen fast. Hours ago they were burning bodies in the streets in Athens. Now it's London. Tomorrow it's New York and Chicago. So get out of here, Miriam said with a shrug. You don't need me for that. I don't have anywhere to go, he said. I don't have family, I don't have unlimited funds, but I have a jeep. Her stance softened, her eyes lost their suspicion, and, you have family, you have a place to go, but you don't have a way to get there, he reasoned. We can help each other. Miriam glanced over her shoulder at the hotel. She scanned the road in front of her from the direction of Amir's Uber to the working scene at the helicopter. I don't know if my cousin is going to be there and I can't call him. We might get there and be sole, and even if he's there, I can't guarantee he'll help you. I'll take that chance. Then let's do this, said Miriam. Chapter 17. October 2, 2032. Scourge plus 0 days. Orlando, Florida. Candy Bellman sank into the new microfiber couch she'd ordered from Wayfair. It was the most comfortable piece of furniture she'd ever owned, and it felt good to get off her feet. She tucked her legs underneath her and curled her toes. She was sitting in the living room in her Thornton Park bungalow. The house was 2 blocks from Lake Eala, close to parks and restaurants, and a 2-minute drive from the station. The house was a steal when she bought it. The up-and-down Florida real estate market was in a deep valley when she snagged it from a retired couple looking to move to Blowing Rock, North Carolina. Candy always thought it funny that Northerners retired to Florida and Floridians retired north. The North Carolina mountains were to Floridians what Naples and West Palm were to Michiganders, Canadians, and New Yorkers. She loved the house. It was just enough space. There were 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, a galley kitchen, a dining room, a living room, and original hardwood floors. There was a 1-car garage and a huge orange tree in the backyard. A magnolia shaded the small front yard and its roots had cracked through the narrow concrete driveway, but Candy thought it added charm to the place and had no designs on fixing it. She closed her eyes and rubbed the back of her neck. In the kitchen, she heard the clink of plates on the tile countertop. Phil was whistling as he finished making dinner. He was a keeper. 1 grilled cheese with bacon and a pile of crinkle fries coming right up, he said, emerging from the kitchen, almost sliding across the pine floors toward the large stone coffee table that sat in front of the new sofa. It's not blackened mackerel fresh from the ocean, but it'll do. He carried 2 identical white plates topped with healthy servings of Ore-Ida fries and a pair of sandwiches each, cut into triangles. He carefully placed her plate in front of her on the table and then set his next to it. He stood up straight and clapped his hands together. What do you want to drink? He asked. Water, wine. You can turn water into wine, Candy asked with a flirtatious smirk. I knew you were special. He winked, not that special, white or red. I have red. I picked some up today, Phil said. Had to wait in line for 45 minutes. People are losing their minds. Candy untucked her feet and planted them on the cool, solid floor. She ran her toes across the joints between the thin boards. In front of her, mounted on the solid plaster wall opposite the sofa, was a 60-inch flat-screen television. The sound was muted. That's so sweet, she said, but I'd better have water. There's a chance I could get called in again. I'm surprised they didn't call you back in already, Phil said over his shoulder as he walked back to the kitchen. She studied his broad shoulders and his confident stride. His calves were defined. He was a keeper, she hoped. What with that helicopter crash? 7 people died, a bunch more were injured. At least that's what they're saying. They sent the nightside crew, she said loud enough for him to hear her. Thankfully. Phil reappeared with 2 bottles of water and a smile. Thankfully. He sat down beside her, his thigh touching hers. She took a French fry from his plate and popped it into her mouth. "You have plenty," he said, taking a fry from her plate. "You don't need mine." She put her hand on his thigh and squeezed. "Thank you for dinner." "I slaved all day. I hunted the pig, cured the bacon, harvested the wheat, and kneaded the dough." "Just say you're welcome, take a compliment. I don't give them out very often." He laughed. It was a genuine laugh that made her smile. "Want to watch the news?" he asked. "Cable." Candy picked up a triangle of sandwich and a long string of melted cheese stretched from the plate. She broke it with her finger. "No, I've had enough for today. I left my phone in the bedroom. I need a break." She took a bite of the sandwich, relishing the taste of the cheese. She bit down on a piece of the bacon. Its salty maple flavor was savory. Candy closed her eyes and chewed. "This is so good," she said, swirling the food in her cheeks. "I love comfort food." Phil smiled broadly. "It's the bacon. I thought about putting it on the fries too, but couldn't figure out how to make that work. Bacon bits would have been the best, but—" She put a finger to his lips. "It's fine, I love it." He nodded, his face a little flushed, and picked up the remote. He hit the volume button. There was some sci-fi movie on the screen. A woman was running from a monstrous alien. Her scream filled the room, echoing off the solid surfaces of the space. "What is this?" she asked. "I don't know," said Phil. "I think it's—" A loud siren interrupted the movie and the screen went blue. White lettering flashed in the middle of the screen. Phil immediately lowered the volume. Both of them stopped eating and stared in disbelief at the message on the 60-inch display. Emergency health alert. This is not a test. Due to the uncontrolled spread of a deadly virus, your local government agencies suggest: avoid crowded areas. Do not travel. Shelter in place. Stand by for a presidential message. Phil's hand found Candy's and she took it, pulling it into her lap. The screen was static for almost a minute, the squelch of the siren repeating. Phil whispered to Candy, "What is a presidential message? Does that mean the president?" Candy nodded as the screen dissolved to a familiar shot of the East Room of the White House. There was an empty lectern in front of a long hall. At the end of the hall was a collection of flags. The president stepped into the shot. He walked slowly toward the lectern. His face was dour and he looked older somehow. His salt and pepper hair appeared thinner and grayer than Candy remembered. The wrinkles on his face, the creases that crowded his eyes and framed his mouth, were more pronounced. "Pause it," said Candy. "What?" asked Phil. She got up from the sofa and moved around the table. "Pause it, I'll be right back." Candy hustled to her bedroom and found her phone next to the unmade king-size bed. She unplugged it and held it up to her face, unlocking the screen. No messages, no missed calls. She opened her email, nothing. Then she noticed the lack of a signal on her phone, no service. "Hey," she said as she came back into the living room, "is your phone working?" Phil slouched back against the sofa's cushions and reached into his pocket. He pulled out his phone and studied it for a moment. He held up the phone. "No, no signal." "I wondered why our phones didn't blare the alert," she said. "Or why I haven't gotten any texts from the station. I should go in. They might be trying to reach me." She stood between Phil and the television, blocking his view of the screen. He sat forward again and put his elbows on his knees. He looked up with a confused look and gestured toward the TV. "Don't you want to see what the president has to say? We don't know there's a reason for you to run out yet. I mean, the warning is for you to do the exact opposite, to stay here with me." Her gut told her she should go. She should be in her car and on her way to work. No doubt, even if they didn't call her in, she needed to volunteer. Candy Bellman knew she was the vegetables of the operation, just like the picky child who pushes the broccoli to the side of the plate. Management didn't want her anymore. She was old school and getting older, but they needed her. They needed her expertise and institutional knowledge. If she didn't go into work, they might decide they didn't need her. Looking at Phil's cute face, his boy-like features pleading for her to stay, tore at her. There was what she wanted to do and what she felt like she had to do. She wanted to stay at home with him. She didn't feel like she could, so she struck a compromise. "I'll watch his speech with you," she said. "Then I can reevaluate." They both knew she wouldn't reevaluate anything. When the speech was over, she was leaving regardless of what the president had to say. Phil didn't challenge her. He nodded and patted the cushion next to him on the sofa. She eased around the coffee table and took her seat. He put one hand on her leg and tapped the remote with the other. The president was at the lectern. His bright red tie was a sharp contrast to his dark suit and powder blue shirt. "My fellow Americans," said the president, I come to you tonight as your president and as your friend. He pressed his lips together into a flat smile. He gripped both sides of the lectern with his hands. As one of our founding fathers, John Dickinson, wrote, "Then join hand in hand, brave Americans all. By uniting we stand, by dividing we fall." Those prescient words have proved true throughout our nation's young history. Through wars, depression, and political strife, we have found that we, as Americans, are stronger together than we are apart. "He is good," said Phil. "That's why he won in a landslide," said Candy. "Probably will again." "You think so?" asked Phil. "All the polls say it's too close to call." Candy shrugged as the president lifted his chin and got to the point. She took Phil's hand and squeezed. It was a sign of affection and a hint to put the conversation on hold. "But we have never faced a test like this. Never before has the foundation of our democracy faced such a threat. I am here tonight to ask you for your help." The president's eyes narrowed and his expression tightened. He stared directly into the camera. "By now you know about the virulent disease called the scourge. It is, at this point, unstoppable. There is no vaccine, there is no treatment, there is no cure. It is here, on our shores, and spreading too fast to control. I acted too slowly in coordinating a travel ban, and it has cost us. I should have been more proactive in preventing, or at least delaying, the arrival of the scourge in our cities and on our neighborhood streets. All I can do is tell you I am sorry for that inaction. It will lead to the deaths of untold thousands or more." Phil rubbed the back of Candy's hand with his thumb. She pulled his hand into her lap as she'd done earlier. "Already the disease has reached the People's House, my temporary home," said the president. "I'm allowed to share with you my chief of staff is ill. 3 members of the White House communications team have the disease. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs is sick. And my friends, 2 of my 3 children are suffering its effects. They are bedridden. My wife is with them as I speak with you. When I finish our talk, I'll be headed upstairs to join her." The president's eyes glistened. His chin trembled. He took a beat to steel himself against the emotion, cleared his throat, and wiped the corners of his eyes with an index finger. "I assure you, we are doing everything we can to fight this disease. There are teams of scientists all over the world working to isolate the pathogens responsible for what can best be described as a modern plague." Phil inched closer to Candy. He was warmer than her. His body ran hot almost. It was comforting to have him close to her. "As a result of the ongoing threat to our safety and security," said the president, "I am exercising the suspension clause of the United States Constitution. In layman's terms, I am declaring martial law." Phil gasped. He cursed. It was the first Candy had ever heard him use foul language. She was acutely aware of his body language. He shifted away from her, his hand left hers, and he folded his arms across his chest. "Before speaking with you tonight, I spoke with the leaders of both houses of Congress and told them of my decision. I then held a conference call with the governors of all 50 states and the leaders of our various territories. I've asked all states to deploy their respective National Guards as peacekeeping forces. All but one complied. The governor of Texas declined, suggesting his people were able to police and protect themselves, and he was not willing to turn the military on his own citizens." "Damn right," said Phil. "Do you know what this means?" Candy wasn't sure if Phil's question was rhetorical or condescending. She chose to give him the benefit of the doubt and not answer. He put his hand on her back, his fingers spread wide, and he turned toward her. His face bore a pained expression like a child aggrieved. "This is awful," he said to her. "He's suspending our rights. We could be arrested, your house searched without cause. I don't think he's aware of what he's doing." Candy understood the ramifications of this move. As a reporter, her job was to have what she called a cocktail party understanding of every subject imaginable. That meant she could have an intelligent conversation at a cocktail party with anyone about anything. From politics to art to crime to the latest social media craze, Candy knew enough to be dangerous. And as a reporter, she understood her rights. Still, she sat silent, hoping the president would explain himself and assuage her boyfriend's visceral reaction. "I understand and respect the governor's choices," said the president, "and I pray he is right. He certainly knows the people of Texas better than I do. That said, it is my job as this nation's top executive and its commander-in-chief to do what I believe is necessary for the continuity of government and the security of the people with whom I'm charged to protect." "It's a power grab," said Phil. "Good for Texas for saying no to this." He said this knowing that Candy was a native Texan, a graduate of the University of Houston, and had family living along the Texas Gulf Coast. They're not saying no to martial law, said Candy, correcting him. They're just refusing to deploy the National Guard. Phil frowned. I guess so. Still, I'm glad one governor had the guts to say no. The president took a cleansing breath and sighed. Perspiration glistened on his forehead. I have asked for the National Guard deployments as a stopgap until Congress can convene and authorize the suspension of the Posse Comitatus Act. That would allow for our military to enforce laws. He's creating a military state, said Phil. This is absurd. Candy was beginning to agree with him. This was heading down a dangerous path. I know this is bothersome to you. I understand your apprehension. A president has not declared martial law since President Abraham Lincoln did so in July of 1861. That, as you likely know, was in the early phases of the American Civil War. We are not at war, but we are, as a nation, vulnerable to civil unrest that threatens the foundations of our democracy. That brings me to the final decision I need to share with you tonight. Great, said Phil, there's more. I have spoken tonight with my friend and political opponent, Kyle McCarthy. Our campaigns have had discussions about the planned debates and the election a month from now. We have agreed to cancel the debates, and we are jointly requesting the responsible agencies in each state to indefinitely suspend the election date. Phil sat slack-jawed next to Candy. Candy's stomach tightened. Her mouth was dry. This directive meant rebellion. People were more likely to cause problems in protest than they might have had the president done nothing. Phil was probably right that the governor of Texas knew what he was doing. His people might behave themselves without any government interference. But the minute Texans thought their rights were being suspended, violated, trampled, they were likely to employ that mantra from the Battle of Goliad and cry from the rooftops, "Come and take it." As the president, I have no authority to suspend or cancel elections, and neither does Congress. That is a power each state holds individually. Senator McCarthy and I both know that our states will do the right thing. We both believe that holding an election in the midst of this crisis is not in the best interest of our country. It poses a health risk for voters, and asking Americans to line up in crowded polling places where they might be exposed to a deadly disease is harmful. We are asking jointly that the election is postponed until January 1st. By then, we expect to have a much better understanding of the disease, and hopefully, we can reinstate habeas corpus and withdraw our military forces. The president cleared his throat again. He ran his hands along the sides of the lectern and maintained his stare into the camera. I ask that you keep my family in your prayers as I will keep yours in mine. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Good night. The president stood at the lectern for another few moments, nodded and mouthed, "Thank you," before he spun on his heel and walked away from the camera. He strode less confidently than he'd approached and was halfway down the hall when the screen turned blue and the ear-splitting tone of the emergency alert filled the room. Phil muted the television and stood. He paced in front of the sofa, wringing his hands. Candy let him work out his thoughts without interruption until he stopped and turned to her. "You're not going to work, are you?" That caught Candy off guard, and she laughed. Of all the things she imagined running through Phil's head, whether or not she was going to work wasn't among them. "What's funny?" he asked. "I'm not laughing at you," Candy said. "I just figured that given everything we just heard from the president, you'd be thinking about that." Phil folded his arms across his chest. He was standing directly in front of the television. The blue glow from the screen cast an odd outline around his body, highlighting the edges of his physique. He was cute when he was mad. Was he mad? Was he worried? Candy thought it might be a mixture of the two. She'd never seen him exhibit either of those emotions before, and it reminded her of the freshness of their relationship. How well did she know him? "Of course I'm thinking about you," he said, his tone pricked with defensiveness. "Why wouldn't I be thinking about you? I don't want you leaving right now. I'm putting all of this together in my head. I worry about you going out there and doing whatever it is they'll ask you to do. It's probably not safe and—" Candy held up both her hands, palms out, to stop his diatribe. "Stop," she said sternly. She didn't mean for it to sound as harsh as it did, but he was rambling and sounded more fatherly than she liked. He stood there with his mouth open for a moment, then closed it. His jaw muscles flexed and his posture stiffened. She smiled to ease the building tension. "Just hold on a second, Phil. I appreciate your concern. I love that you're thinking about me, but you need to understand something. My job is more than what I do. It's who I am." Candy surprised herself by saying that aloud. It was something she'd always known about herself, that she needed to be on television. It was as important as breathing and eating. To say it aloud, though, was admitting it to someone else. It made it real. It was an admission as much as it was a resignation. Allowing her job to be more than a paycheck at this point in her career was somehow sad. It told the world that she was missing something in her life. Phil appeared to see this too. A sudden sadness fell across his face. There was a pity in his expression that Candy didn't like. "Who you are," he said softly. Candy looked down at the table in front of her. Her eyes landed on the half-eaten cheese sandwiches, which she imagined were cold. She studied the crinkles on the fries, focusing on parts that were darker than the rest. The unopened bottles of water had long ago stopped sweating. Puddles of condensation encircled their bases on the stone surface of the table. She swallowed. Somehow this conversation had taken an unexpected turn, from the president's decree and the dangers of it to her psychology. Candy didn't like this, but she'd opened this can of worms. "I didn't mean it that way," she said. I don't know what I meant." Of course she did, so did Phil. "I think you do," he said. "And I guess that answers my question. You're going into work, aren't you? Despite all of the warnings from our esteemed president, you're leaving the safety of the house. You're leaving me, you're risking your life for your job." Phil understood her, but he didn't get it. How could he? He wasn't a television reporter. He didn't work in the business. He couldn't understand, and she couldn't make him. Candy lifted her chin and looked up at Phil. He wasn't looking at her. His chin was dropped to his chest. His fingers were scratching his arms. His shoulders drooped. "I have to go," she said. "If they don't need me, I can come right back. You could stay. We could finish our dinner, watch a movie." Now it was Phil who laughed. It was a humorless laugh. "Funny, you're joking, right? You know as well as I do that when you get to the station, they'll use you. They won't send you home. Have they ever sent you home when you volunteer to work, ever?" He was right, they didn't do that. "I don't know if I'll be here when you get back," he said. That stung. Candy's throat tightened and she tensed. It was as if he'd slapped her across the face. She looked at him, trying to hold his gaze. "Why?" "I don't know when you'll be back, if you'll be back at all," he said. "And if you do come back, will you be infected? I mean, I was already a little worried when you told me you hung out at the hospital today. This, though, you going into the fray after what the president just announced, that's too much for me." This reminded Candy why it was so hard for her to have relationships. She always put her job first. It was her first love. It was an enduring love, she just said it. Being a television reporter was more than what she did, it was who she was. Men could never compete with that. Candy wanted to plead with him to change his mind. She wanted to stand up, move to him, wrap her arms around his warm body, and put her lips on his. She wanted to whisper in his ear about the ways she might convince him to stay. Instead, she sat on the sofa, her fingertips rubbing the microfiber. Tears welled in her eyes, pooling in the corners. "I understand," she said. The night had begun with such promise. The newness of their relationship, of their budding romance, hung in the air between them. It was a magnet that drew them together, that pulled from them the butterflies and joy of adult puppy love. Now it was spoiled. It wasn't the plague's fault. It was Phil's fault, it was hers. Phil was a keeper, that was the truth of it. 9 dates was a record, now she'd have to start over. The tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't do anything to wipe them away. Phil frowned and his posture softened. He moved back over to the sofa and sat next to her. He put his hand on her thigh, then he touched her chin and pulled her eyes to his. He thumbed away the tears on one side of her face. "I'm sorry," he said. "I shouldn't have reacted that way. I shouldn't have raised my voice." Candy lifted her hand to touch his. She sniffed and shook her head. "No, I understand, I do, and you didn't raise your voice. You're worried about me, I get it." She took his hand and lowered it to her lap, where she held it with both of her hands. His body was turned toward hers. Phil's eyes glistened too. "Look, I know this is corny, and we've only been dating for 6 weeks or whatever, but I like you, Candy. I'm probably overstepping here." He looked down at their hands, his lips curled inward as he contemplated what words to choose. "Go ahead," she said, prompting him. He looked up. "I see a future with you. I'm not saying moving in together or marriage, nothing like that yet. I'm only saying I see us together. It's easy with you. We can talk about anything. We have similar interests but have our own things too." This was a lot to process. The world was ending, it seemed. The nation was under martial law and the National Guard was about to deploy onto streets from her neighborhood to Akko, from Apopka to Claremont, from Pensacola to Key West. And her boyfriend, if that was what he was telling her he wanted a future with her. This was the kind of juxtaposition she'd read about in dime store novels but never imagined could happen in real life. Or better yet, one begat the other. He saw the storm was coming and had to drop anchor. "Look," he said, filling the silence between them, at the risk of sounding like a complete asshat. She laughed. "Asshat, I haven't heard that one in, well, forever." Phil grinned, okay, at the risk of sounding like a jerk. Better. I know you said that being a reporter is who you are, he said. That it's more than what you do. That's fine if you think that. I don't though. I think you're so much more than a television reporter. If you chose to give it up to find some other way to define yourself, I wouldn't like you any less. She wasn't sure how to take that. Would you like me more? His mouth twisted to the side as he considered her question. I can't answer that. My hope is that no matter what our future is, I'll like you more tomorrow than I do today, and that it grows every day after that. She was suddenly skeptical. What was Phil saying? Men didn't say nice things without an ulterior motive, at least not in her experience. Her eyes narrowed and she shifted her body away from his, letting go of his hands. Are you asking me to stay here with you? Are you saying these things to keep me from going to work? Phil's brow furrowed. No, I'm not. Candy sat there silently. Her experience interviewing people taught her that people don't like silence. If she stayed quiet long enough, he'd be compelled to say something to erase the growing discomfort. It worked. Would I like you to stay? He asked. Yes, of course. Am I worried about you out there? Yes, of course. But would I ever tell you not to go? No, I don't have that right. I would never have that right no matter what. You're an adult. You make your own decisions. I respect that. Candy resisted the urge to kiss him, to wrap her arms around him, and tell him how long she'd waited for someone to say those words to her. Not those exact words, but for a man to respect her for who she was and who she could be, how she could define herself apart from him, was breathtaking. His timing sucked though. She played it as cool as she could. I'm going to work, she said. I have to go, but I can't find the words to tell you how much I want you to be here when I get back. Their eyes connected. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, yet still not long enough. Then Phil's eyes went wide, a grin broadened on his face. It made him look boyish. She loved that look. What is it you're going to stay? She asked. Better, he said. I'm coming with you. She laughed. You can't do that. Why not? Station won't allow you to ride with me. I'm not riding with you. I'll follow you. I'll keep my eye on you. I'll keep a safe distance. But if anything happens, I'll be there. You don't think I can take care of myself? Of course I do, he said with a wink. I don't want to be left here alone without you to take care of me. He was probably right. Having him follow her was no different than having hired security guards follow her when she covered looting post-hurricanes. Okay, she said. We go together. Chapter 18. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Lake Mary, Florida. The apartment was dark except for the bluish flicker from the television. Mike reached inside the front door and felt for the light switch, flipped it up, and the room filled with the dim yellow glow of an LED overhead lamp. All right, he said. Let's grab what we can and hit the road. Bryce and Miriam walked into the place behind him. Miriam stopped at the threshold. Why are we here again? She asked. Her phone was in her hand, even though she'd not had service for hours and had complained 30 minutes earlier the battery was at 20%. Mike flicked on the light in the kitchen and turned back to face her. His eyes found Bryce first. Bryce was sitting on the couch, his head back and his eyes closed. He wasted no time in wasting time. Mike cut him some slack. The guy did have a bad concussion. He took a couple of steps back into the living room. The front door was still open. You can close the door if you want. Miriam glanced over her shoulder but didn't move. She turned back with her eyebrows raised. Mike understood. She was a woman with 2 men she didn't know. Being in a car was one thing, being in an apartment was something else. He let it go and answered her question. It took us 5 hours to drive less than 3 miles, he said, and we had to jump curbs, drive the wrong way, and get lucky to accomplish that. New Smyrna is like 40 miles from here. That could take us a couple of days. If it takes us a couple of days, my cousin might not be there anymore, she said. And I can't ask him to wait. She lifted her phone and waggled it in front of her. It was true. Without cell service, they had no way of asking the cousin to stay put or even to find out if he was still there. I hope it doesn't take that long, said Mike, but you heard the radio. The National Guard is starting to put up checkpoints between what they're calling sectors. Not just anyone will be able to pass. So I'm only planning for the worst. Without stepping from the entry, Miriam scanned the apartment. She'd brought her suitcase with her. Her crossbody purse was over her shoulder, the bag at her hip. She looked impatient. I've got some canned food, some bottles of water, some beer, said Mike. I'll get toiletries from the bathroom, all of the extra toilet paper and paper towels. He looked at her suitcase. If you could open that up, I bet we could fit some stuff in it. Don't you have a suitcase? She asked. Yes, I do. I don't want to put everything in one bag, though. What if that bag gets lost or stolen? What if we have to leave a bag behind? I think it's best if we put a little bit of everything in as many bags as we can handle. She nodded. Huh, good idea. I didn't think of that. Mike went through the kitchen first. He pulled everything from the cabinets out onto the counters. A quick inventory told him he was totally unprepared. He had 4 cans of food. 2 of them were corn, one was tomato soup, and one was refried beans. When had he bought refried beans? Why had he bought refried beans? There were several packages of ramen, various flavors, an unopened package of Oreo cookies, double stuff, and a jar of smooth peanut butter. He also had a plastic bin filled with leftover sauce packets from Taco Bell, Chick-fil-A, and Burger King. He gathered all of it into his arms and carried it to the counter, where he piled his goods next to the sink. Then he pulled open all the drawers, grabbed a couple of steak knives, some spoons, and a manual can opener. He had chopsticks too, the good ones made of lacquered bamboo. He took those, you never knew. In the cabinets he found several water bottles. He unscrewed the tops, setting them on the counter next to the collection of pantry finds in the flatware. Mike yanked open the refrigerator and pulled from it a filtered water jug. Carefully, he filled each of the bottles until he'd emptied the jug. He filled rest from the faucet. There was nothing in the refrigerator worth taking other than the beer. There were 4 bottles left. In the freezer he had 2/5 of vodka and a bag of frozen pizza bites. He put the contents on the counter and chuckled. There were cookies, peanut butter, ketchup and barbecue sauce, soup, and microwavable bites. There was no doubt he had the diet of a 9-year-old, minus the beer and the vodka and the refried beans. Who kept cans of refried beans? Under the sink, he found an unopened 6-pack of paper towels, bug spray, a large bottle of hand sanitizer, a couple of unused candles, and a box of kitchen trash bags. Mike considered putting his haul in trash bags and then carrying them to the bedroom, decided that was a wasted trip, and left his haul where it was. He went back to the living area where his guests were unmoved. "Does he live here?" asked Miriam, motioning to Bryce. "No," Mike replied. "He crashed here last night." "He lives a few minutes from here. We going there next?" "Probably not," said Mike. "It's the wrong direction. We don't have time to backtrack." Bryce didn't react. Mike thought he might be asleep. He wasn't sure if that was okay given his head injury, but he didn't want to wake him. They'd be on the move in a few minutes. "Hey," he said to Miriam as he moved toward the short hallway that led to his bedroom, "if you want, you can get some of the stuff from the kitchen and put it in your suitcase. You can take one of the knives if it makes you feel safer." She frowned as if offended but eyed the kitchen. "What kind of knife?" "Steak knife, it's sharp, it'll do the trick. I get that you're uncomfortable being here, that's cool, but we need to hurry up, right? So if you could help, that would be awesome." He disappeared down the dark hall and into his bedroom. Flipping on the light, he worked his way to the back of the room to the walk-in closet. From the top shelf, he pulled down a suitcase and a duffel bag. He didn't have a backpack. Mike tossed the suitcase onto the bed and took the duffel into the bathroom. He filled it with various toiletries, sunblock, hydrogen peroxide, rubbing alcohol, what was left of a package of toilet paper, some bars of soap, and a bottle of skin lotion. He grabbed a box of extra razor blades and took his hand razor from the shower. It was a haphazard effort, no rhyme or reason to why he took what he did, but he didn't know what else to do. He was as unprepared as a person could be, and he worried that the one thing he left behind might become the one thing that would save his life. He took everything from the medicine cabinet, not taking the time to read the prescription labels or distinguish between a box of laxatives and a box of cold medicine. The duffel was so full he couldn't zip it, so he carried it by the handles, its top open like a split baked potato, and put it on his bed. Then he went back into his closet and emptied the t-shirt and shorts drawer into his suitcase. He took sweatshirts and hoodies, a couple of pairs of boots, and some drawstring sweatpants. These were clothes that might fit Bryce and even Miriam if necessary. He hauled both bags back into the living area and left them on the floor. From the kitchen, he could hear Miriam working with the supplies. She was cursing under her breath as she tried to fit too much into her suitcase. Mike walked to the kitchen but stayed a few feet away from Miriam. He didn't want to make her nervous, especially since she likely had a knife now. When she saw him, she glanced up from the suitcase and offered a frustrated smile. "I've got some clothing and some toiletries out there," he said. "If you want to take some of it and put it in your suitcase, that's cool. Like I said, I think we should spread stuff out, you know." Miriam looked past him into the living room. She nodded. Then she grabbed her bag and squeezed past him. He backed away when she did. "Thanks," she said. "For what?" "Helping me out. You didn't have to do that. We're helping each other, remember." 20 minutes later, they were back in the Jeep. Mike was behind the wheel, Miriam was in the front passenger seat, Bryce was sprawled out in the back seat, and the bags filled the rear compartment. "How are you on gas?" asked Miriam. Mike checked the gauge. 3/4 of a tank. We should be good to get to New Smyrna. "Even if it takes a couple of days." "Maybe, maybe not." Mike put the Jeep in gear and accelerated from the apartment complex parking lot. He was struck by the darkness. Sure, it was 3:30 in the morning on a Sunday. He didn't expect people to be awake, but given the seriousness of what they were facing, what they were all facing, he wondered how anyone could sleep. He eased the Jeep past the last of the large buildings and onto the road. He turned right, avoiding the gridlock through which they'd maneuvered earlier. This was the long way around, but a likely shortcut given the circumstances. "Do you mind if I turn on the radio?" asked Miriam. "Go for it." The radio was already tuned to the news. They de-listened to it intently and with building concern as they'd driven to the apartment. The news wasn't any better, it was worse. "Address from the White House tonight appears to have had the opposite effect. Instead of calming nerves, it frayed them. Riots and looting are devastating several cities as worried people both rebel against martial law and grab what they can to sustain themselves for the coming days and weeks. It is a dangerous cocktail of intentions that has San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle burning on the West Coast. In the Midwest, Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Minneapolis are reporting mob-like groups of people marching from pharmacy to pharmacy, looking for whatever drugs and supplies they can take. On the East Coast, every major city up and down the seaboard is in some state of chaos. In Charlotte, North Carolina, 2 people were shot outside a convenience store. They were robbed of diapers and baby wipes. Outside Miami, 7 people were critically injured when the driver of a large pickup truck drove it through the entrance of a grocery store. "This isn't getting better, is it?" asked Miriam. "I'm not getting home this week, am I?" Mike accelerated, relishing the open road. He glanced over at her and then looked ahead. "I don't think so. If anything, it's going to get a lot worse, and none of us is going home anytime soon." Chapter 19. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. Gwendolyn stared out the window at her seat and into the darkness. She was reclined in a nearly empty aircraft. The whoosh and hiss of the pressurized cabin was enough to lull her to sleep, and her body was heavy on the cushioned blue leather, but she was too anxious to close her eyes. She was aboard a C-40C, the United States Air Force equivalent of a civilian Boeing 737-700C, at a top speed of 615 miles per hour. The trip from Kiev to an airbase north of London took them a little more than 3.5 hours. She'd gotten off the plane with the 7 other passengers and 6 crew members aboard to stretch her legs on the tarmac while they refueled. The place was called Lakenheath, and the night was moonless. It was cold and dark. There was a mist that reflected the spotlights on the refueling trucks. It almost looked like a dusting of snow dancing in the light. Her breath clouded when she exhaled, and the air smelled like a mixture of jet fuel and the decay under the canopy of a dense forest when she breathed in through her nose. Gwendolyn had stood alone, rubbing the toe of her boot against the weeds growing from a thin crack on the tarmac. She didn't want to go home, not like this. She'd heard the collective laughter of men and looked up toward the half-dozen Air Force brass talking and smoking near the mobile stairs pulled against the fuselage of the large plane. One of them stood taller than the others and appeared to hold court. The other men nodded in approval, and the tall man gesticulated as if on stage. The wisps of cigarette smoke swirled with his broad movements. Gwendolyn imagined he was the highest rank of the men aboard the flight. She scanned the darkness beyond the nose of the white and blue plane and saw the shadowy figure of Dr. Charles Morrell standing alone. He wore a tan overcoat, the kind she'd seen spies or reporters wear in old movies. It had epaulets on the shoulders and a belt that cinched around the waist. Even from this distance and in the darkness, she'd seen his hands were stuffed into his pockets. His back was to her and his head was tilted back. She followed his line of sight and wondered what it was he saw in the black sky. There was nothing to see. Now back on the plane, another hour closer to their destination, she searched the darkness too, looking for something that wasn't there. In her mind, she replayed her time in Kiev. She thought about the incremental steps forward and the leaps backward they'd made over the past several months. Was there something she could have done differently? Something she should have done differently? Her reverie was interrupted by Morrell. He slid into the aisle next to her. There was an empty middle seat between them. "Mind if I sit here?" he asked. She sighed and waved her hand dismissively. "It's a free country." "Is it?" She turned away from the window, her eyes narrowed. What does that mean? His elbow on the armrest between his seat and the one in the middle, Morel spoke above a whisper, the resonance in his voice the only thing that made his words audible above the aircraft's twin CFM International turbofan engines. The president declared martial law, he said. He exercised the exclusion clause. Gwendolyn shook her head in disbelief. He can't do that without Congress, she said, her tone almost dismissive. Can he? Morel's expression tightened, his jaw flexed, and he nodded. He can, and he did. What does that mean? Although Gwendolyn knew the definition of martial law, she didn't understand its practical application or why the president would turn to such an extreme. Morel shifted his weight. He checked over his shoulder into the aisle and then leaned in again. He was close enough that Gwendolyn could smell his sour coffee breath only partially masked by the cool scent of mint. It means that he's taking the advice of his Security Council. He's having reserve troops deployed in pretty much every state. They'll establish sectors where people can and can't go. She loosened her seatbelt and shifted so that she could look over her seatback toward the airmen at the back of the aircraft. They were busy talking and laughing. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but they weren't paying any attention to her conversation with Morel. Lowering her head, she moved toward Morel so that their faces were inches apart. Like Morel had done, she lowered her voice. Why would they? She knew the answer to her question before she finished asking it. It made sense. If the government could control movement, contain infected or potentially infected people to their home areas, it might slow or stop the spread of the disease. It was a way to compartmentalize it. Morel must have seen the recognition in her eyes. He nodded at her. Why reserves? She asked. The president does need congressional approval to suspend habeas corpus, said Morel. He can't sic the military on American citizens without permission, but governors can deploy their National Guard troops. They'll get things set up until the active troops move into place. Gwendolyn studied Morel for a moment. He didn't appear as concerned about this as she did. Was he not putting things together? They've already done this in France, the UK, and in Germany, said Morel. Russia too. All of them have their military setting up restricted zones, limiting travel, playing police. She turned to the window and stared into the darkness. In the distance, she saw the flashing lights of another aircraft but didn't register it. She was too busy piecing together the puzzle for herself. First, they were called back from Kiev. Their work while plotting was making progress. That stopped. Now the government was suspending civil rights and sending in troops to herd the masses or keep them corralled. And it was more than one government. What did it mean? Morel nudged her and she looked at him. There's one exception. To what? To the National Guard troops, he said. One state isn't playing ball, at least not right now. Which one? Texas. Gwendolyn almost laughed. That makes sense. It's always sort of been its own country anyhow, hasn't it? Morel shrugged. He pulled a mint from his pocket and untwisted the wrapper, popped a Starlight mint into his mouth, and offered her one. She declined. How do you know this? She asked. About the president and the military. Morel jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Those guys. I overheard them talking about it. Should they be doing that? She asked. Talking about military strategy in front of a civilian scientist. They didn't say anything classified, if that's what you mean. The president gave a televised address tonight, so it's not a secret. Everybody knows. Everybody who was watching television, she said. Or listening to the radio, he added. Or getting alerts on their phones, she said. Mine's been on airplane mode since we took off from Kiev. I wouldn't have seen it. Morel raised a finger. That's one thing they said that was surprising. Gwendolyn's eyes widened, as if martial law wasn't surprising enough. Taché, he said, I guess another thing that's surprising. What's that? Cell towers are down. All over the country people are having trouble connecting. Why? The infrastructure shouldn't have any problems yet. Gwendolyn thought about the midterm and long-range issues from which the nation's infrastructure might suffer. If enough people got sick and didn't go to work, it could cause serious problems. Despite the modern reliance on automation and robotics, it still took actual humans to make sure the technology functioned. Without people at their posts, the power grid, water treatment, energy production, food delivery, and more could all fail. Those aftershocks could cause more apocalyptic effects than the disease itself. She didn't want to think about it. Nobody knows why it's happening, said Morel. It just is. I wonder if the government is doing it, she posited. Morel's eyes narrowed and he frowned. Why would they do that? It's another way to control the masses. If you can't communicate with someone at a distance, wouldn't you be less likely to travel to them? If I couldn't get a hold of someone on the phone, I'd more likely drive to them. I disagree, she said. Morel smirked and pointed to the top of her head. Then he wiggled his fingers like he was sprinkling salt into a boiling pot of water. You might want to adjust that. She touched her head but felt nothing. What? She asked, puzzled. Your tinfoil hat, I think it's on too tight. She rolled her eyes at him. He wasn't funny. None of this was funny. Gwendolyn put her seatbelt back on and adjusted her seat. She looked out the window and laid her head against it. The cold plexiglass felt good against her forehead and cheek. Morel appeared to get the hint. Using the armrests, he pushed himself to his feet, backed out into the aisle, and stood up, stretching his back. I'm going to get some sleep, he said. We've got 7.5 hours until touchdown. They want us at headquarters after we land, so it might be good if you got some shut-eye too. She lifted her head from the glass, the echo of the cold still there. Gwendolyn nodded at him and forced a straight-line smile that told him thank you and go away at the same time. He reciprocated and with his hands on the headrests worked his way toward the back of the aircraft. Gwendolyn turned back to the window but couldn't find the same comfortable position. She wrestled with it for a couple of minutes, trying to recapture the position. It didn't happen and she huffed, falling back against the seat, closing her eyes. Sleep was evasive. There were moments when she was in that place between it and consciousness, where she was distantly aware of the whoosh in the cabin, the rise and fall of muted laughter and her own breathing. Yet her disappointments over what had already happened and her fears about what was to come consumed her. They kept her mind whirring and prevented her from letting go. She took that final leap into her dreams. All it took was coming to the realization that there was nothing she could do about what had already happened, and she had no earthly idea about what was to come next. She was determined, however, as the Air Force carrier streaked through the moonless sky over a blue-black vastness of the ocean some 35,000 feet below, that she would not be a passive bystander. She would take control of her own future. Chapter 20. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Deltona, Florida. The sun was coming up by the time they crossed the bridge. It had taken them hours. There was no way around it. They were stuck there. In avoiding I-4, Mike chose to take Highway 46 east through Sanford and then head north on 415. They made good time and Mike was about to sing his own praises when traffic in front of them came to a dead stop on the Douglas-Stenstrom Bridge over the St. Johns River. At Miriam's insistence, Mike resisted the urge to get out of the Jeep to learn the cause of the delay. 2 words, she said, road rage. Bryce echoed her concern. Can't do anything about it, Mike, better safe than sorry. Mike agreed. The mere thought of confrontation was enough for him to reconsider his idea. As they crossed the bridge, Mike saw the culprit. It was a Julie truck, a large Ford with rust creeping up the wheel wells. It was out of gas. A large red plastic gas can sat on the edge of its open tailgate. It was on its side and clearly empty. When the driver came to a stop, he was partially in both northbound lanes, making it difficult for anything bigger than a VW Bug to get past him on either side. Mike inched his way between the truck's driver's side and the concrete wall that edged the bridge, which was actually 2 bridges. One carried the northbound traffic across the river toward Indian Springs and Highway 44. The other headed southbound back toward the town of Midway, which was east of Sanford and Lake Mary. The entirety of 415 ran parallel to I-4. As he passed the truck, he eyed the exasperated driver sitting behind the wheel. A sleeping woman was in the front passenger's seat. The driver scowled at Mike as he rolled by, and Mike offered a sympathetic smile the man didn't appear to appreciate. That took long enough, said Miriam. We okay on gas? Mike checked the gauge, half a tank, we're good. It was early morning and the sun glanced off the river in a golden hue. The glare was nearly blinding and Mike used his right hand to shield his eyes. The road was wet from the rain the night before, but it was drying quickly. It's hard to believe, said Miriam. What? Asked Bryce. His headache had ebbed an hour earlier, though his eyes still hurt. He kept them closed, but he was awake. The sunrise is so beautiful, she said. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous coming up like that over the river. It doesn't even look real. Why is that hard to believe? Asked Bryce. I've always thought of sunrise as a new beginning, a fresh start, she said wistfully. Whatever happened the day before was gone. Though they were moving, the traffic was heavy. The Jeep was only traveling 20 miles per hour. Mike took his eyes off the bumper of the Mercedes ahead of them to steal a glance at Miriam. It was bright enough in that direction that he could only see the dark outline of her. It was enough that he saw she had her head turned toward the light. Her hand was on the window glass. "Did you read that on the poster in a dentist's office?" asked Bryce. "Or did it pop up in your Instagram feed?" She ignored him. "Today doesn't have any promise, does it? It's like God is mocking us. He brings us this beautiful sunrise while the world is going to hell." The taillights ahead of the Jeep flashed bright red and Mike tapped on the brake. They were moving at little more than idle speed. His lower back was aching from sitting in the Jeep for so long. His knees were stiff and his neck hurt from the tension he carried along his shoulders. This was like driving in a pouring rainstorm in the middle of the night with no headlights going the wrong way on a one-way street. That was how it felt to Mike. "I should be waking up in my own bed," said Miriam. "I should have a headache from too much tequila." "Speaking of tequila," said Bryce, "I'm hungry. Anyone want any Oreos?" "I'm good," said Mike. He checked the rearview mirror and saw Bryce reaching behind him. The Oreos were in the open duffel bag. Mike heard the crinkling of the wrapper and put his eyes back on the road. "I saw people die last night," said Miriam. "I saw you pack a woman's leg with clotting powder." Mike felt her stare and shielded his eyes to glance at her again. She was looking at him, and though he couldn't see her features, he was sure she was crying. He wondered how much of her introspective melancholy was from exhaustion. As far as he knew, she hadn't slept. He hadn't either, and he was beginning to get the kind of jitters he used to experience when pulling all-nighters during college exam week. "That woman, Gretchen," she said, "you saved her life. I think a couple of other people too. The guy we helped find the medic. His arm was broken, remember him? The bone was sticking out, he was in shock." Mike remembered he'd never seen a compound fracture before. It didn't even look real. He replayed the experience over again in his mind, as he'd done countless times already. In his mind, he saw the chopper crash. It happened in slow motion, losing its altitude and spinning, hitting the ground and bouncing before it tore apart. He heard the high-pitched whine of the engine, the thick whump of the rotors, the shattering of glass, the scraping and crunching of metal, the slice of shrapnel whipping through the air. The screams, those awful, ear-piercing, gut-clenching screams, sickening calls for help and the shouts of those searching for survivors in the wreckage. There was the heat of the flames and the acrid stench of the smoke and burning fuel. He remembered the feel of Gretchen's torn flesh and the sensation of gore in his hands. A lump swelled in his throat. "These Oreos are stale," said Bryce. "They're disgusting. Who keeps Oreos so long they go stale?" Mike cleared his throat. "Don't eat them then." Bryce kept chewing. They must not have been all that disgusting, or he was that hungry. Mike thought about it. As much as Miriam hadn't slept, he and Bryce hadn't eaten. They'd gotten up the morning before hungover and went into work. Ashley got sick, Bryce got a concussion, a helicopter crashed, and now they were on their way to a stranger's boat. Mike figured the jitters in his stomach were more likely hunger pangs. He reached back toward Bryce with his right hand and snapped his fingers. "Could I have a couple, please?" He put his hand on Miriam's shoulder. "You want any?" She nodded. Bryce handed forward the plastic tray of stale cookies. Mike set them between the front seats and noticed a dozen of them were gone. "They must not be that bad," he said. "Meh," said Bryce. The three of them rode for the next 90 minutes without saying much. The traffic cleared as they headed farther north and east. Much of the traffic exited the highway at Walmart Supercenter near Deltona. They finished the cookies and started on their bottles of water. Mike swished mouthfuls around between his teeth and over his tongue to wash free the cookie residue. The cookies were stale, and they were disgusting, but he was hungrier than he realized and had to stop himself from taking the last one. He offered it to Miriam and she declined. He insisted. She popped it in her mouth with a smile. They were cruising now. The Jeep actually reached 50 miles per hour for a couple of minutes before the traffic slowed ahead, then it stopped. "Another truck out of gas?" asked Miriam. "Laura wreck." Mike rolled down his window and unbuckled his seatbelt. There was no oncoming traffic. The bifurcated four-lane highway was now 2 lanes, one in each direction. The southbound lane was empty. To his right was a large cell tower. To his left was a sandy shoulder leading to a cluster of pines and a couple of small buildings haphazardly plotted a few dozen yards off the road. "There's nobody coming this way," he said, drawing his head back inside the Jeep. "Nobody is going south." Miriam shrugged. Bryce was asleep, dark brown crumbs on his chin. "I'm getting out to look," he said. "I'm not going up ahead, I'm just standing next to the Jeep, okay?" "Okay," said Miriam, "stay close." Mike nodded and shouldered open the door. He hopped out and stood in the southbound lane. Up ahead were the pumps for a gas station and a set-back convenience store with a sub-shop attached. Its parking lot was full. There were at least a dozen cars and trucks parked there. People milled about as if waiting for someone or something. High above them, a helicopter flew past. It looked like a military chopper. It made a wide arc and flew back in their direction before swinging toward the coast. His eyes scanned to the right, toward the intersection with Highway 44. It was just beyond the gas station, and it was their turn. They needed to go right onto 44 and head east to the beach. They were almost home free, but they were. Mike saw what was holding them up. At the intersection with 44, there was a blockade. Armed men and women in military uniforms stood watch. There were traffic barriers. A green Volvo station wagon was at the front of the line. One of the soldiers was circling his index finger in the air above his head. The Volvo turned hard to the left, backed up, turned again, and started heading south. Mike stood in the middle of the lane until the station wagon got close, and he waved while stepping to the side near his Jeep. The driver's side window was down. An older man, bald and red-faced, was at the wheel. "Might as well head back," the man said before Mike could ask him what was going on at the intersection. He had a thick southern drawl. It was more country than refined. "You can't get past them boys up there. They got their orders." "What do you mean?" asked Mike. "They're National Guard. Ain't you seen the news? They got quadrants and stuff now. You can't get from one to the other for love nor money." Mike motioned to the gas station parking lot. "What's with those people?" The man checked his rearview mirror. "Them. They think they can wait it out, like the president's gonna change his mind or something. I'll bet you $1 to a donut, my dollar your donut, those folks is sitting there when the good Lord comes back and takes us all to heaven." Mike noticed there were a couple of young children in the back seat. The bald man must have seen this. "Trying to get my kids back to my ex," he said. "She's up in Port Orange. Guess it ain't gonna happen. I can't call her to tell her neither. She's gonna be fit to be tied." The man had the most colorful language Mike had ever heard. He thanked him and wished him luck. "You too, Sonny," he said. "Hope you get where you're going, but it ain't gonna be that way." Mike waved and moved back to his Jeep, climbed in, and put on his seatbelt. "What's going on?" asked Miriam. "There's a blockade up there," said Mike. "They're not letting anybody through." "But we have to get through," she said. "We're running out of time, I just know it." "I'll think of something," said Mike. "Don't worry, I'll get us there." Mike wasn't sure he was telling her the truth. He had no plan, and he wasn't one who defied authority. Yet if there was ever a time to push his own personal boundaries, the end of the world was it. Chapter 21. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Orlando, Florida. The glass shattered and Candy raised her arm to protect her face. She screamed when a gloved hand reached through the broken window of her station SUV and grabbed the back of her head. Her neck strained and she gritted her teeth. The pain at her scalp was a lightning bolt that shot from ear to ear. She flailed against the intruder and managed to blindly swing her left elbow through the open window. It connected with something hard and she heard a crack. It sounded like bone or cartilage snapping. The intruder yelled in agony, groaned, and let go of her head. The assailant doubled over next to the driver's door, so she steeled herself and pushed it open with as much instant force as she could summon. The door slammed into the man's head. The vibration of the collision traveled through the door and into Candy's body from her arm to her chest. The man dropped to the concrete face first. A pool of blood leached from what Candy imagined was a broken nose and broken teeth. She was on the verge of hyperventilating, the smell of smoke stinging her nostrils when Phil reached her. His shirt was torn. The left side of his face was red and the skin under his eye was swelling. His eyes were wide with the kind of fear Candy had seen in the victims of violent crimes she'd interviewed over the years. They always had that paradoxical combination of acute alertness and flat disconnect, like they were reliving what had happened to them while at the same time preparing for it again. Phil reached out his hand and pulled her to her feet. He wrapped his arms around her. She squeezed him and quickly pulled back, afraid to lose her situational awareness. She gently touched the side of his face and he winced. "You okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," he said. "You should see the other guy." Phil feigned a smile and she saw thin lines of blood lining the gums between and around his teeth. He looked like a man who'd flossed his teeth for the first time in months. "Are you okay?" he asked. Although she nodded, she wasn't sure. Candy touched the crown of her head. It was tender. His hands were on her shoulders, his eyes moving up and down her body, checking for signs of damage. His face twitched. "You got some cuts on your face," he said. "Glass." Candy moved her fingers to the left side of her face, then looked at them. They were bloody. She didn't even feel the minor wounds. There was too much adrenaline sprinting through her veins. I guess we need to get out of here. We can take my truck, said Phil. He took his hands from her shoulders and turned around. His back was to her, but he was close. He stood in front of her like a bodyguard, his hands at his sides, elbows flexed, arms flexed, fists tight. Candy scanned their surroundings. They were at the parking lot of a grocery store near College Park, a neighborhood separated from downtown by I-4. It was an older neighborhood whose fortunes mirrored the economy. Once a hamlet for young couples and urbanites, it fell into disrepair when suburban flight kicked into high gear. Only recently had investors and people with foresight begun the regentrification of the mid-20th century homes. It was what realtors dubbed eclectic and up-and-coming. Candy was aware those were code words for hit and miss, a mixture of comfortable and desperate. That defined both the real estate and the people. She'd been there overnight, sent there because the assignment desk learned a shipment of water was arriving at the grocery store before sunrise. Phil followed her in his 1970s Ford pickup truck, and they'd met a station photographer who'd arrived in a microwave live truck. The luxury of a truck was necessary because Candy couldn't use cell technology to go live. Neither the backpack nor her cell phone could find a signal. She tried despite the assignment desk telling her they wouldn't work. With Phil waiting in his truck, she and the photographer did a series of live shots as the crowds began to fill the parking lot at the grocery store. Lines snaked through the packed lot, and Candy worked her way up and down the line, getting interviews. People were angry, they were afraid, they were skeptical. Many of them wore hospital face masks over their noses and mouths. Some wore gloves on their hands. "I'm only here to get water," said one man from behind his mask. "My wife thinks I'm crazy for coming out here, but we've got to have water. Can't last more than a few days without it, and who knows how long this is gonna last." That interview mirrored most of them. One of them, though, was what triggered the violence. It set the wheels in motion, and all hell broke loose around her. "My daughter is sick," said a man standing in line. "We don't know if it's the scourge or not, but she's sick. I'm here for water and hopefully some cold medicine, I think." A woman standing behind him, facing Candy from over his shoulder, interrupted the live interview. She wasn't wearing a mask. Her face was taut with anger. "Wait a minute," she said, shoving the man in the back. "You've got someone sick in your house and you're here infecting all of us." Having fended off hecklers before, Candy tried to control the interview. "Ma'am, I'm happy to speak with you in a moment, but—" The woman stepped to the side and stabbed a finger at Candy. There was fire in her eyes. She spat when she talked. Each word was sharp and pointed. "You'd best shut up, news lady. I'm talking to this man. He's out here trying to kill us." "I don't think anyone is trying to kill anyone," Candy said. "I don't care what you think. I care about what this selfish piece of—" Candy moved away from the swelling argument and led her cameraman from the line. She kept talking into the camera, describing the scene. Behind her, one loud voice became two, then three, then too many to count. She stepped out of the camera's view, stood next to the photographer, and narrated the unfolding violence from off-screen. The shouting turned to shoving, which morphed into wrestling and fighting. Men and women engaged each other, neither seeming to care that their contact was dangerous not only because of the physical damage they could do to one another, but that it more easily provided a path for the deadly pathogens to spread from one person to the next. Through a satellite phone connection, Candy heard the news anchor in her ear. It was the station's primary evening anchor, a man named Nigel Robertson. He was an icon in the city and one of the few remaining journalists whose counsel Candy would seek. "Candy," he said, his deep voice booming through the IFB and into her earpiece, "I'm struck by the sudden violence. From here it appeared to be escalating. Are you safe there? Should you seek cover?" Candy had surveyed her surroundings and was about to say something when, from the corner of her vision, she saw an 18-wheeler pulling into the parking lot. It was 3 hours later than expected, but arrived just as the rising sun was beginning to cast a purple hue in the low horizon. "I think the truck is here," she said, ignoring Nigel's concern. She stepped back into the frame and motioned toward the truck, walking sideways and then backwards. The photographer stayed with her but didn't follow. He took Candy's direction before zooming into the truck as it rolled to a stop. Because they were using the microwave truck and not the cellular devices, they were tethered via long cables that connected the camera's images to the truck's transmitter. The photographer already had the 200 feet of cable stretched as far as he could go. Candy stopped talking when the line around the grocery store disintegrated into a mob. Like fire ants attacking an intruder on their mound, the people swarmed the truck. The violence escalated. Someone reached into the truck and yanked the hapless driver from his seat. He fell to the ground, his head slapping against the asphalt. The man was unconscious or worse, and nobody stepped in to help him. Instead, someone set off firecrackers. No, it wasn't firecrackers, it was gunfire. A cascade of pops and muzzle flashes sent people running and screaming. As she was watching the horror unfold, someone ambushed her photographer. Candy heard him groan, and she snapped around to see him drop the camera and hit the ground. A wide-eyed man with a pocket knife stared at her for what felt like an eternity before he dropped to a knee and fished the live truck's keys from her photographer's pocket. Candy took a step toward her photographer. The attacker lunged at her from a safe distance. Candy recoiled. She yanked the earpiece from her ear, dropped the mic, and ran for her SUV. She crawled behind the wheel and was there for less than a minute when someone shattered her window. Now she stood with Phil, unsure what to do. Her legs were heavy, her feet cemented to the ground. The tips of her fingers tingled, her stomach clenched, she was dizzy. All around her was the basest of man's instincts. Candy looked toward the 18-wheeler and saw the back of it was open. Cases of water were strewn on the ground. The broken ones leached into the parking lot, darkening the asphalt. People tried carrying cases, only for someone else stronger to take it from them. It was like a survivor's version of rugby. Bodies were strewn across the lot. Men and women cowered between vehicles. Tires screeched and drew her attention to a car as it slammed into a heavy-set man carrying 2 cases of water. The impact sent him arcing into the air like a long jumper, and for a split second he held onto the cases of water. Then his broken body curved forward, and in slow motion he dropped the cases and flopped awkwardly into the front grille of another car. The driver who hit him didn't stop. Whoever it was behind the wheel spun left, accelerated, and sped from the parking lot. Candy thought of the president and his address from the East Room. She blamed him for this, for inciting panic. If he'd stayed quiet, people might have stayed at home of their own accord. If there was ever a case for blissful ignorance, this was it. It was all around her in screams, shrieks, violence, and blood. "Candy," said Phil, "can you hear me?" She blinked back to focus and nodded. There was a new intensity in Phil's expression, as if he sensed her swelling panic and buried his own. "We need to get out of here," he said. Candy nodded again vacantly and stepped toward her SUV. Her would-be attacker was still on the ground, conscious but groaning. He was in the fetal position, his hands covering his face. Candy stepped over him and climbed back into her SUV. She pulled on her seatbelt. The driver's door was still open. She pushed the ignition and the engine hummed. Phil was at the door, a gun in his hand. "Candy," he said sharply, "what are you doing? We need to go." Both of her hands were on the wheel. She looked at the dash and then at Phil. Her brow crinkled. "That's what I'm doing," she said. "I'm going." "Where?" "Back to the station," she said. "I've got to." You can't do that." Candy glared at him. There was a fuzziness to the world, like she was in a slow-motion dream, but she understood him. He was telling her what to do. She bristled. "I'm a grown-ass woman. I can do whatever I want to do. You're not the boss of me, Phil, you're—" "Stop before you say something you regret," he warned. She closed her mouth and clenched her teeth. In the distance, a woman screamed. There was the staccato crack of more gunfire. Phil's body blocked her view toward the lot. Her eyes fell to the gun. "What is that?" she asked. "Where did you get that?" Phil looked down at the weapon aimed at the ground. "I keep it in the glove box. I've got a license." Why do you have it in your hand?" "It's not safe here, Candy. People are getting hurt. You almost got hurt." She stared at the matte black metal handgun. Phil held it like it was an extension of his arm. It looked natural, almost weightless in his grip. "Candy, I'm not telling you what to do, or maybe I am, but I'm saying we can't go back to the station. We need to get out of here. We should go to my place." "Your place?" "The beach," he said. "I've got friends with boats. We could cast off, get away from the craziness. You." At another crack of gunfire, Phil flinched, his shoulders hunching, his knees giving way. He squatted, his body between the door and the side of the SUV. He had his weapon hand on the SUV's frame and another on her leg. "Get out of the car," he said. "Please, come with me. We'll take my truck. I've got a full tank of gas. I'll drive you there. We'll be safe." She checked the gauge on the SUV's dash. There was less than a quarter of a tank. They wouldn't make it to the beach, but they could get back to the station. Candy looked at his pleading expression. He was serious and sincere. She bit her lower lip. This wasn't an easy decision. If she abandoned her post, she'd lose her job. If she didn't, she'd lose Phil. If this was the end of the world, which mattered more, "Okay," she said. "Look, I can't leave the news unit here. Let's take it back to the station." "I'll leave it there and we'll take your truck to your place." Phil considered it. He sighed. "Okay, but don't change your mind on me." I won't, she said, I'm with you. Chapter 22. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Indian Springs, Florida. I'm sorry, sir, said the soldier. We're only allowing residents to pass into this sector. Everyone else needs to turn around. The soldier handed Mike's driver's license back to him. His young face was weary. There were dark circles under his dull gray eyes, patchy stubble on his face. His name was Bruno. Above them, a chopper zipped past. Its motor and the whip of its rotors was loud even 300 feet above the ground. It was flying west. Mr. Bruno, Mike said above the din. It's Private Bruno, said the soldier. Mike knew he was a private. His father had taught him to use rank. Men with rank worked for a living. They deserved for people to address them by the title they earned every day. Sorry, Private Bruno, what about those people over there? He jutted his chin out, motioning toward the gathered crowd at the gas station across the street. Men and women stood in the lot against their cars, drinking coffee. Kids chased each other around parked SUVs and minivans. Bruno glanced over his shoulder. What about him? What are they doing? Asked Mike. Why didn't they turn around? They did, said Bruno. They turned around and parked. They think we'll change our minds. We won't, but we can't make them move from private property, and the owner over there doesn't care. He's got a captive audience paying $5 for bottled water and candy bars. That's price gouging, Miriam said from the passenger's seat. Bruno raised an eyebrow and smirked. Report it. I'm sure the Attorney General will get right on that. Listen, I've got a line of cars here. We've got permanent barricades to move in like 2 minutes. I need you to move along. You're holding up the process. Mike apologized and pointed to the convenience store. Okay, I'm just going to go over there and park. Suit yourself, Bruno said. Have a nice day. Mike rolled up the Jeep's window and swung the wheel to the left. He accelerated around Bruno toward the temporary barricades and made a U-turn toward the edge of the parking lot. What are you doing? Asked Miriam. We can't sit here. We need to figure out another way toward the beach. I know what I'm doing, said Mike. He eased the Jeep onto the shoulder and then slid it into reverse. He backed up, spun the wheel, and swung the Jeep around so it was facing north again. Then he found a narrow opening at the edge of the parking lot next to a Honda Accord pulling a U-Haul trailer. He put the Jeep in park and left it idling. Almost directly ahead of him on 44 there was a soldier facing west. He stood in the middle of the road. His arms were above his head and he was waving something or someone forward like an airport ground crew on the tarmac. Mike steeled himself in his seat and twisted his hands on the steering wheel. He looked like he was about to blow through the chute on a bull. What is your plan? Miriam asked. Put on your seatbelt. What? Your seatbelt, said Mike. Make sure it's buckled. He checked the rear view. You too, Bryce. I'm buckled, said Bryce. Mike scanned the intersection. There were 12 soldiers on foot. Together they manned each direction of traffic. 2 took the eastbound lanes of 44, 2 took the west, 2 took the southbound lanes of 415. 2, one of them being Bruno, took the 415 northbound lanes. All of them were armed. 1 in each pair held a rifle. The others, the ones checking identification, had sidearms on their hips. There were 2 military green Humvees positioned at the center of the intersection, providing the bulk of the current blockade. Large telescoping orange and white traffic barrels surrounded the Humvees. There was enough space between the barrels to allow traffic should the lone armed guard in each direction move from his position. Mike imagined this was for residents or emergency personnel. The Humvees were unmanned. While it was an intimidating setup, it was not impenetrable. From beyond the edge of the convenience store, the front end of a forklift inched into view. Aboard it was a wide concrete barrier. It was the kind of barrier used at military checkpoints. Mike had seen them in news footage from the war in Syria. Soldiers would use a maze of these barriers to slow oncoming traffic. They would have to slowly navigate them, weaving back and forth to clear checkpoints. They were far more effective than the orange and white traffic cones blocking the intersection. Mike watched intently as the forklift lumbered forward. He regripped the wheel, the sweat on his palms greasing it. Sweat beaded at his temples and near his hairline. His heartbeat was solid and fast. He felt it in his chest and in the side of his neck. He might only have one shot at this. If he missed it or miscalculated, it could be disastrous. The forklift rumbled to the edge of the barricaded intersection, and the soldier guiding it along held up his hands to stop it. The lift stopped, its momentum swinging the heavy concrete barricade. The machine's engine whined, its brakes hissed. 3 more soldiers lowered their rifles and moved to the side of the barricade where the forklift stood. The operator lowered the lift but kept it off the ground. He was ready to put it in position as the soldiers made room for him. Miriam, apparently sensing what was coming, turned her body toward Mike. "You're not thinking of doing what I think you are you? You can't do that. You'll get us killed." Mike stared straight ahead. He didn't respond. "Don't do this," she implored. "We can find another way." "Dude," said Bryce. "Mike, she's right, we can't." Mike slammed the Jeep into gear and pressed the gas. The Jeep lurched and then accelerated quickly. Its large off-road tires screeched on the rough asphalt shoulder, and Mike drove straight for the soldier on the western edge of the barricade right as the man moved to shift a traffic barrel to one side. His hands occupied and his back turned, he couldn't react to Mike's advance. The other soldiers were occupied as well. None of them could react quickly enough to swing up their rifles and shoulder them. Apparently thinking Mike was going to hit them, they dove for safety. Mike then swung to the right. The rear wheels of the Jeep spun, smoke poured from the burning rubber, and for an instant he thought he might spin out and hit one of the parked Humvees. The wheels caught at the last moment and he accelerated forward, running into one of the barrels. It ricocheted off the front of the Jeep's grille and hit Bruno's partner on the southern side of the intersection. Even above the noise of the Jeep's engine and the screaming tires, Mike heard shouting from the soldiers. In his rear view, he saw Bruno take aim with his sidearm. There was a flash and then the pop of his rear window shattering. "Get down," Mike shouted. "Get down." Miriam shrank in her seat. Bryce collapsed onto his side. Both of them had their eyes squeezed shut and their hands over their ears. Miriam's face was bright red. Bryce's was green. Mike's eyes left the mirror and found the road in front of him as the two remaining soldiers, those positioned on the east side of the 415 and 44 intersection, dove out of his path. He hit another barrel, and this one bounced up onto the hood of the Jeep before glancing off the driver's side. From behind them, Mike heard automatic gunfire. He checked his side view mirror in time to see it obliterated. Instinctually, he swerved and pressed the accelerator. The Jeep's engine roared and Mike white-knuckled the steering wheel. For another 20 seconds, he drove as fast as he could manage on 44. The eastbound lanes were empty as he zipped past the long line of vehicles in line ahead of the now battered checkpoint. Mike's heart was racing. The adrenaline coursed through him, empowering him. Talk about the opposite of conflict avoidant, he thought. He imagined his father would have been proud and disgusted. The drill sergeant would have been proud that his son took initiative. He would have praised him for his situational awareness, for having his head on a swivel, for assessing the target's strengths and weaknesses. Exploiting those weaknesses and mitigating the strengths would lead to victory, his father would have opined. Mike saw the opening. When Bruno told him they were changing out the barricades, that would be his chance. The soldiers' guard would be down, their focus distracted if even for a moment. Luck played a big part in the timing and the execution, but it worked. His father would have been disgusted by Mike's disrespect of men in uniform. He'd always told Mike that while rank was important in any profession, authority mattered more. Never confuse rank with authority, he'd said too many times to count. Authority always wins. Mike never much cared for either but always acquiesced to both. He'd shaken that bond, if only for a moment, and it felt good. "You're a moron," Miriam shouted above the road noise. "You could have gotten us killed." Her eyes were open now, her face still red, she seethed. Mike darted his eyes toward her and then back to the road. "I can't believe you did that," she said. "You had no right." "Save it," said Bryce. His color was returning to normal. "We're alive, we made it." Miriam undid her seatbelt and swung around, glaring at Bryce. "Made it? They're not letting us go. Are you kidding? We rammed our way through a government roadblock. We almost ran over soldiers. They're coming for us. This isn't over." "They're not coming for us," said Bryce. "They've got bigger fish to fry. All we did was make it harder for everyone else. They'll be super." Miriam held up a hand. "Wait, do you hear that?" Bryce frowned. "Hear what?" She was peering through the front windshield, looking skyward. It was the whoop of rotors, loud enough for Mike to hear the familiar rhythmic air displacement somewhere above them. But this was louder than the chopper that crashed. This was an angry, determined whoop. It wasn't just the rotors. Mike heard the engine. It was loud. He craned his neck, trying to locate the chopper. He couldn't, not until it flew in front of them, low to the ground, and swung tightly to the right before heading back toward them. It was 500 yards away, and it was coming for them. "That's a military chopper," said Bryce. "An Apache, I think." He was right. Mike recognized the tall, angular shape of the beast. It was dark green and mean-looking. There were guns mounted under its belly and at its sides. "I told you," Miriam said. "I told you." The chopper was only 100 feet off the ground. It was moving straight toward them like it was playing chicken. There was palpable fear in Miriam's voice. The derision gave way to nerves. "What do we do?" she asked rhetorically. "What do we do? What do we do?" Mike didn't have time to think. He tightened his grip on the wheel and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The Jeep surged. The chopper was bearing down on them. For a moment, Mike thought it might land right in front of them. If it did, there was nothing he could do. There was a wall of traffic to his left and no shoulder to the right. The road dipped into a deep ravine. If he navigated off the road, the Jeep would tip into that ravine. The chopper stayed low but didn't land. It zipped past them, low enough for its wash to rattle the Jeep. Although the vehicle shuddered as if it might come apart, Mike stayed the course. Miriam was cursing, a litany of words Mike had never heard strung together before. Even in this moment, there was something enchanting about it. Miriam was a woman who could make a sailor blush or go to the dictionary in search of definitions. He liked that. "What's happening, Bryce? Can you see out the back?" Mike checked the passenger's side mirror, but he couldn't see the chopper. The glass was off-kilter, and all he saw was the reflection of thick palmetto bordering the opposite edge of the ravine. Bryce unbuckled and spun around in his seat. "I can't see. Our stuff is in the way, though I think we lost a bag." "Lost a bag?" asked Mike. "Yeah," said Bryce. "When they shot out the window, there's less stuff back here, but I can't see much. There's a lot of glass back here too, and wait." "What?" "I see it," said Bryce. "It's coming." "The Apache." "Yes," said Bryce. "I think there's a Humvee too." Mike's stomach twisted. He was a moron. A Humvee following us. "At least one," Bryce said. "I can't tell for sure, but that chopper is gaining again." "How was it on us so fast?" Miriam asked. "It was in the area," said Bryce. "Remember, when we first pulled up to the blockade, it was flying toward the beach. Then it flew over us again at the checkpoint." Miriam cursed again and buckled her seatbelt. "Can you adjust the mirror?" Mike asked her. "I can't see." Miriam rolled down her window and moved the glass. She adjusted it until Mike told her she'd found the sweet spot. To the left, on the other side of the stalled westbound traffic, was a golf course. To the right were dense thickets of trees and brush or farmland. They passed a sign for I-95. It was up ahead beyond a Walmart, a fire station, and a couple of gas stations. In the distance, red and blue lights strobed. "I think there's another roadblock up ahead," Bryce said. He was sitting in the middle of the back seat, his hands on the backs of both front seats. Mike saw it. There was a roadblock stopping them from entering or going under I-95. They were so close. In the passenger's side view mirror, the Humvee was larger. The Apache was above it, flying low. Its wash was evident in the trees next to the eastbound lanes as it buzzed past. "We're trapped," said Miriam. "They got us boxed in and—" "Hang on." Mike issued the warning an instant before braking hard and swinging the Jeep to the right. Bryce jerked forward and to the left, his body pressing hard into Mike's. Miriam's body swung to the left too, and she braced herself against the hard plastic dash. The Jeep drifted, its tires sliding on dirt and gravel until they found purchase on their new path, heading south on an unmarked dirt road. It was a farm access road, ruddy and unkempt. The heavy tires and suspension absorbed most of the uneven ride, but it was uncomfortable nonetheless. Mike's teeth chattered. His body shook and bounced in his seat as he navigated the narrow drive. They whipped past trees planted in rows and at various stages of growth, a rectangular retention pond, and offshoots of dirt road even narrower than the one on which they traveled south. He didn't know where he was going. There was no plan except to avoid getting caught. He held his foot down on the gas pedal. The Jeep bounced and shook with the accelerating speed. Miriam squealed and cursed again. Bryce sat back in his seat. He buckled in and had both his hands on the back of Miriam's seat back. There was a fine haze of dust in the cabin, spilling in from the broken rear window. It gave everything a sepia hue, making the circumstances even more surreal. "They're going to kill us," Bryce said. "If they catch us, they're going to shoot us." He was probably right. Mike knew he'd taken a risk. He'd made a unilateral executive decision to put all three of them in danger. But was this danger any worse than the plague? No, it wasn't. At least he saw this threat. He could make choices. Behind him, in the side view mirror, he saw the wake of dirt pluming from the sides and rear of the Humvee giving chase. He didn't see the Apache, but he heard it. Its whooping rotors were loud and filled the cabin of the Jeep. Mike reached a four-way intersection and swung left. He didn't warn his passengers, and Miriam unleashed a barrage of creative lewdness when everyone's bodies swung violently. This road was dirt too. A heavy canopy of older trees rooted on either side of it gave it cover and blocked much of the sunlight. He hoped this made it more difficult for the Apache to see them. The path was winding, as if it had been carved as an afterthought or not intended as an official path through the expanse of farmland. The dusty air in the cabin was cooler. Mike jammed his foot hard on the pedal. His neck and shoulders hurt from the tension. His hands gripped the sweaty wheel and perspiration ran down his back. It was damp under his arms and the space between his eyes and nose. The initial burst of adrenaline was gone, but bursts of fear-laced energy pulsed through him in waves. His focus was sharp. He saw everything at once, as if scrolling through a collection of photographs on a screen. He weaved the Jeep along the path between thick trunks and over the overgrown fronds of low-growth palmettos. Rocks kicked up from the tires and clacked against the undercarriage. He swung the wheel to the left and right. Overhead on the other side of the canopy, he heard the Apache. It knew where they were. It was tracking them. "We're done," said Bryce. "Give up, Mike. We can't outrun them." Mike ignored him. He pushed forward. There was no giving up. He'd made his decision. When he reached a fork in the road, he made another. Instead of heading south, he punched the brake and swung the wheel to the left again. "Why are we going north?" asked Miriam. "That's backtracking." "More trees," Mike said. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Miriam was right. They were headed north. He checked the side view again, momentarily disoriented by whipping past planted rows of trees. It reminded him of long road trips as a child, his father listening to big band music, his mother sleeping. And he, with his forehead pressed against the window, watched the rows of cotton or corn slip by in some mathematical other dimension, his eyes trying to make sense of each individual line of crops. It was like speed reading without noticing the individual letters for the sake of seeing a sentence. He blinked past the nostalgia and found he was in a small circular clearing, some wide intersection without any cover. There was a path to the right at a 45-degree angle and he took it. It was his only choice. Miriam had her window down. She leaned outside, glaring up into the sky. "They're above us," she said. "They see us." An instant later they were under cover again, rushing through a much narrower path. This was not a road, and the roots from older, unharvested trees were like speed bumps under the tires. The Jeep rattled. Mike had trouble controlling its direction but hung on. He sped through the brush, low limbs thwacking against the sides of the Jeep and scratching across the hood and roof. They flicked rivulets of water onto the windshield, distorting Mike's view. There was no space on either side. Miriam pressed her hands into the seat at her sides. She had her elbows locked as if trying to lift herself in a sitting position. A loud thunk and crash frightened her and she jerked toward Mike. Something flew in front of the Jeep's hood and bounced from it. He felt the crunch under the tire. The side view mirror was gone. "Can you see out the back?" he asked Bryce. "Are they behind us?" The path wound through dense foliage and there was virtually no daylight. The automatic headlamps were on, casting a whitish-yellow cone of light in front of the Jeep. It was claustrophobic, like the walls of trees were closing in on them as Mike darted the vehicle north again. "Nothing," said Bryce. "I can't see anything but the cloud of dirt." Mike tasted the dirt in his mouth. It was in his nostrils and on his tongue. He swiped the sweat from his brow with a forearm and felt the residual grit of dust exfoliate his skin. The path carved through the jungle-like foliage and shifted east. They hit a hole and the Jeep sank before it bounced into the air. They landed and Mike lost his grip on the wheel. He tried to recover and overcorrected. The world slowed and he was sure they were doomed. The Jeep glanced off one tree and then another. He slammed on the brake and swung the wheel the opposite way. The Jeep tipped and rocked, its tires spinning in the dirt trying to gain traction. Images from Mike's life flickered in his mind. He told himself he'd made a bad decision in running through the barricade, but he was powerless to speak. Miriam screamed. Bryce did too. Mike braced himself, thinking for a moment they'd tip onto their side. Instead, the rear end of the vehicle's passenger's side slammed into a tree, whipping the front around like a slingshot. The front passenger side connected with another heavy trunk. The sound of crunching metal was deafening. Mike's body was jerked violently into the collision. The seatbelt dug into his shoulder. His head hit the side of Miriam's seat, glass shattered, and then it was silent. Mike was dazed but okay. Miriam had a cut on her arm from the shattered window next to her seat. Bryce was okay in the back, strapped in and wide-eyed. There was no time to take stock. Mike shifted the Jeep into reverse and pressed the gas. It didn't respond. He tried again. Then he pushed the ignition. The Jeep was dead. They needed to run. "Come on," he said. "We've probably got a couple of minutes. If the Humvee guessed right or if that helicopter knows where we are, they'll find us. We've got to go." He unsnapped Miriam's seatbelt and pulled on her good arm. She was transfixed by her wound, staring at the blood that ran in streams along her arm. But she followed and scooted across the front seat to join him outside the Jeep. Goosebumps traveled across his arms from the salty, cool air. It was easily 10 or 20 degrees below the temperature in direct sunlight. It smelled like damp earth and the intense odor of plant material that reminded Mike of the inside of a greenhouse. After Bryce climbed out, the three of them lumbered to the back of the Jeep. Mike popped the back open and they each grabbed a bag. Miriam's arm was still bleeding. "Hang on," Mike said. "Let's get you fixed up." He found the hydrogen peroxide and poured some of it on the wound. He took an alcohol-soaked wipe and cleaned it, then found a large enough bandage to cover the gash. Within a few minutes, they were on their feet and ready to go. They took what they could carry and moved off the path and into the damp floor of the woods. The chopper thumped overhead and moved past them, not hovering or swinging back. Through the canopy, it glided above. He didn't think it could see them. 100 feet in, when Mike couldn't see his Jeep anymore through the dense fans of palm fronds and tree trunks, he stopped. He held a suitcase at his side and with his free hand held a finger to his lips. The others stopped in confusion. He closed his eyes and listened. A gnat buzzed near his ear and he swatted at it. Beyond the chirping cacophony of bugs, he heard the distant thump of the military helicopter. There was the echo of a revving engine, which he imagined came from a Humvee. Neither was close. They were good for now. Mike motioned with a hand to keep moving. He pointed straight again and took his first step. The ground was soft under his shoes. The heavy bag rubbed against his leg. Breathing heavily, Bryce and Miriam kept pace, stepping over branches and thick piles of decomposing leaves and needles under the dim light. "You think," said Miriam between breaths, "we're clear." "They don't know where we are," Mike answered. "At least I don't think so, but when they find the Jeep, they'll be close." "They've got heat-seeking radar on those things," said Bryce. "They can see our body heat." "You mean FLIR?" asked Mike. He'd seen a story about it on the History Channel years earlier. It stuck with him. "Infrared." "Maybe," said Bryce. "I just know they can find us even if they can't see us." Bryce was squinting and his steps were uneven. Mike edged toward him and reached for the suitcase his friend carried. "Gimme that." Bryce hesitated. "I'm good." "No, you're not," said Mike. "Let me take it for a little bit. It'll balance me out if I carry something in both arms." Bryce relented and let Mike take the suitcase. "Thank you." They walked as quietly as possible for another 5 minutes before Miriam stopped them. She took a couple of quick steps ahead, leaping over a fallen branch with excitement. "Do you hear that? I think it's the freeway. I think we circled back to I-95. Mike listened. She was right. He heard the whoosh of traffic on the interstate. It surprised him because he didn't think any traffic could move with any semblance of speed, but there it was. "We're close," she said. "My cousin isn't far from the interstate. He's on the Intracoastal, I remember that." "So we have to cross the interstate and get to the other side," said Bryce, "without anyone seeing us." "Could be," said Mike. "But unless that chopper and Humvee see us come out of the woods, they won't put two and two together." "We'll be on foot with suitcases," said Miriam. "We can do this. I can't believe it, but we can do this." Another 5 minutes and they were at the edge of the woods. In front of them were the southbound lanes of I-95. Traffic was sporadic. Heavy trucks and cars zipped by at dizzying speeds. Beyond the southbound lanes was a grassy median and then the northbound lanes. They were at a standstill. The three of them stood under the cover of the dense tree line, hiding from view. "I think there's a neighborhood on the other side of the interstate," said Miriam. "Doesn't that look like a neighborhood?" Mike narrowed his eyes against the bright sunlight. He didn't see anything at first. He scanned the opposite side of the interstate, looking past the cars and SUVs in the northbound lanes. People were out of their cars, milling about. Clearly, they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. "I don't see it," he said, "but it doesn't matter. Once we cross, we have to find the Intracoastal. In my opinion, the fewer people or houses we see, the better." "Do we even know where your cousin lives?" asked Bryce. "I've got his address," said Miriam. "It's in my phone. We can use GPS." "No, we can't," said Bryce. "The phones are dead, remember." Miriam's expression soured. Her eyes searched her memory. Her face brightened. She put down the duffel and fished her phone from her purse. She shook her head and mumbled to herself. After unlocking her phone using facial recognition, her fingers danced across her phone, swiping and tapping. A grin spread across her face and she raised the phone. "Got it. I knew I had it." "Had what?" asked Bryce. "I took a screenshot of the directions to his house in case I couldn't stay with Ashley," she said. "Here it is. We can find him." Mike thought finding him, even with a list of turn-by-turn directions, might be tough. They didn't know exactly where they were. How far south from 415 had they traveled? The woods were disorienting, and he was surprised they'd actually found their way out of them so quickly. He was convinced they'd be spending the night in the woods, taking shifts to guard their makeshift encampment from a search party of armed soldiers. He didn't say any of this. Bryce was skeptical enough for the both of them. "Okay," said Bryce. "Why would you screenshot directions to your cousin's house? That's weird." Miriam's smile disappeared. She glared at Bryce. "Rideshare drivers are strangers. Who knows if I'm going to get in a car with some dude who wants to kidnap me or worse. I save the directions so I can keep track of where I should be going. If it deviates too much from where the driver is headed, I call him on it." "Okay," said Bryce. "Not so weird then." She rolled her eyes and huffed, then she checked her phone, still no signal. Mike checked over his shoulder, surveying the woods for any movement. The soldiers must have given up on them, decided they had bigger fish to fry. His neck hurt when he twisted back to face the interstate. He tilted his head sharply to one side then the other, hoping to loosen the tension. The exhaustion was taking hold. His lower back ached. His arms were thick with acid from the muscle strain of carrying 2 heavy suitcases through the woods and across the uneven detritus. The task ahead was daunting. Too many times in the last 2 days he'd wanted to curl up into a ball and escape. Mike Crenshaw wasn't an escape artist. He wasn't a life-saver or a hero. If you asked him, he'd tell you he was a survivor. As a radio sales guy, he was good enough at his job to keep it. He lived in a mostly unfurnished apartment. He had debt and student loans from a degree he never used. Plus, he lived above his meager means and had credit card debt. The interest ate up much of what passed for a paycheck every month. Lately, it crossed his mind he might need a second job. And women, there were no prospects, not if he was honest with himself. He was a decent-looking guy, he had a good heart and was loyal to his friends, but he wasn't a catch, not for a woman like Ashley Pomerantz or anyone like her, Ashley Pomerantz. He said the name over and again in his head as he stood there. She was probably dead. That thought simmered to an instant boil as he again revisited what had happened in the office conference room. Did he have a job anymore? Would he get a paycheck next week? What about his apartment? He couldn't get back to it. He'd burned that bridge. As mediocre as his life had been 2 days ago, that was a paradise with promise compared to the road in front of him. He drifted from his reverie to stare blankly at the traffic zipping past him on the southbound lanes. The cool wash of air from an 18-wheeler swirled around him and a chill ran through him. This was a new world. It was frayed at the edges and disintegrating. The longer he lamented his pain, let his exhaustion consume him, the worse things would get. He motioned across the interstate to the other side. Miriam looked at him. Bryce raised his eyebrows, putting his hands on his hips. "Let's go," Mike said. "We need to stay ahead of the curve." Chapter 23. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. DOBBINS Air Reserve Base, Georgia. The mid-afternoon sun slipped out from behind the thick layer of clouds, casting a warm glow on the tarmac. As soon as the color appeared, it dimmed. The sun was gone and the clouds hid it from view. Gwendolyn Sharp stepped from the mobile stairs leading her from the plane, let go of the aluminum railing, and set foot on American soil for the first time in months. Oddly, it didn't feel like home to her. She remembered that in the past, when she'd traveled abroad, she always returned to the United States wrapped in comfort. As much as she loved visiting foreign countries, experiencing slices of their culture and tasting samples of their cuisines, she invariably enjoyed her return. This was different. There was a chill, a frigidity that didn't come from the weather. She hadn't landed in her home country. It was a close facsimile, something from an adjacent dimension that on the surface resembled home in every way. Yet under that surface, roiling and stirring to reveal itself, was something rotten. She was the last off the plane other than the crew, and she stood on the tarmac watching the activity around her. It was unnerving and reminded her of something from a science fiction movie. It was the coalescing of troops, the readying of forces that preceded the fight against some giant, fire-breathing lizard. She'd seen it play out in good movies and bad over and again. This wasn't science fiction, though. It wasn't the retelling of some well-trodden tale of foreboding, a thinly cloaked story about the use of nuclear weapons or the destruction of the environment. The enemy here wasn't a giant, it was the opposite. It was so small nobody could see it attack without the help of a microscope, yet its destructive force was equal, and it was real. It wasn't a cautionary story told with B actors and expensive special effects. "Here you are, ma'am." A uniformed airman handed Gwendolyn her twin bags. The handles were extended and the gray, hard shell of the suitcases almost blended into the color of the tarmac. "Thank you," she said. The man nodded and turned sharply on his heel to return to the cargo hold. There was a collection of bags there. "Excuse me," she said, "sir." The airman stopped. His precise steps closed the distance he'd just traveled and put him back in front of her. "Yes, ma'am, is there something else I can do for you?" She touched the tight bun at the crown of her head, making sure it was as it was supposed to be, and smiled politely. "Yes, could you please tell me where I can find Dr. Charles Morrell? Do you know who he is?" "Yes, ma'am," the airman nodded. "He's already in the hangar over there. Your transportation is awaiting you." She realized then that the airman had been on her flight. She'd seen him reading a book when she'd gone to the rear of the plane to use the restroom. The book was The Andromeda Strain by Michael Crichton. She wondered then if he understood the humor in that. She guessed not, thank you. Grabbing her suitcases, one in each hand, she pivoted them on their wheels and started toward the hangar. To her left, a military Humvee rumbled across the tarmac toward some unseen destination. In front of her, a grouping of soldiers marched in unison. They chanted something she couldn't understand as they moved in formation. Large trucks with beds covered in canvas tarps arced in semicircles idled to her left. Men were in lines, working a daisy chain to load cargo into the backs of those trucks. Behind her, she heard the roar of a jet engine and the displacement of air as it accelerated, a high-pitched siren of a sound. The smell of jet exhaust washed across her. She pulled her bags, the wheels clacking across the tarmac, and kept her eyes straight ahead. In the brightly lit hangar in front of her, there were 5 waxed ink black SUVs. The vehicles were large with tinted windows which appeared from this distance to match the paint jobs. There were several clusters of men and women in the hangar. Some of them held electronic tablets in their hands. Others had devices pressed to their ears. The distinctive angular shapes of satellite phones told her the communications were either secure or there was an issue with cellular transmission. Nobody, she noticed, was on a cell phone. That was unusual. It wasn't until she was at the edge of the hangar that she found Morrell. He was standing with 2 men she didn't recognize. They were in dark suits, their backs to her. Morrell was talking. He glanced at her as she approached, said something, and the 2 men turned to face her. She stopped, let go of her suitcases, and offered her hand. "I'm Dr. Gwendolyn Sharp," she said. "I'm sure Charles has told you about me." The men glanced at each other. She stood there for a moment with her arm extended before one of the men took it and shook it vigorously. The handshake didn't hurt, but it was clear to her he applied enough pressure to send a message. "He has," said the man, letting go. Gwendolyn studied him for a moment and focused on the other man. She still hadn't made eye contact with Dr. Morrell but felt his eyes on her. "Gwendolyn," she said to the second man. She didn't offer to shake his hand. "We know," said the second man. "Charles," she said to Morrell, "you left in a hurry. I was left to fend for myself on the tarmac. Had it not been for the kindness of strangers, I might not have found you here with Thing 1 and Thing 2. Was that the plan?" The hint of a smile flashed on Thing 1's face. Thing 2 frowned, his heavy lids drooping lower over his eyes. Both shifted in their polished black wingtips. Morrell blinked irregularly. He swallowed, and his Adam's apple shifted in his throat. Then he smiled flatly. There was a new resolve in his expression. "There was no plan, Gwendolyn," he said. "I had business here. It was urgent. I figured you were a big girl and could handle yourself." Now it was Gwendolyn who smiled. Morrell was playing the tough guy in front of these, whoever they were. This wasn't the same Charles who helped her in the lab, guiding her with support and encouragement. It wasn't the same Charles who a day ago downed honey pepper vodka by the glassful, confiding in her his own disappointments and regrets. She saw through him. Instead of calling him out on his condescension, she played along. "I can handle myself," she said, "and I'll leave you to it. Nice to meet you, gentlemen. By the way, Thing 1, your fly is open." She shot a quick glance at his crotch and moved past them. Her shoulder brushed against Thing 2, bumping him as she moved past, pulling her suitcases behind her. In her peripheral vision, she saw Thing 1's hands move to his zipper. His head dropped. He muttered a pejorative term under his breath as she moved to the black SUV at the front of the caravan. Without asking permission, she opened the tailgate with a swipe of her foot under the rear bumper. The tailgate lifted and she put her suitcases into the rear cargo hold. Then she swiped her foot again, the tailgate lowered itself, and she moved around the passenger's side to the front door. She swung it open and climbed into the tufted black leather seat. The cabin smelled new. There was the intoxicating mix of the leather and the off-gassing of the chemicals in the plastic accoutrements. There was burl wood trim along the doors and across the dash. A large rectangular tablet, similar to the newest iteration of an iPad, was the centerpiece. Between her seat and the driver's was a center console with cup holders, USB ports, and a joystick she imagined controlled some of the SUV's more delicate functions. The engine was running. The air blowing from the vents in front of her was cool but not cold, and there was a gentle stream of air coming from her seat. It was vented and could acclimate the surface to whatever temperature she chose. Gwendolyn pulled down the visor and flipped up the cover to a lighted mirror. She studied her face, her pinched nostrils, her oval, cat-like eyes. She ran a finger along the singular, uneven crease that ran across the length of her forehead. She smiled and licked her teeth clean of lipstick. An attractive, if not somewhat harsh-looking woman, Gwendolyn Sharp didn't wear much makeup. There was enough to conceal the beginnings of age and results of stress, but her skin was otherwise flawless. There was a hint of blush on her cheeks, a dusting of shadow above her eyes, a muted color on her lips, a fine powder to reduce the shine on her nose, chin, and forehead. She touched a diamond earring in her left lobe and twisted it between her thumb and forefinger. Her hand was still at the side of her face when the driver's side door opened. A compact man in uniform started to climb into the SUV when he saw her. He stopped, his powerful jaw flexed, his eyes narrowed. "May I help you?" he asked. His voice was deep. There was the resonance of a smoker. He braced himself against the driver's seat, the taut muscles in his exposed forearms as thick as some men's biceps. It reminded Gwendolyn of the old 20th century cartoon Popeye. All that was missing was an anchor tattoo and a can of spinach. "No," she said, "I don't think so." She turned back to the mirror, closed it, and flipped up the visor. The hint of a woodsy cologne wafted into the cabin. It was pleasant enough and masked some of the plastic off-gassing. The man's fists sank into the leather on the driver's seat. His elbows were locked, his rugged face expressionless. "Who are you?" "Dr. Gwendolyn Sharp. I'm on the team from the CDC." He frowned. "I don't know you and don't recognize your name from the manifest." She couldn't read the name on his chest. He was wearing digital green camouflage. The sleeves were folded neatly above his elbows where they were buttoned into place with a fabric loop. Creases ran along the sides of his arms at his biceps. His blonde hair was cut high and tight. His face was redder than it was when he first opened the door. A thick vein ran along the side of his neck. "Check it again," she said. The man studied her, unmoved. Then he backed away from the vehicle without responding, leaving the door open. He walked toward men in dress uniforms. They were army. The cluster of soldiers eyed the driver, then looked past him toward Gwendolyn. She smiled at them and waved. She reached across her shoulder and pulled her seatbelt over her waist and shoulder. The driver returned with 3 of the soldiers. One of them had a ribbon rack on the left side of his chest, larger than any she'd seen. He wore a cap on his head with the markings of someone in the Chemical Corps. She recognized it from meetings with the military in Kiev. "I'm Colonel Wittenberg," he said. "You're sitting in my seat." "Am I?" Wittenberg raised an eyebrow. There was a shadow from the brim of his cap that cast his face in shadow, but his expression was vibrant enough she saw it. "Miss, I think." "It's Doctor," she said. "Dr. Gwendolyn Sharp. I'm with the CDC. I need a ride. One car is as good as another." Wittenberg stiffened. The muscles in his face tightened and his affable expression disappeared, replaced by the hardened shell of a career soldier. "Doctor," he said, "I don't know what you think you're doing. This is a sensitive operation. We are working with your organization to ascertain the ongoing threats to our security. You, as best I know, are not part of nor are you privy to those discussions. I'll ask you to exit the vehicle before it becomes uncomfortable for both of us. This is not a request. It's an order." The longer she sat in the SUV, the more emboldened she became. The expression, "possession is 9/10 of the law," came to mind. "I'm not subject to your orders, Colonel," said Sharp. "I'm a civilian." "We are under martial law, Doctor." "You don't have jurisdiction yet," Gwendolyn countered. "Unless, of course, you're a weekend warrior. Congress hasn't approved the use of—" "Might I remind you," he said in a tone worthy of a senior military officer, "you are on federal land right now. You hitched a ride on an Air Force plane. You left Kiev because you couldn't get the job done. If I were you, I'd stop pretending I had any leverage here." Colonel Wittenberg ducked his head into the SUV. The top of his cap bumped against the doorframe and the hat tipped back on his head. His eyes were penetrating, they were focused. The creases that framed them spoke of experience and wisdom rather than age and exhaustion. "So you do know who I am," she said without flinching. Wittenberg's face twitched and he blinked. "All of you know who I am," she said. "And you know I'm not here because I failed. I'm here because something else is going on. I want in on it, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing, whatever my superiors at the CDC are doing with you, whatever it is that brought Thing 1 and Thing 2 here, I want a piece of it." She was taking a huge risk. Suggesting there was something untoward at play in dealing with the scourge could make her a liability. It would be nothing for the people in charge of the base to whisk her away and make her disappear. The truth was, if there were some multinational conspiracy involving the Scourge, she would just as soon be dead and buried 6 feet under the red Georgia clay than be alive and not be a part of it. If she didn't make a play now, it would be too late. Wittenberg's expression softened. He studied her silently for a long moment. It was like she saw the wheels of his mind turning, grinding. A smile slowly spread across his face, blooming into a grin. It wasn't born of good humor. "Tell you what, doctor," he said, the word like it burned his tongue. "You step out of the vehicle and we'll talk about what, if any, collaboration we might be able to facilitate." Gwendolyn didn't hesitate. "No, not happening." Her stomach tightened and she instantly wondered if she'd overplayed her hand. Truth was, she had no hand. It was all bluster, but she hoped that if she could stand toe-to-toe with a colonel from the Chemical Corps, they'd see value in her. They'd see she wasn't some wallflower with a PhD. The colonel stared at her before slowly nodding. He clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, considering his next move. "This is highly irregular, and you're insolent, gutsy, strong-willed, stupid, but I like it. Give me a minute." Wittenberg stood and marched back to the group of soldiers. The two who'd followed him to the SUV gave chase. The squatty one with the Popeye forearms stole a glance over his shoulder at her as he hurried away. 2 minutes later, Wittenberg returned with two other officers. They stood at the door, all of them tilted forward awkwardly so as to see her in her seat. Wittenberg indicated the men with his chin. One of them held a computer tablet at his side. "This is First Lieutenant Lowe and Major Bailey," he said. "They are the liaisons between my office and your colleagues at the CDC. You are correct. Though I cannot discuss it here, there are machinations involving our handling of the epidemic. We're filling our team. There's a possibility we could add you." "Possibility? If I were you, I'd listen. You made your point. You proved yourself a no-nonsense woman who I think might be a better teammate than adversary." She closed her mouth and nodded her understanding. Butterflies tickled her gut. She exhaled with relief. Her gambit had worked. "Almost. I say possibility because we still need to run the proper background check on you," he said. "You've been overseas, that's a complicating factor. But given that you were already on the short list for this program." "I was." Wittenberg frowned and she waved her hands in apology. She ran her fingers across her lips as if to indicate she was zipping them shut. "As I was saying," said Wittenberg, "we've already begun the work. That's why you're here. If you weren't on the short list, you'd be elsewhere." Wittenberg nodded to Bailey. The major handed a small electronic tablet to Gwendolyn. "Dr. Sharp," said the major, "I'll need you to scratch out a signature of consent on the home screen. Then hit the next button on the lower right. Initial each of the bullet points and then sign the bottom." She took the tablet. "And what is this?" "Just sign it," said Wittenberg. "You want in, ignore the fine print, doctor." Gwendolyn eyed the dense text on the screen. It was full of legal language she didn't understand and wondered, as she fingered her initials repeatedly on the second page, if this were some Faustian pact. She ignored her misgivings, signed her name across the bottom of the second page, and handed back the tablet. Bailey looked at the display in his hands. He swiped a finger up and down, then nodded to Wittenberg. "Okay then," said the colonel. "You'll ride with the major and me. Lieutenant Lowe will drive." Lowe gave the colonel the side-eye. He wanted to protest, but didn't. Gwendolyn saw this. Neither the colonel nor the major did. "Good," she said, "thank you." She didn't offer to move. The colonel smirked at her and then motioned for the first lieutenant to open the rear passenger's side door. The colonel climbed into the back seat. On the other side, behind Gwendolyn, Lowe helped Bailey into his seat. Lowe rushed around the front of the SUV and slid behind the wheel. When he put the vehicle into gear and accelerated toward the open hangar door, Gwendolyn rolled down her window. The tinted glass disappeared into the door and she looked out at Morrell, where he was standing with Thing 1 and Thing 2. His jaw dropped and his face twisted with confusion. She smiled at him and waved like a beauty queen in a parade. Then she blew him a kiss. The world might be ending, billions of lives were in danger, but Gwendolyn Sharp was now on the inside. She'd done her time in exile. Things were about to get real. There was much more to the Scourge than what the public knew, and she was about to find out what it was. The SUV cleared the hangar doors and First Lieutenant Lowe gently swung the armored vehicle to the left. Gwendolyn pushed the button to raise her window. As Lowe accelerated, taking her to some unknown destination, she took a deep breath. The air was a mixture of jet exhaust, leather, and the sweat of army brass. Nothing had ever been more intoxicating. Chapter 24. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. Floral Park, Florida. The sun was low in the sky by the time the old Ford pulled up to the checkpoint at I-4 and Highway 44 in Volusia County. It had taken the better part of the day for Candy and Phil to get this far. This was their third checkpoint. Candy hoped that the closer they got to Phil's home, the easier the passage would be. "Should I talk first?" she asked as they rolled toward the soldier, waving them to concrete barriers that funneled traffic one way or the other. "Show them my media ID." "That worked at the last one." "I think we're good using my driver's license," said Phil. "We're not far." The soldier waved his hand in a circle, ordering Phil to lower his window. It squeaked as he cranked the manual lever counterclockwise. The F-100 was sturdy but lacked the comforts of more modern transportation. The soldier approached the truck and put his hands on the doorframe. He eyed Phil Candy, then checked the truck's bed. "Where are you headed, sir?" he asked, returning his attention to Phil. "My house," Phil lied. "Ponce Inlet." "Why are you traveling?" "I was at her house," he said, gesturing to Candy. "She lives in the city. We're going to my place." The soldier studied them again. "ID, please." Phil handed the man his Florida driver's license. The soldier glanced at it and handed it back. "And you, ma'am, do you have some identification?" Candy handed him her station identification. The soldier looked at it. His expression didn't change. He was all business. He looked up without lifting his chin. "Do you have any government-issued identification?" Candy reached down to the floorboard, fished her wallet from her purse, and slid the ID from a clear protective sleeve on the wallet's face. "You realize that we're in the middle of a grace period," the soldier said. "We're allowing residents to relocate. They may bring guests with them, but tomorrow that changes. No movement. You're stuck where you are until further notice." "For how long?" asked Candy. The soldier handed back both of her IDs and shrugged. "Until further notice. Are you sure you want to travel into this sector? Once you do, that's it for the unforeseeable future. No going back." Candy knew this meant she'd lose her job. She was already on thin ice, having left in the middle of a shift. But the scare at the grocery store, captured on live television, should be enough for her bosses to reluctantly let her get some rest. If she didn't show up for work the next day or the day after, her career was toast. It was toast anyway. She'd gone from prized ingenue who traveled for the big stories, got the impossible gets, did reports for the network, and got long contact extensions with sizable raises, to the has-been once was on a 6-month deal worth less than the one before it. She carried her own gear. She worked weekends. All of the handwriting was on the wall long before the scourge had forced this decision. She just hadn't wanted to read it. Now some stone-faced soldier essentially spelled it out for her. She smiled at Phil. "I'm fine with that. Let's go." "Okay," the soldier said. "You're clear to head east on 44. There will be another checkpoint at the intersection with 415 and then another at I-95. Since you're in Volusia County, I'll put a sticker on your windshield. That'll expedite things at those two barricades. Show them IDs and you'll be good to go." "Thank you," said Phil. "Thank you," said Candy, "and you be careful." The soldier almost smiled. "You too, and by the way, I like your reports." He patted his hand on the doorframe and backed away from the Ford. Then he affixed a yellow sticker to the windshield above the registration sticker and yelled at other soldiers to let them through the corridor of concrete leading east. The Ford maneuvered slowly through the maze. Candy put away her license and station ID, dropped the wallet back into her purse, and sat back in the seat. It was an uncomfortable seat, and her back was sore from the long ride. Phil had restored the bench seating to its original vinyl glory. Everything in the truck was restored. He'd even managed to change out the lap belts for ones with shoulder straps. It was still a rough ride. Clear of the checkpoint, he pushed the gas pedal. The truck hesitated before beginning its acceleration. There was nobody on the road. Candy counted 2 vehicles headed west. Nobody was going east. The sun was behind them and cast long shadows onto the highway. Candy closed her eyes, meditating to the vibration of the truck on the road. She was almost asleep when she felt the truck slowing and opened her eyes. "What is it?" she asked, looking at the road ahead of them. "There's somebody in the road," he said. "I don't like this." The truck's headlights were on in the dying sunlight. They shone on a woman standing in the center of the road, holding her hands up for them to stop. The barefoot woman was in a tank top and cut-off jean shorts frayed at the tops of her thighs, and the shirt hung low on her chest, revealing a teal bra or bikini top. Her stringy blonde hair hung in matted ringlets around her round, moon-like face. The shape of her face was at odds with her rail-thin physique. What struck Candy more than her clothing or her apparent malnourishment was the expression on her face. It was sunken and desperate. Even from this distance, the blemishes on her cheeks and chin were obvious. They were shades of red and pink in various stages of healing. I don't like it either, Candy said. There was no car, no truck, no bicycle or motorcycle visible. It was as if the woman had dropped from the sky. From where had she come? It was too suspicious. Both sides of the highway were crowded by a narrow shoulder and a thick undergrowth of palmetto beneath towering pines. Phil had his foot on the brake, but the truck was in drive. He took a hand from the wheel and pointed to the glove box. Can you open that? There was a key in the box's lock. Candy turned it and pulled. The cover opened toward her. She stared at the contents and back at Phil. Is that necessary? It might be, he said. Better safe than sorry. A rush of nerves flooded Candy's body, starting in her chest and traveling toward her limbs. She had her hands in her lap. It wasn't that she was afraid of guns. She'd fired it at the range and liked the kick of it when she pulled the trigger. But handing Phil the gun would instantly escalate what she imagined would already be a tense situation. She'd covered too many stories in her career where a gun introduced more problems than it prevented. The woman started toward the truck, her strides deliberate. She moved toward Phil, motioning for him to roll down his window. He didn't comply. Now, Candy, he said, please. He started to lean over her, but she stopped him, took the gun from the glove box and handed it to him, keeping it low. He set it between them and put his hand around it. Is it loaded? She asked without moving her lips. Always. And the safety. It's in the trigger. The woman was at the front edge of the truck, standing in front of the driver's side headlamp. She was standing there to stop them from moving. The light traveled up her body, casting an eerie glow on her face from underneath. She knocked on the hood. Phil cracked his window. Could you move out of the way, please? If you need help, I can tell the authorities at the next checkpoint. The woman checked over her shoulder, turned back, and shook her head. Her hair hung over one of her eyes. That's gonna take too long. I need help immediately. Could you roll down your window or come out here? Candy's heart was racing. She put her hand on Phil's and squeezed. Ain't nobody come by here in 20 minutes, she said. I've been trying to get help. Nobody helps. Everybody speeds by me. So I decided to stand in the middle of the road. I can't stay here. Got to get out. Phil raised his voice so the woman could hear him. He tightened his hand around the gun's grip. What kind of help do you need? I need your truck, she said, and whatever else you got. Candy saw movement at the edge of the road. Before she could react, a tall, muscular man was at her window. She screamed and jerked her body away from the door. The man was trying to open it. She put her hands on the door handle, tugging on it. The door was locked, but her instincts took hold as a tsunami of adrenaline flooded her body. Phil raised the gun toward the passenger's side window. The man backed away at the same moment the driver's side window exploded. Shards of glass stabbed Candy's left arm, the side of her face, and her legs. Phil groaned and slumped in his seat. Candy, wide-eyed and trembling, tried to make sense of what happened. Phil was hunched over toward the wheel. He was gasping for air, grunting between breaths. The truck lurched forward and jerked to a stop. Past him, standing next to the door, stood a man with a golf club. He was large and shirtless. His long hair was wet or greasy and his face was snarled with crazed fury. He held the club like a baseball bat and had it primed for another swing. Phil, she said, drive, drive. Phil groaned, his breaths rasped, ragged and uneven. Candy groped for the gun and found it where Phil had dropped it. She picked it up with both hands. In one fluid motion, she lifted the weapon, leveled it at the man as he swung the club and applied quick pressure to the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times, a trio of explosions that left her ears ringing kicked the semi-automatic 9mm in her hands. The muzzle flashed. The man's body jerked awkwardly. His swing hit the side of the door with a weak clang. Then his head snapped back and he dropped from sight. The woman ran toward the dead man and Candy tracked her, pressing the trigger twice more. The first shot spun the woman to the side. The second hit her center mass and staggered her. She fell into the truck, bounced off, and hit the ground. The world was moving in slow motion. Every millisecond stretched into an infinite string of time, and Candy spun back to the right. The man at her window was gone. The gun shaking in her hands, she swept it from left to right to left. The loud crack of the shots rang in her ears. The medicinal odor of smokeless powder was heavy in the air. Phil, she said. Phil, are you okay? She put her hand on his back. He was still conscious. She could feel his lungs filling with air, the hitch in his breath, and the groan on the exhale. We've got to go, she said. We've got to go. Come on, can you drive? Phil grimaced. He got me. I think my ribs are broken. Candy noticed that the truck was in drive. Switch with me. Can you switch? Candy checked the passenger's side again and unlocked her door. She pushed open her door and carefully stepped onto the asphalt. With the gun in her hands and her arms extended as Phil had taught her, she moved around the back of the truck. The sun was all but gone now. A symphony of cicadas chirped loudly from both sides of the road. The sound pressed down on her as she moved toward the driver's side. She spun in a circle, looking for the man who disappeared. There was no sign of him. In the middle of the road next to the truck were the bodies of the two people she'd killed. She kicked the man's meaty side when she reached him. His fat jiggled in the aftershock of her kick, but he didn't otherwise move. The woman was on her back, her arms and legs splayed like a child making a snow angel. Candy bent her knees, keeping the gun aimed at the dead man, and picked up the golf club. She backed up a couple of steps and tossed the club into the truck's bed. She opened the driver's side door and put a hand on Phil's shoulder. He looked over at her, pain etched in his face. She looked down at the floorboard and saw his foot pressing the emergency brake. That was why the truck was stopped despite being in drive. "Scoot over," she said. "I'm driving." "You don't know where you're going." "You can't drive, you can barely breathe. I need to get to the next checkpoint. They can help you. Then we'll figure it out." Phil groaned again and, using an elbow, pulled himself to the passenger's side of the bench. She climbed in behind him, put the gun on the dash, and helped him into his seat. He was sweaty, clammy, and every movement was stiff. He was clearly in pain. With the cabin light on, she saw blood on his face and his arms. There was a spray of glass cuts across his left side. The shards were everywhere, and she tried swiping them from the seats and dash. Candy knew she was bleeding. As her adrenaline waned, the sting of her injuries began to throb. She yanked the door shut and sat on the edge of the bench, freed the emergency brake, and accelerated. The truck kicked into gear and she sped away from the carnage she'd left in the middle of the two-lane highway. As she drove, her mind only barely registering the road ahead of her, she tried to reconcile what had happened. She was a killer, two people, in a matter of seconds. Without hesitation, she had acted. Violently. Her foot weighed on the gas pedal and the truck responded, pushing faster and faster through the dark. Candy's mind replayed those fateful moments over in her mind. She couldn't shake the feel of the gun kicking in her hand, the sound of the shots, the expressions on the targets' faces. She saw the jerk and twist of their bodies as the bullets tore through their flesh, muscle, and bone. Images of their dead bodies on the road were in full color, sharper and more in focus than they'd been when she saw them up close. The slideshow accelerated with the speed of the truck. Images flickered through her mind faster and faster, as if on a heads-up display projected onto the truck's windshield. "Are you okay?" Phil asked. His voice didn't sound like him. It was breathy, like a whisper. "You're shaking." Candy looked at her hands on the wheel. She was shaking. Her whole body trembled from the realization of what she had done. When she tried to speak, she realized she was crying too. Tears rolled down her face. Her vision blurred as she blinked them from her eyes. Snot bubbled from her nose. "I shot them," she said. "I killed two people." Candy had covered countless murders, accidental deaths, those exacted in self-defense. And as much as she'd always tried to empathize with the victims, never once had she been able to connect with the person who'd pulled the trigger. She couldn't sense the overwhelming guilt that came with ending a life. It weighed on her. It was suffocating. "You saved our lives," Phil rasped. He was slouched against the passenger door. The wind from the driver's side whipped through the cabin, making it hard to hear him above the road noise. "If you hadn't done what you did, I'd be dead. You might be dead as well." She took her eyes from the road for an instant, glanced at Phil, and saw the sadness in his eyes. It mixed with the pain to make him look pitiful. She'd never seen him look so small, so fragile and vulnerable. "It doesn't change that I did it," she said. "The effects of the pandemic were just beginning to take hold. Society was only starting to collapse into something less civilized. What would Florida look like after a few more days of this? What about a week, a month, a year?" Candy couldn't fathom it. Already she'd seen overcrowded emergency rooms, the shortage of life-sustaining supplies, the desperation of a government worried about collapse, and the panic resulting from all three. Up ahead she saw the flashing lights of a checkpoint. They were getting close, closer to safety. Was anywhere safe? Minutes later she was at the barricades. To her left there was a long line of vehicles hoping to pass. There was a gas station and convenience store packed with people waiting in and near their cars and trucks. The area was lit by large portable balloon lights. Their generators rumbled, drowning out the cicadas and ambient road noise. Unlike the line of hopefuls arriving from the south, there was virtually nobody trying to head in that direction. 3 of the 4 checkpoints on the east, west, and north sides of the intersection had little traffic. An armed soldier approached the truck. He wore a filtered mask over the bottom half of his face and gloves on his hands. His eyes were behind sunglasses despite the time of day. His head moved across the vehicle. She imagined he could see the missing window and shards of glass on the dash, not to mention the blood on her face. She had already put the gun back in the glove box. "Only residents and their guests, ma'am," the soldier said through the mask. His voice was hollow like it was coming from the end of a long tunnel. "No exceptions." "Do you have identification?" "Yes," said Candy, "but we need help." From behind the glasses, the soldier shot a glance at Phil in the passenger's seat. Phil was in obvious pain, his face bloodied. "My boyfriend is hurt," she said. "We were ambushed on our way here, 20 miles back." "A woman and 2 men?" asked the soldier, her eyes widened. "How did you know?" "We've had 3 other complaints coming from your direction," he said. "Woman tries to flag down a car, men come from the woods." "Yes, and you haven't stopped them, you've done nothing about it." "We have our hands full here, ma'am," he said. "Chopper looked for them, didn't see 'em, you're hurt." "I'm fine," she said. "He's hurt, I think his ribs are broken." "I need to see identification first." Candy reached over for her purse and saw an armed soldier on the passenger's side. He stood in front of the right headlight, much like the would-be thief of a woman had done on the driver's side less than an hour earlier. She handed the soldier at her door Phil's driver's license and then hers. "Why is there so much traffic from the south?" she asked, "and so little from everywhere else?" "This is the first major checkpoint north of the St. John's if you're coming up 415, he said. "Any other direction and there's a bunch of checkpoints before you get here. Thins the herd. Most of these cars have those yellow stickers you've got. The ones coming from the south don't." "What about the people waiting at the gas station?" He shrugged and studied the licenses, glancing at her, Phil, then back to the cards. "They're waiting." "For what?" "Who knows, if I didn't have to be here, I wouldn't be. Too dangerous. Those people are asking to get sick. A bunch of them are already coughing." He handed back the licenses and pointed toward a white tent to the left of the concrete corridor that zigged and zagged through the intersection. The tent had a large red cross on its angled roof. "That's medical," he said. "I don't think there's much they can do for broken ribs other than some painkillers, but they'll try to help you." The soldier backed away, issued a series of hand signals to other soldiers closer to the medical tent, then motioned them forward. 10 minutes later, they were on the road again with a warning they'd face another checkpoint at I-95. The doctor had wrapped Phil's chest to restrict his movement, cleaned the cuts on both of their faces, and gave them a package of over-the-counter painkiller. Phil took them without water. As the lights from the checkpoint dimmed in the rearview mirror, Candy took a hand from the wheel and put it on Phil's knee. He put his hand on hers and squeezed. "We're going to be okay," she said. She wasn't sure if she believed it, trying to convince herself as much as Phil. Chapter 25. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Mike Crenshaw stared at the glass house on the Intracoastal Waterway. The lights of the mid-century modern home glowed from the inside. Miriam was to his left and Bryce to his right. "I can't believe we made it," he said. "We found the place and he's home." "Now we have to hope he's not sick," said Miriam. "And that he doesn't shoot us when we knock on his door in the middle of the night," said Bryce. "It's late, right?" Miriam checked her phone. The light cast a white glow on her face. "Not that late." She led them from the middle of the narrow street and up a winding paved walk which led to the front door. The front yard was shallow but wide. The briny scent of the ocean gave the cool air a crispness that offered Mike hope. "You guys stay back a few steps," said Miriam. "He doesn't know you, he knows me." She left her suitcase with Mike and stepped up onto the small landing at the front door. She didn't see a bell, so knocked instead. Unlike much of the house, the door wasn't glass. It was dark, solid wood painted in a high-gloss black finish. When nobody answered, Miriam knocked again. A voice spilled into the entry from a speaker next to the door. "Hello," it was a man's voice. Miriam looked around for a camera or a place to push a button but didn't find one. "Bari, it's me, Miriam." "Miriam Weber." "Miriam, what are you doing here? And who are the 2 men with you?" "I got stuck here," she said, "and they're my friends." There was a pause before Cousin Bari answered. "Hang on a minute." Miriam turned around and smiled at Mike. She lifted her eyebrows as if to suggest they were welcome. Bari hadn't made that clear yet. "Are any of you sick?" he asked. "Any symptoms?" No, said Miriam, none of us, how about you? No, we're fine, all four of us. Could we come in? Asked Miriam, we need help. Again a pause, then Bari answered, hang on. A minute later, the large door swung inward as a balding man with chiseled features opened the door. He wore a bright yellow collared polo shirt and a pair of khaki shorts that reached his knees. He was thin except for the hint of a spare tire at his gut. A young girl stood at his side, her arm was wrapped around his leg. Mike guessed she was about 4 years old. Miriam squatted with her hands between her knees. She looked up at Bari. Is this Sally? She asked. She's gotten so big, where's Jimmy? Bari smiled. He's upstairs packing, come on in. He stepped back and waved them into the house. As Mike entered the house, he let go of a suitcase and offered Bari his hand. Mike Crenshaw, he said, thank you, sir. Bari Miller, he said, and this is Sally. Mike offered Sally a high five. She left him hanging and buried her face into her father's leg. Bryce followed and Bari shut the door behind them. He led them into a sunken living room that stretched to the rear of the house. Beyond the windows was a large boat moored to a dock on the Intracoastal. You have a beautiful home, said Mike, and a beautiful boat. Thank you, said Bari. It's a 60-foot Sea Ray Sundan, sir. Leave your bags wherever and have a seat. They found seats on the long sectional sofa in the middle of the sunken room. Miriam sat next to Mike, Bryce sat in a corner, and Bari and Sally found seats opposite them. They hadn't spoken yet when a thin woman dressed in jeans, a black cotton t-shirt, and a Florida Gators ball cap appeared from what Mike guessed was the stairway. She feigned a smile and moved toward Miriam. Miriam stood and offered the woman a hug. Betsy, she said, so good to see you. It's been a couple of years, said Betsy. We're surprised to see you. I thought you were in Charlotte. Raleigh, said Miriam. I got stuck here when they shut down the airports. Betsy stepped back and then found her way to the sofa next to Bari. She snuggled into him when she sat. Sally climbed from her father onto her mother's lap. I'm going to be straight about this, said Miriam. We need your help. The couple exchanged glances. A young boy, a couple of years older than the girl, appeared from the same entry as the mother. He was thin with arms and legs that seemed too long for his body. He had an uneven crew cut, the top growing unevenly on one side. He was pale but bounced into the sunken room with energy that Mike wished he had. The boy high-stepped onto the back of the sofa and leaped into it, sinking into the cushion next to his mother and sister. This is Jimmy, said Betsy. Hi, Jimmy, said Miriam. She put her hand on her chest. Do you remember me? I'm your cousin Miriam. The boy looked at his mother as if she held the answer. He obviously didn't recognize her. Mike sensed this wasn't going well. He wondered how close Miriam was to this family. Were they first cousins? Second, were they so far removed she didn't even know their connection? What did you do to your arm? Asked Bari. Miriam touched the bandage on her forearm and looked at it. I cut it on some glass. What kind of help do you need? Asked Bari. We're actually about to leave. On the boat? Asked Miriam. Bari glanced to his left toward the dock. He nodded. At sunup. Could we go with you? The question hung in the air for what felt like forever. Neither Bari nor Betsy seemed to want to answer. They knew their answer, they just didn't want to say it aloud. Then Betsy surprised them. Maybe, Betsy started. There was a knock at the door. All heads swung toward the entry. Who could that be? Betsy said to Bari. Are we Grand Central Station? What's Grand Central Station? Asked Jimmy. Hang on, said Bari. He got up from the sofa and moved toward the front door, leaving a palpable discomfort in the room. Nobody knew what to say. I like your dress, Sally, Miriam said. Beautiful flowers. Sally buried her head in her mother's shoulder. Betsy rubbed her daughter's back and answered for her. Thank you, she said. She wears it a lot, something about the bright colors, I think. How have you been? Asked Miriam. I don't think we've seen each other since. The family reunion, Betsy cut in. 2 summers ago in the Dells. Miriam snapped her fingers and pointed at Betsy. That's right. We went to that dinner theater production of Footloose. I remember. We all left at intermission. That brought a smile to Betsy's face and she laughed. The tight expression on her face eased. You're right. Oh, the poor girl singing the lead part. She tripped and fell from the stage. I felt so horrible for her. She did, said Miriam, and... Guess who's here? Bari said. He stood at the top of the 3 steps leading into the sunken living room. 2 people stood behind him to one side. Both were bloodied and they looked battered. The man was holding his side. The woman appeared shell-shocked. She looked familiar to Mike. He'd seen her somewhere before. Betsy stood and set her daughter onto the sofa alone. She crossed the room hurriedly and extended her arms. Phil, she said, her voice quavering. What happened? Are you okay? I'm okay, said Phil. Just hurt my ribs, some cuts and bruises, nothing big. I'm Barry Miller, said Miriam's cousin, extending his hand to the woman. Candy Bellman, she said. I'm Phil S. She's my girlfriend, said Phil. Betsy put her hands on his face and kissed his forehead. She backed away and offered Candy a hug. This was a far warmer greeting than they'd received. Mike studied their interaction. They seemed more like family than Miriam did. Then he recognized the woman, Candy Bellman. You're the TV reporter, he said without thinking. I know you from the news. Candy's face flushed. She glanced at her feet before making eye contact with Mike. She smiled. Betsy looked at Mike and then at Candy. She put her hands to her cheeks. You're on television. You're the one Phil S. been telling us about. So nice to finally meet you. Please come in. Mike leaned into Miriam and whispered, How well do you know these cousins? Miriam ignored him. She sighed. That told Mike what he needed to know. She was blood. Phil was family. With Candy's help, Phil managed the 3 steps into the living room. Everyone found seats and the conversation began again. This time Phil started. I hate to impose, he said, but this plague thing is bad. His eyes found the children and he winced. He mouthed sorry to Betsy. She waved him off. We've told them about it. They know all about it. Well, mostly all about it. Everything we've heard is to get as far away from people as possible, said Phil. Barry smiled. So you came here. Sorry. It's fine, said Barry. I was kidding. Of course you're welcome here. You're like family. Mike nudged Miriam. She elbowed him in the side. But we're not staying, said Betsy. We're leaving on the boat. We've got enough provisions for a few weeks, probably longer. Phil shrugged. He exchanged glances with Candy. Can we? Don't even ask, said Betsy. You know you can come with us. You must pull your weight, though. Fishing, cooking, you know the drill. We'll pull our weight, said Phil. No problem. Betsy smiled and looked at Miriam. You can come too, you and your friends. Same deal. You pull your weight. We can't leave Phil. And if we can't leave him, it wouldn't be right to leave you, your blood. Mike smiled. It was relief and confirmation. We've got 3 staterooms on the boat, said Barry. We'll have the kids bunk with us. Candy and Miriam can share. Phil, you can bunk with the 2 guys. That work. Phil eyed both Mike and Bryce. He agreed it was fine. It'll be tight, said Betsy, and we must stretch our rations, but as long as the fish are biting and we get some rain every few days, we'll be fine. Mike knew that was a relative term. Here they were, 9 people crowding onto a yacht to escape the coming plague. He hoped none of them were already infected. If they were, no distance from shore would be enough. They'd all die at sea. Chapter 26. October 3, 2032. Scourge plus 1 day. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. The sun was peeking above the horizon when Mike woke up. He looked at the clock next to the bed. 7:15 a.m. He rolled over. Miriam's feet were next to his face. On the other side of her feet, Bryce's mouth hung open. He snored. After spending 2 hours helping load the last of the gear and supplies onto the yacht, the 3 of them spent the night on the king-size guest room bed, head to foot to head. His entire body aching, Mike maneuvered himself from the bed and onto the floor. He stretched, lifting his hands to the vaulted ceiling. He bent at his waist and touched his toes. You do yoga? Asked Miriam. She was sitting on the opposite end of the bed, facing him. No, he said, you're in good shape. Mike's face warmed at the compliment, then grew redder at the thought of her seeing his embarrassment. He smiled. Thank you, nice of you to notice. I'm not hitting on you, she said. I didn't mean it that way, I was. He let her flounder for a few more seconds. Then he laughed. I'm kidding, don't worry about it. They laughed. For Mike, it was the first time in the last 2 days. It felt good. We'd better get downstairs, he said. We're leaving at 8 o'clock. I'm going to shower, said Miriam. Might be the last time for a while. Mike took the hint. He woke up Bryce and led him downstairs. Miriam shut the door behind them. Early morning light bathed the living room and adjacent kitchen, shining through the east-facing windows. Betsy was in the kitchen filling empty milk jugs with water. Bryce plopped onto the sofa. Mike walked into the kitchen. Do you need help? He asked. I can carry those to the boat if you want. Betsy turned off the faucet and capped a jug. Then she began filling another one. Mike, is it? Yes, ma'am. How do you know Miriam? She asked. With all of the commotion and the packing, I neglected to ask, are you dating? Mike ran his fingers along a deep gray vein on the white marble countertop that forked along the surface. No, we have a mutual friend, a woman I work with. What do you do? Radio sales, he said, same as Bryce. She raised an eyebrow and checked the water level in the jug. You sell radios. No, ma'am, Mike said. We sell advertising for a radio station. She chuckled. Oh, I see. So how did you meet Miriam? How long have you known her? Mike hesitated. He tried to smile, but worried it came across as fake. A couple of days. Betsy's eyes widened with surprise, or was it shock? Days. Yes, he said. I was helping a woman who was hurt when a helicopter crashed. I needed first aid supplies because the woman was bleeding. I saw Miriam. We didn't know we had a mutual friend at the time, but she had a first aid kit from her Uber driver. And she. Mike stopped when he noticed the blank look on Betsy's face. The water was bubbling over the top of the filled jug and running down its sides into the sink. He understood in that moment her concern. His stomach tightened and a sinking feeling settled into his body. He couldn't do this. He couldn't get on the boat, neither could Bryce. That familiar wrench in his gut told him he was stepping into conflict he didn't want. Part of him wanted to slip out the front door without saying another word. She'd agreed to share her safety net with two complete strangers. And they weren't just strangers to her, but to a cousin with whom she had only the barest thread of a connection. And he was bold enough to take a spot on her boat, be a drain on her family's resources. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Mike motioned to the water. Ma'am. She cleared her throat and turned off the faucet. She blinked and poured some of the water into the sink before capping the jug. I get it, said Mike. Betsy took a towel and dried her hands. Get what? You have limited supplies, he said. You have kids to worry about, and here comes this cousin with two strangers, barely friends, and you've offered to help them. You're risking the longevity of your safety to help two people you don't know from Adam. Betsy's grip tightened on the bundled towel in her hands. If you don't want us to go, Mike said, Bryce and I will stay here. We could watch your house. If you don't want that, we'll leave altogether. I don't want you to be uncomfortable, not when the world is going to hell. You've got enough on your plate, and you're helping Miriam and the TV reporter. I don't want to feel like an unwanted burden of whom you're going to be suspicious or resentful. She held up her hand, asking him to stop talking. The hint of a smile twitched at the corners of her mouth. She inhaled deeply and slowly released the breath. It looked to Mike like she was buying time to collect her thoughts and find the exact words. Mike, do you have family? Mike looked at the countertop. He didn't want to look at her. No, both my parents are gone. Siblings? No. And Bryce, she asked. His name is Bryce, right? I think his mom's alive, he said. She lives in South Florida, and he has an older brother in New York. I see. Do you trust him? He's a good friend, said Mike. I trust him. She took another empty jug from the counter and uncapped it. With her thumb, she flipped on the faucet and ran the jug's mouth under the stream of water. He'd misread her. Was she lost in thought instead of worried about what she'd allowed into her life? Mike, she said, you're right. I'm not comfortable with two strange men joining us on our boat. It's crazy that we would even consider it. We have limited supplies. There's only so much space on the boat, despite its size. And I have my children to think about. I understand, said Mike. I'll tell Bryce and we can. Let me finish, said Betsy. Okay. Anyone who would offer to stay behind to give up a better chance at safety is either crazy or has a good heart. Or both. You're welcome on our boat, Mike, you and Bryce. I get this sense, despite my apprehension, that there's something special about you. Mike placed his hands flat on the countertop. The marble was cool under his sweaty palms. He looked Betsy in the eyes. Thank you. I don't know that I'm special, no more than anyone else, but I'll do everything I can to earn your faith in me, so will Bryce. Good, she said. You can start by lugging these jugs of water to the boat. Take them into the galley and put them on the floor in the corner closest to the sink. Mike took two jugs in each hand, gripping the handles as best he could. Betsy led him to the sliding glass panel that led from the kitchen to the deck. He slid through the opening and she closed it behind him. The air was warmer than the day before. The humidity was back, or it was being on the coast. Either way, it felt good on his skin. The sun was above the horizon. He looked east and crossed the deck toward the boat. In some ways, this felt like the end of the harrowing journey it had taken to get here. He'd seen more violence, more blood, and challenged himself more in the last 2 days than he had in a lifetime. This was merely the start of his travels. The world had shifted on its axis and it wasn't going to be the same for a long time, if ever. He believed that. After what he'd witnessed, what he'd experienced, he believed his life was beginning anew. Mike Crenshaw didn't know if this new life would be good or bad. It was certainly tipping in the direction of bad. The best he had was the hope he could tilt the scale in the other direction with a little luck and some help from the people with whom he'd shove off in the next half hour. He closed his eyes and listened to the lapping of the water on the side of the boat, the creak of its hull against the bumpers affixed to its port side. He prayed he was in the right place and doing the right thing. He thought of his father. For all the man's faults, and there were many, he'd given Mike the best advice anyone had ever proffered. Be good, do good. Mike opened his eyes. He was weary. His muscles ached, his head hurt, the words of his father echoed, and he considered their meaning. Perhaps they were never more relevant than they were now. He stepped to the edge of the dock, the last of the pressure-treated boards creaking under his weight. Mike looked at the name of the boat, painted in big block letters on its stern. He hadn't noticed it the night before. He liked the name. It gave him hope. He repeated it as he stepped aboard. Rising Star, he said. Rising.
The star,